and will become much more greener approach. So the uses wise, if we see that surfactants are going almost in petroleum, environment, food for sure, cosmetics, biological, pharmaceutical, agriculture. So whatever suspensions we are taking, which are appearing clear, uniform because of the surfactants, whether it is a milk, whether it is like milk products, or whether it's a medicine or agricultural products. So how to see that whatever detergents or chemicals you are buying are having the right ingredients in it. So there are few global bodies, as Professor Srivastava was stating. I do agree to that lots of patents and specific guidelines are giving you much more current awareness than the articles we only read, which is not should not be parked, but we should be familiar with what is the current regulatory and expectations, and in that line what is happening and being patented. So these are a few global agencies. Among those, CII has started a very good drive of this Green Pro certification within the country, which again helps you to identify that this is the right formulation. So keeping the people aware to encourage them by using the right solution, which will make a better sense than going for something which is not helping our environment and nature. So this is just a vague formulation I have taken to indicate like majority of these components could become completely sustainable. Like salts, we never read on this any packet, like sodium chloride coming from a sustainable sources, or say sodium sulfate is, we are selling the green sodium sulfate sustainable, because those are the basic elemental form. So bringing the things in the basic elemental form is something what we can consider greener, and there we don't have to fall into that particular tension or debate. So fragrances, chemicals, lot many things are available, like even basic SLS, SLES are also in the same line. In addition to that, what we can do is, like, without abusing or overusing the detergents or the chemicals for cleaning, in the chemical processes we can always think that how we can incorporate the alternate solutions within the process from day one, which will become comparatively much more cost viable. So like for pharma, we used to do the solvent reflux in the solvent, which the product used to be more soluble, and then reactor will be cleaned finally by flushing with water or steam. It used to be dried and ready for the next batch. Now instead of that, there is a possibility that there are few functional groups like acid or bases into that moiety, and can just with the help of standard alkali or acid could be dissolved and can be taken out, and your reactor again can be cleaned. Sometimes just by applying a hot steam, you can sanitize the specific reactor, which are okay to heat it to slightly higher temperature. Using flushing with the water could become a very sustainable way to solve it. Or like for sanitization, peroxides or ozone are becoming very, very interesting moieties which are being used nowadays. So if you see, there are few companies who have launched the products where they are claiming ozone in it. So ozonized product, when those are going for a specific cleaning purpose, are doing a very good germicidal activity also. At the same time, it is 100% sustainable, and its shelf life is so less that it will go back to its oxygen and water form as soon as it will come into the contact with any specific surface or microbes. So looking for a more sustainable and the greener solution could become very interesting. So to summarize my overall discussion in this particular portion is that we should look for the greener solution and find out the alternative chemistry or the engineering portion which will help to create these chemicals in a much bulkier and larger scale at economical way, so that products can become much more sustainable and greener for long-term use. Considering this, during COVID, as I stated, that we started with the power at range, because as initially I have stated that we have 138 sites across the globe of various businesses, and altogether 120 lakh 1,20,000 our own employees plus lots of contract workers are coming to the site. They were very reluctant that how do we feel safe to go into the such a crowded areas where people are working day and night in shifts. So what are the possible solutions? How to guarantee that these are giving the good sanitization and keeping even virus like COVID completely destructed after the end use of it. So we got it tested in-house, we got it tested with the NABL approved third-party labs, clinically tested the product for the safety and started using in-house, which saw a good overall interest by the outer consumers, those who have seen like at our Pantaloon stores or at our Van Heusen stores, that can we get this for us? And then we have started now selling it for the institution. Again, the way forward, what we are looking for it as a Grasim or a Birla Group is that to bring it more on a greener side, which is a lacuna in the market, and give the solution which are more sustainable, greener and supporting to the society. So you can just get more information about the products from our website. And for specific technologies for which institutes have worked for or anything, if you would like to know, we can just spend some time in our lobby interaction. Thank you very much for your time and patience. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Mehta. I would like Professor M.K. Jha to come in and felicitate Dr. Mehta. Thank you, Dr. Mehta. With this, we have come to an end of today's CDS Award lecture session. So we will begin now Indo-Canadian Joint Symposium. I request audiovisual team to change the screen. I request Professor Anil Mehraji from the Canadian delegation, Professor Ajay Dalai, Professor M.K. Jha, and Professor R.K. Trivedi to come and take the stage. Yeah, cheers. Look at the window. You're doing it, who will give? I will give. No, you can go. Go to the other. The rest will give. Flower bouquets now. So I request Professor Trivedi to take over and conduct the program.
Good morning. Maybe good afternoon right now. It's 12 o'clock. We are slightly delayed because we started late in the morning. I welcome all of you in the joint Indo-Canadian session. We have with us Professor Ajay Dalai, Professor Anil Mehrotra, Professor Ajay Dalai, Professor Anil Mehrotra, Professor Sandeep Rakshit also is in the hall, and Professor Animesh Datta. They are from Canadian side. We have Professor Vishnu Acharya also, and Professor Manjusri Mishra. They are from Canadian side. We have with us Professor M.K. Jha, and one more, in fact, Professor was supposed to be here, but due to some reasons he is not here. We have Professor Tampa Rani Sarkar also from University of Saskatchewan, Professor Amar Mohanty, Dr. Sunil Nanda, and we will be having few more persons, especially Professor Prachi Kaur and others from Canadian side. So I welcome on behalf of our organizing team all of them here in the joint session. I will request Professor Dalai to say a few words about this symposium.
Well, good afternoon. We are a bit late, but we'll just try to get moving right away. Just wanted to thank the organizers of Chemcon 2022, especially Professor Ghosh, Professor Trivedi, and Professor Shastri and others for coordinating to work with us to have this joint symposium. We have 10 presentations from Canadian side, and also we have several student presentations. They are not here because they are participating in others. We are about 14 people from Canada, and we have a colleague from UBC has left. So we did one conference last year, myself, Professor Anil Mehrotra, as a part of Chemcon 2021 in Bhubaneswar. And we have a special issue in Canadian Journal of Chemical Engineering. We want to maintain that tradition as well. See if we can have another special issue in some reputable journal part of this deliberation in this. And we also have several presentations from Indian side. We have limited the presentations to 20 minutes so that we kind of try to go through all the presentations. We have Professor Kuila from United States here, a good colleague who presented in the US symposium. It's really nice to see that Chemcon has been international with the Japanese, Indo-Canada, US, India, and also Indo-Canada symposium. So the most important part is this Professor Mehrotra, who also belongs to the executive of the Canadian Chemical Engineering Society, has kindly agreed to sign the MOU with the Indian counterpart, the IACHE, in this afternoon. And also with the kind help of the Council of IACHE, there is a formation of the Canada chapter of IACHE that we just had our first meeting, and we had elected the executive for that as well. Just wanted to tell who are the executive members. Myself, AJ Dalai from University of Saskatchewan, chair of the committee, and vice chair is Professor Rakit from Lakehead University. Professor Rakit here, can you please identify yourself? And we also have the secretary, Professor Vishnu Acharya from University of Saskatchewan. So he's, and also we have the treasurer, most important position in any society. Professor Animesh Datta is here as well. So from University of Guelph. And also we have member at large, Professor Anil Malhotra is here as well. So we have elected 5 people for a year starting from January till December next year. And we'll have a different committee next year this time to get this moving. And just wanted to thank Professor Jha, Professor Butala for encouraging us to have this new chapter. Hopefully will contribute, look after the international visibility of the IACHE. And I think all those who are present here from Canadian side are either fellows or life members of the society. And there are a few more also in Canadian side there. Canada is a very big country with only 3.5 crores of people, 5 times bigger in size of India. We are quietly sparse in the country, but we are kind of very much related to one another. And without further ado, I think we'll just invite Professor Butala, if you can come on board to sign the MOU with Professor Malhotra. Professor Malhotra is the treasurer of the executive in Canadian side. As I said, is most important portfolio in any organization. And so he's kindly agreed to sign on behalf of our president. So we'll get that underway. Okay. So just told that I'll be delayed by about 10 minutes. Okay, Professor Butala, would you like to say a few words from IACHE? And then we'll maybe invite Professor Anil Malhotra to say a few words. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. Professor Dalai, Professor Anil Malhotra, Professor M.K. Jha, Dr. Trivedi ji, all the dignitaries from Canadian Chemical Society of Engineers, all the my fellow council members of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, and the friends. It's indeed a matter of great pleasure for all of us that Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, on its 75th year, that is the Platinum Jubilee year of the Institute, is starting a new chapter in the history of IICHE, and that is the opening of the Overseas Center of IICHE, an international center. And I am happy that we have very good collaboration with Canadian Society of Chemical Engineers, which will have put up a very big landmark in the IICHE and Canadian societies interaction and collaborations between the two societies, which will benefit not only the students, but it will benefit overall all the chemical engineering fraternity professionals from Indian side. And also there will be a very good exchange of ideas and the concepts in the chemical engineering from either side. And our people, those who wants to be the member of a Canadian society, will have the special concession. They will have the special 50% discount to become the member, and vice versa. As well as we will have the exposure to all the technical publications of the Canadian society. It's really a very good beginning and a very good landmark. And for this, I am really thankful to the Canadian Society's office bearers, as well as Professor Dalai, Professor Anil Malhotra. From Indian side, I am really thankful to the Professor M.K. Jha for his untiring efforts to make this as a real thing. So it's yes, it is really a very good beginning for us. And I think, if I am not mistaken, in the month of October 2023, we have a symposium where IICH is also a partner in that one. So it's really a good beginning, and I'm sure this will make further new concepts, and there will be so many new things for all of us. So really, once again, I thank you, all of you, Malhotra ji, Dalai ji, Really, I'm thankful to you. You have accepted our invitation, and particularly this period being the Christmas period, and you have come, taken the pains to come to India. So really, it's a matter of a great happiness for all of us. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Sir, President, sir, please be seated on the dais. Sir, Butalaji, you can sit. Okay. So, thank you. Now, I am requesting Professor Mehrotra ji to share his view. And I would like to mention one thing, that this opening overseas chapter was first idea came in the council under the leadership of Professor M.K. Jha. So, he was the president last year. So, big round of applause for Jha sir, because his dream now today reality. So we work hard together. We tried a lot of other countries. They are in the line. So hope that we will increase our overseas regional center. Sir Mehrotra, sir, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Actually, Kanpur is my hometown. I was born in Kanpur. So it's kind of nice to be here. Although we are kind of looking at formalizing relationships between IICHE and CSCHE, there is a long tradition. I remember coming to another joint symposium. The first one I attended was at BHU in 1990, and the Canadian delegation was led by Professor Raj Bishnoi, and I was a member of the delegation as well. So, and I have attended several IICHE annual meetings, even before they were called Chemcon. So it's kind of nice to be back home. The wonderful welcome we receive is much appreciated. All of us in the Canadian delegation, they're all very impressed with the dedication of all the volunteers and organizers and people like Dr. Sastry, people like Dr. Jha and all that. They have been wonderful to all of us. So we are very happy, and we look forward to this joint symposium, and we'll be signing an MOU. We signed some few years ago. We'll be signing a new one, and I'll be happy to sign on behalf of CSCHE. So thanks again, and thank you everybody for being here, and I look forward to our joint symposium.
So thank you, sir. Now there is the Professor Mehrotra became a fellow of our Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers. So congratulations, sir. I request President sir to felicitated with a memento and the certificate of appreciation. सामने So yes, please start one joint symposium session, then we will go for the MOU sign. Main directory now. There's a tendency to push in.
Well, good afternoon once again. So I'll be chairing first part of this symposium, Indo-Canada Symposium. And our first speaker is Professor Anil Mehrotra. Just wanted to, for the timeline, just wanted to mention that all the presentations will not exceed 20 minutes, including question answer. And so after 18 minutes or so, I'll stand up to make sure that the speaker knows that just what to wind down. We have set about 4 presentations before the lunch, but we'll see if we probably manage 3 and move 1 to after the lunch. And after the lunch, we'll just go one after another. And the highlight of the symposium is the presentation by Dr. Prachi Kaul from the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute. So Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute was created in 1964 when Shastri was the Prime Minister of India. So there has been a lot of funding in that portfolio to exchange students, postdocs, professors between 2 countries. So Prachi will talk about little bit more detail on what programs we have on site. And the Kanpur University, not being a part of the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, is not eligible for funding. We had a good discussion with the Vice Chancellor yesterday so that the Kanpur, the HBTU can be a member of the Shastri Institute to take advantage of these opportunities for bilateral collaboration. And then there will be another important session just before the end of the day is to have an interactive session with the faculty, students from HBTU and all over India who are here with the Canadian delegation. So if there are any questions, answers are needed for the travel to come to Canada for higher studies. At this point, we have more than 100,000 Canadian students, Indian students studying in Canada, and we wanted to increase that number. And so it will be a good opportunity to give all the information that's needed to have the students and professors visiting us. So without further ado, I want to introduce Professor Mehrotra, who probably does not need an introduction. He graduated from BITS Pilani, went to AIT Bangkok for master's and has done his PhD in University of Calgary and has been faculty there for a long time. So he'll be talking about the predicting wax deposition from crude oils. Is the molecular diffusion modeling approach justified? It's a billions of dollar industry in Canada, the heavy oil processing. It's only G7 country which exports energy. Here is, without further ado, Professor Mehrotra.
Okay. Oh, technology. Thank you very much, Dr. Dalai. I appreciate it. So my presentation is on a problem that is of particular relevance to India. It's on wax deposition from crude oils. The title is, and this is, I'll give you some background later on. The molecular diffusion modeling approach is the current accepted approach. My question is it justifiable? Okay, so my co-author is Sina Hassani, who was my PhD student. More details of my talk can be found in these three papers I have listed here. If you want a copy of my presentation, just send me an email and I will be glad to email it to you. Okay, so let's begin. I want to make a statement initially, and this is by quoting Dr. Carl Sagan, who once said, the essence of scientific method is the willingness to admit that you are wrong. And that's how science progresses. So this is a very important, and you will see later on why I'm quoting Dr. Sagan. Okay, one other comment I want to make here is it relates to the presentation Ashutosh Sharma made yesterday. And he talked about three types of, three categories or types of research. And he used the words, first one is jugaad, the second one is dhanda, and the third one is panga. My research, I would say, is in the third category, panga, because I've not accepted the status quo, and my approach is quite different from what is accepted generally in the scientific community. And as we'll see, all commercial softwares are based on the other approach that I'm questioning. The molecular diffusion approach is the most accepted or popular modeling approach for predicting solid deposition from waxy paraffinic crude oils. The question I have is, have some or many of the assumptions in the approach, have they been validated? Are they justifiable? Alternatively, the heat transfer modeling approach, my panga approach, is considered solid deposition to involve partial freezing from involving liquid to solid transformation. Growth is predicted using the Stefan's moving boundary problem formulation. and its thickness from heat transfer relations, basic relationships. The two dominant thermal resistances, as we'll see, are convection in the flowing oil and conduction in the deposit layer. It's entirely a heat transfer approach. I do not use molecular diffusion at all in my approach. In part, all parameters in the heat transfer approach are estimated from established methods. There are no tuning parameters, i.e. there are no fudge factors in the approach that I have been developing over the last 2 or 3 decades. Waxy crude oils are commonly found in many reservoirs around the world: Brazil, South Gabon, Venezuela, Mexico. All these crude oils are waxy. India's Bombay high crude oil is quite waxy. Wax deposition in pipelines is a concern in India. Waxy crude oils are not clean. They contain heavy organics, asphaltenes, resins, which typically do not crystallize upon cooling. It's the paraffins that crystallize. And steps need to be taken to prevent blockages and production, and many approaches are taken. But what is needed is we need property characterization, we need experiments and predictions of deposition behavior, both based on science and evidence. And use of 4-point depressants are there commonly used, very expensive. Those of you who are in this industry would probably always say, ouch, it's so expensive. Thermal energy management, blending, there are many things that go into this technology. So I'm not going to spend time on that. Crude oil, waxy crude oils contain paraffins, multi-component mixtures, are mostly, and alkanes, everybody knows that. Waxes crystallize when oil is contacted on cooling surfaces. It's a very expensive problem. I think worldwide they estimate the cost to be more than $1 billion. There are instances where pipelines had to be abandoned because they just could not restart pipeline within a short window of time, about a few hours, 8 to 12 or 16 hours. If you can't restart a pipeline carrying waxy crude oils, forget about it, because now you got a big candlestick. Pipeline is a big candlestick, and you just cannot move the oil because it has gelled or solidified. Okay, so it is a major concern. There are 3 key temperatures that I'll talk about. Wax appearance temperature, it is measured while cooling when the first crystals show up. Wax disappearance temperature, it's measured while heating when the last crystals disappear. It's like dew point, bubble point kind of thing. 4-point temperature is when the oil becomes gel. It stops moving under the flow of gravity, and under the force of gravity. Several proposed wax mechanisms, I think about 10 of them have been proposed in the literature. But the 2 key ones that I want to focus on, the heat transfer one that I believe I've shown it to be correct, and the molecular diffusion approach. Okay, so that's going to be my focus. This is how oil flows in a pipeline. We have a hot flow region where the temperature of the oil is higher than the wax appearance temperature. Then there is a cold flow region. Temperature is lower than the wax appearance temperature. Okay, the difference is in the hot flow regime, we have a single phase oil. In the cold flow regime, there are crystals suspended in the oil, and so it becomes a slurry or suspension or a 2-phase system. Molecular diffusion is perhaps definitely the most accepted approach for predicting wax deposition. It involves 2 limits, equilibrium model for laminar flow. So you notice, you need 1 model for laminar flow, 1 model for turbulent flow, okay? They involve different treatments, totally different. You can't go from one to the other, whereas the heat transfer approach is continuous. You don't need 2 approaches, 2 models, okay? In the EM model, the laminar one, using chain rule, people have taken Fick's first law and converted using, there is some inaccuracy in this application of chain rule. I'm not going to go into that. So in the end, it involves estimation of diffusion coefficient, concentration gradient, and temperature gradient. Okay, so the questions that have been expressed about the molecular diffusion approach is, the first one is interface temperature is considered to be variable, but nobody has shown it experimentally. On the contrary, our experiments have shown that interface temperature is held constant throughout. And if interface temperature is constant throughout, there cannot be any molecular diffusion. Predicted deposit thickness is inaccurate. People have shown that recently, especially in the cold flow regime. Then we have fitting parameters and empirical parameters, and all that is they are brought in to match field data. Then you lose the predictability of the model when you have to tune it every time. Deposit thickness is predicted incorrectly to increase with an increase in Reynolds number. Okay, so if you increase the flow rate, model predicts deposit thickness to increase. Now, experimentally, it decreases. So then they bring in another correction, which is called sloughing. The sloughing takes away some of the deposit, okay? So there are a lot of peculiarities. This is a predicted set of curves, but the authors use dots, which is a no-no. We tell our graduate students not to use dots when you are predicting things. It should be a smooth curve. But in this paper by Singh et al. In 2000, Fogler's group, Scott Fogler, a big proponent of this approach. This paper had dots, but these are predictions. And predictions show that interface temperature increases with time, whereas our experiments have shown it to be constant. Okay, and these are our experimental measurements. We are measuring interface temperature as a function of time, deposit grows, and so on, and all of them are about constant. The interface temperature does not change. Okay, now recently a lot of authors have started to question in the literature the molecular diffusion approach, and I've listed some of them here. These are other groups, not my work. One from Brazil, and then we have another one from Brazil, and then we have Mexico, then we have US, then Brazil again, US again, Brazil again, and the last one is Italy and Spain. So these groups have started to question the molecular diffusion approach. A recent paper by Charlie Geist, in the paper they actually have statements that question the molecular diffusion approach. And surprisingly, with all this recent work, we still see papers sticking to molecular diffusion approach. It's like, I'm a Catholic and I don't want to change, okay? That's not how science works. Remember the slide I showed at the beginning? We should be willing to accept we are wrong. Okay, so let me just continue. Now, these are commercial softwares that are used by people in the industry for predicting deposition and all that. And I've listed these softwares. They're all based on molecular diffusion approach. Now, for industry, it is difficult to admit because they're making money using these softwares. And they can't go and say, well, we are wrong, because they're making billions of dollars. And it becomes a commercial, money kind of situation, okay? Anyway, these are some of the papers. These are the papers I have published, my group has published since 2000 something. Actually, I had the very first one in 1990, a comment kind of thing, okay? So there are about 30 papers here, and they're all based on the heat transfer approach. And for me, it's fun, because I have to keep repeating, show in different ways, different apparatus, different scheme, to show that it is a heat transfer approach. It is a heat transfer problem. It is a phase transformation problem, not a molecular diffusion problem. So I'm having fun, proving others wrong, okay? So let me just briefly describe what the heat transfer, my approach is. So as I mentioned, unsteady state modeling, I use Stefan's moving boundary formulation. I don't know if, it's not very common in chemical engineering, this approach, but if you look at metallurgical engineering literature, you will find a lot of that, because metallurgical engineers deal with solidification of molten metals and alloys and so on, and they want to know when the bar is going to be solid enough and so on. Okay, so they use this approach it is particularly useful for melting solidification type of phase change problems. Okay, so I've used that many papers. Interface separating the two phases moves with time, and that offers numerical challenges, but nothing we can't handle. So we have used this approach to show predictions in both hot flow and cold flow, in laminar flow, turbulent flow, static conditions, every which way, and every time the predictions are very, very much in agreement with experimental measurements that we have in the lab. Some of the predictions here, look, nice predictions, okay? Is my time up? Okay, I still got some, okay. Okay, so these are some predictions, some curves are predictions, data are experimental measurements. Beautiful match, I don't have to fudge, no fudge factor here, okay? Everything is straight mathematical prediction. You don't need to fudge, okay? When it comes to steady state, I apply common. Third year heat transfer course, okay? Basically, you apply Newton's law of cooling and Fourier's law of heat conduction. That's it. Multiple resistances in series, and third year heat transfer, undergraduate student can do all these calculations. No, you don't need, science, engineering does not have to be complicated. A lot of things we can solve by just simple, and again, going back to Ashutosh Sharma, common sense, okay? These things are very straightforward, common sense, proven over the years, okay? So this is what we do, okay? Set up equations, oh, sorry. Oh, how do I go back? Anyway, I don't need to go back. Okay, so multiple resistances in series, you estimate each resistance, and one of the resistances is due to the deposit thickness, one of the resistances is due to convection in the flowing oil, and those are the two dominant resistances, and that's what I'm trying to show in this graph here. The black and the blue are the dominant thermal resistances. Black increases, deposit thickness increases, resistance goes up, blue comes down relatively because solid resistance is dominating, okay? So pretty straightforward. And we have used this approach every time it works. No, don't need any special treatment. So what we do in the rest of the presentations, I'll quickly go over some predictions by you just focusing on those two dominant thermal resistances. And you can get trends that make sense, that have been proven experimentally without any fudge factors, all right? So this comes out to be the equality, and this is an important equality because it has many variables, and when you change one variable, something else changes. So it's one equation, one unknown kind of situation. Straightforward, don't need a supercomputer or anything like that. Excel will do the job. So we carried out a parametric study to study the effect of each variable one by one on the deposit thickness, okay? Few predicted trends are an increase in oil temperature will decrease the deposit thickness. Now this is something that the molecular diffusion approach people, proponents, have a hard time understanding. If oil is hot, relatively, deposit thickness is going to be small. As oil cools, deposit thickness increases. It comes out of that equation, all right? So, and this is a proven fact experimentally and also common sense wise, all right? As the oil temperature approaches wax appearance temperature, deposit thickness starts to grow exponentially. Okay, so those are some interesting observations. A decrease in coolant temperature or surrounding temperature will increase the deposit thickness. As the pipeline is exposed to cooler temperatures, seabed temperature is around 4 degrees C, but if you are in Canada, outside temperature could be minus 30 or something like that. You will see a lot of deposit unless you insulate the pipe, okay? An increase in heat transfer coefficient. How do we increase heat transfer coefficient? By increasing Reynolds number. So as the flow rate increases, Reynolds number increases, heat transfer coefficient increases, deposit thickness decreases. So turbulent flow will give you smaller deposit thickness, laminar flow will give you large deposit thickness, and static condition will give you an infinite deposit thickness. That means the whole pipe is going to be filled with gel, which is what happens when you have an extended shutdown of the pipeline. The whole pipeline becomes gelled. And this is again proven. Okay, in summary, deposit thickness increases when oil temperature goes down, when coolant temperature goes down, when heat transfer coefficient goes down, and deposit thermal conductivity goes down. Comes out of that one equality. That simple equality can give you a lot of important results and no fudging. So we have validated all of these trends with lab experiments by our research groups. So in the remaining few minutes, I'll show typical predictions, and these are some base case values I've used. So this is oil temperature. As oil temperature this is in difference, TH minus TD. As oil temperature increases, deposit thickness goes down, okay? Straight from predictions. Now these dots are not experimental values. These are the points where I did the calculations, okay? So, but the trend has been established with experimental measurements. This is the effect of coolant temperature or surrounding temperature. As the surrounding temperature goes down, deposit thickness increases. Effect of flow rate. One, you don't need two models, one for laminar, one for turbulent. The same model works. On the left-hand side, heat transfer coefficients are small, laminar flow, deposit thickness is large. Right-hand side, high transfer coefficients are large, turbulent flow, deposit thickness comes down. Again, it is from that one equality, nothing else. I've tried a whole bunch of other things, pipe material, thermal conductivity. People have proposed using polymeric materials for pipelines. And the two papers I recently came across, they go through all these calculations and whatever, trying to prove the point. All they had to use was use my equation. It comes out straight. And this is what I've tried to show. It's still from that one equation. Solve everything, okay? This is thermal conductivity, and this shows interface temperature and so on. So different predictions. The effect of material thermal conductivity has been interpreted inadequately in recent publications in the literature. So again, I'm talking about the Panga approach. I'm trying to fix things, and there is a lot to be done here. Similarly, other predictions, these trends have been established, have been confirmed with experimental measurements. I'm not going to go through that. I just want to conclude my presentations by summarizing a few observations or conclusions. Key assumptions in the molecular diffusion approach have not been validated by experimental measurements. There are inconsistencies in the molecular diffusion approach which are coming out more recently, and they have not. They have been identified. Commercial software, I'm questioning the validity of commercial software. And I'm asserting here, and you guys can quote me later on, I'm questioning them. But industry will not accept it because they're making billions of dollars on this product which is faulty. In the heat transfer modeling approach, basic Stefan's moving boundary problem formulation for freezing, melting, for unsteady state, Fourier's law of heat conduction, along with Newton's law of cooling for the steady state. So there's no simple, okay? There is no adjustable or tuning parameter in the heat transfer approach that I firmly support, and I've shown it to be correct. So there are no tuning parameters. All predicted trends are supported by experimental evidence. That concludes my presentation. My email address is here. If you want a copy of the presentation, send me an email and I'll be happy to do that once I return back to Calgary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think because of timing, so just won't entertain any questions. we'll go to the next speaker, and I would invite Professor Trivedi to introduce our next speaker. And Professor, you can maybe load your slides if in the meantime. Thank you. We have somebody in the to help Professor Aki to load his presentation, please. Audio visual, anybody here? Thank you. And we'll have the next by Professor Nayak, and then we'll go for the lunch. We don't want to eat cold lunch. So we'll have Professor Datta's a talk after the lunch.
Our next speaker is Professor Sudeep Rakshit from Canada, and he is a Canada Research Chair Tier 1 in Bioenergy and Biorefining Process, attached to the Department of Chemical Engineering and Biorefining Research Institute of Lockheed University, Thunder Bay, Ontario. He completed his PhD program from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, India, where a pilot plant for the production of absolute ethanol from agricultural residue was set up during his tenure as a graduate student. He started his research career at IIT Madras, India, now definitely IIT Chennai. He subsequently moved to the Asian Institute of Technology, AIT, Bangkok, Thailand, where he served as a Vice President Research from 2005 to 2012, before moving to Canada. The overall focus of Dr. Rakshit's present research is in the area of production of biofuels and platform chemicals from lignocellulosic biomass. His research group studied the possibility of producing these products from cellulose and hemicellulose-rich stream obtained by the pretreatment of woody biomass and agriculture residue. Economic analysis of biorefining process, sustainable development, and development of circular bioeconomy in this area. He has published more than 150 research papers in international reference journals and guided more than 26 PhDs and more than 100 master students. He is a Canadian professional engineer, a member of American Chemical Society, and life member of IICHE. He has collaborated with the research group in the United States, European Union, Japan, Korea, and many other countries in South and Southeast Asia. He is presenting today. His talk focuses advances in bioenergy and biorefining process, challenges and opportunities. So I request.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Am I audible? It's okay. Thank you. First of all, I have to say it's wonderful to be back home. After COVID, we were all locked. Though I'm not technically Indian anymore, but my heart is still in the same place. So it's wonderful to be here. And I'd just like to start by saying that you might be wondering where I am from and where is this university. So the name of my university is Lakehead University. And the name comes from the situation we are in. We are situated at the head of Lake Superior. So Lakehead. And what is Lake Superior? One of the biggest lakes in the world. You have a picture in front of you. Lake Superior, a wonderful place to stay, and I'm very happy to be there. And I'd like to just say more technical reason for my joining this small little university is because just before I joined, the city had 6 large paper mills, including one which still exists, which is the biggest in the world, one of the biggest in the world, processing 800 tons of wood every day. They closed 5 of the 6. So, but also we are located in the boreal forest, which is the biggest forest in the world. So they wanted to see if we could do something else with wood and agricultural residues and lignocellulosic. So they started the Biorefining Research Institute, which you see below my name here. So that's why I took up this Canada Research Chair, which is a good offer to take anyway, wherever it is located. And I'm very happy. You can see this lady having a good time in a place which is not more than 10 minutes from my house. Yeah? Anyway, I will be talking to you, starting taking you back a little bit, and then moving very fast to the present. Yeah? So I'll be talking about sustainability aspects, and if you summarize my talk in one statement, I will trying to show that biorefining need not always be good if we are taking sustainability in its 3 legs, that is techno-economics, environmental, and social aspects at the same time. Yeah, so you have to see that, and so that's what I'll be showing you. And I'll give you one example which we did recently in one of the platform chemicals. So, but before that, I'd like to start. Many people in the world do not realize that petroleum was first discovered in the US. Yeah, this is in Penn State, 1859. If you go there today, they have a beautiful memorial of where oil was first discovered. Yeah, and just for those who like historical things, this person, Edwin Drake, was not a colonel. He used to dress in khaki dresses, so he got the nickname colonel and used to be called colonel. But he started this first oil well in Penn State. Between that petrol bin and this rig in the Middle East, the Industrial Revolution happened. Ford changed the world. How we move, how much we move, how quick we move, how easy to move, everything changed in the Industrial Revolution. While I'm not saying that very happily, we could have taken a decision at that time not to do all that and keep our earth very clean and nice. Yeah? So there are different views of that. If you'd like to read about that, read Homo sapiens, and they'll tell you we could have done something wonderful instead of taking this route. But we are here. What happened after that was, at that time when this Middle East got the oil, for those who don't know the history of this, is that the oil was in the Middle East, but it was taken care of by 7 big companies who we used to call the Seven Sisters. Esso, Imperial, and all of them used to make all the money which was from the Middle East. But those days don't last for long, yeah? Just a general statement, at my age, we try to become philosophical. All the wars in the world are because of resource searching, resource grabbing and taking away, if there is any war, yeah? So, of course, these countries in the Middle East became independent and they started having their own, they took over the oil fields, basically. Took back the oil fields to their own. And I like this picture and I always show it because the top picture is the first meeting of the OPEC. 5 members in Baghdad. And the lower picture is now headquarters in OPEC with a non-OPEC country in Vienna. In Vienna, yeah? Those who work in oil know this place. So anyway, so what happened then was that for easy understanding, just look at the blue line. Yeah, if you put it in 2008 terms, you look at the yellow line. Basically what I'm trying to say, most of you already know, but this is how the oil prices suddenly jumped in the year 1974. The formation of the OPEC. And the reason I'm saying this and related to my talk is, this is when biorefining started happening. People started thinking, let's look for an alternative to petrol. Yeah? So it jumped from $3 a barrel to $12 a barrel. What happened subsequently was that we started supporting this reason for biorefining in different ways. One was they said that finite nature of fuel. People said that we are going to run out of this crude supply did not happen. We continuously find more and more places. Yeah? My friends in AIT who used to work in energy always used to say, why do you say this is never going to end? Yeah, so I agree now. And if I give you a perspective on that, in Canada, Professor Mehrotra can correct me if I'm wrong, we have enough oil to last us for 200 years. It might not be the best one. It might be waxy in his terminology. Yeah, it's not sweet like in some places. It costs a lot to refine, but we have enough of it. It's another matter whether we're going to use all. Yeah. For me, the most dramatic reason for us to be doing this type of work, which I like to do, is the geopolitics of it. We are always in turmoil. Prices going to 110 per barrel, to $60, to $20 one time, to negative during COVID. For those who have been following the market, it was actually negative during the COVID. I'll tell you a story another time when Dr. Dalai will give me some more time on that one. Yeah. Availability of biomass resources, lot of it, good rationale, yeah? And of course, climate change, cleaner production, etc. This is what biochemical engineering started for, and now today we are calling it the bioeconomy. I like to make sure that you understand my speak. My perspective is only for lignocellulosics. I'm not talking about starch, I'm not talking about anything else. Lignocellulosics to alcohol or chemical, that's all. So if I make comments, some will be general, some will be, if I'm wrong, it is directed to this, I can argue with it about it, but if it's something else, I don't know. So I don't want to take too much time. All of us know that if you take any lignocellulosic biomass, you can break it down into, separate it out into cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. Easily said. I spent 30 years there. Easily said, yeah? So that's what my story is. It's not as easy as it seems, yeah? And I have to say this, India is going into this area for some strange reason, but any of us from IIT Delhi who worked in this field will say, please don't. You are going to lose money, yeah? 20 years old. This is just to tell you that when you try to pre-treat, hydrolyze, ferment, distillation, there are various methods people have been trying. All these methods. I like that bottom line there is that 1,200 different permutations. And I'm telling you, I said 20 years ago, because you can add to this pre-treatment method 5 or 6 more. You can add to hydrolysis 5 or 6 more. I have tried some myself, ionic liquid treatment, etc. So if anybody wants to start a research career, this is a very nice one to take. You just take something which is available near your forest nearby or near your house nearby, some waste, something, try to pre-treat it and get it done, and then you can publish a lot of papers. Nothing practical will come. And this is also one of my themes of my talk. Yeah? So you have to be very careful about what you choose. Yeah? You might be thinking I'm bragging. I am not bragging because in 1984, when I was a grad student in IIT Delhi, we had a pilot plant. I am glad to see 1 or 2 of my seniors here who know about this. This is IIT Delhi, my alma mater. I'm very proud about it. We set up a pilot plant for 100 liters of absolute alcohol from rice straw, wheat straw, and sugarcane bagasse in 1984. Today you go there and you'll find the same reactors are being used for animal cell culture and other biotechnology stuff. Yeah? It was one of the pioneering things which we did at that time. And I'd like to take a few moments to talk about our mentor at that time, Professor T.K. Ghosh, Tarun K. Ghosh, started this whole thing. And for those who knew him, perhaps know, but I'd like to stress it again. He started 3 departments in his life. One in Jadavpur University called Food Technology and Biochemical Engineering. The first time in India anybody had biochemical engineering. He moved to HBTI and he started here in HBTI at that time. He started the biochemical engineering division. Then he went to IIT Delhi and he took up a small little room in chemical engineering, and he grew so much that it became a separate department. The only one in the world where there are 2 departments, Department of Chemical Engineering and Department of Biochemical Engineering and Biotechnology, DBEB. I think it's the only one in the world. All in Canada are chemical engineering and biological engineering and chemical engineering, but not 2 separate departments because they have a much more stress on biotechnology. 9 minutes, yeah? Anyway, I'll quickly try to tell you what we did. I said alcohol is not a good idea, so we tried to look at what is a good idea then from biomass. Don't try to make alcohol, try to make something else. What we did was we calculated what are the approximate costs for these type of things, and came up with the idea that it would be best to go to not to a high volume, low value product, and not to a high value, low volume product, but go to a middle value, soft spot, and we chose this to be. And we are going to be seeing very quickly now, because I don't have too much time, about sustainability, economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and social sustainability, choosing some product in the sweet spot, which is succinic acid. We'll be calling it biosuccinic acid. Again, a lot of my Canadian friends work on thermochemicals, so they are out of this picture. So when I discourage them from doing biorefining, they are not here. This is the biochemical route where we take feedstock, fermentation, product, and not alcohol, but platform chemicals. Yeah? So these are what we plan to do we did in our work. And from my experience in working in this area, we also decided that instead of working only on using the cellulose component of biomass, we have to use all three components together. So we try to choose what we can do at the same time, at the same site, to make it economically feasible. Yeah, so what we did was, this is that picture which I'm saying. Yeah, we estimate all three aspects of sustainability, and in one unit, techno-economics in dollars, environmental dollars, social aspect in dollars. Otherwise, how do you compare? For 15 or 20 years in my life, I have been writing papers on biochemical engineering, and always last line would be, this is a good process which we proved, we improved our yield by 25%. The environmental factors are obvious because we are using biomass. That was the mistake. Environmental issues have to be quantified. It's not taken for granted. That's what we try to do here. We are talking about succinic acid, which is a platform chemical. Chemical engineers know it can be used in different products. What we did in this calculation as a case study was, we took the cellulose and we said we're going to compare three scenarios. Scenario one, C6, C5 going to be used to produce, in all three scenarios, C6 is going to be used for succinic acid. In all three scenarios, lignin is going to be burned to produce energy. So the only three differences is, in first one, the C5, in the first scenario, is going to be used for making fumaric acid. The second one, it's going to be used for succinic acid. Second scenario, it's going to be used for furfural. And third scenario, it's going to be used along with the lignin to be producing energy. So these are three components. So I'm preaching now that we are going to use all three components together. Right? Three components together, three legs of the sustainability together. I'm just showing you one of 7 systems which we had to link together for the scenario. This is just the fermentation section. There were 7 sections. Don't try to interpret it. In a chemical engineering plant, you have all of this heating, cooling, all these things, which we had to go details to go and to put numbers inside to get it to get the numbers out of it. We used the Aspen Plus for this. For the chemical engineer, you know what is Aspen Plus. And we came up with this scenario. Scenario 1, C6, C5 going to succinic acid, lignin going burning. The minimum selling price came to $2.28. Payback period 8, 9, 8, whatever. But you can see the scenario 1 gave the minimum selling. We want to get a low price because we want to make profit. Yeah? So 2.28, 3.39, etc. And when I say bio-based here, it is compared to not lignocellulosic bio-based. It's made from starch. We have a company in Canada which is called BioAmber, which was one of the world's biggest producers of succinic acid. They write using renewable lignocellulosic in their capital letter, first letter. But if you go and ask, and if you know, they're not using that. They're using starch. Yeah? Starch is very used to hydrolyze, yeah? So not a problem. Here you can look at the 3 scenarios. The 2 red bars which are going boldly sticking out are for scenario 2, where you're trying to produce furfural, meaning you need a lot of heat and cooling systems there. So others are nearly the same. So if you can see that only one scenario 1, is better than the oil-based products. Yeah, so this is TOC, 1.4, 44, 2.6, to the all overhead costs, etc., included here, operating costs included here. And you can see here why some of these don't work. For example, if you look in the nitty-gritty, you see enzyme cost is a large part of this, the blue part, yeah, and those type of things. And then you go forward, you look with the first thing a chemical engineer is, how do you know you're correct? Yeah, we did 50% sensitivity analysis as well. And then we tried to put it, and we found that some of them are very sensitive. The amount of yield, what bacteria you use, we use one of the good ones. Remember, for those who want to work in this area, most fermentation in the world are batch fermentations. But we had to adapt into a continuous process to get this one done. Yeah? So we got all this in dollars. So there is sensitivity, and we have to be very careful about yield and minimum selling price, which is affected. And then talking about the environmental factors, we looked at we adopted what is known in LCA. We used the open source available one. We took the midpoint factors, which are known as the problem-oriented one, and then converted them into the endpoint protection, and then which is called the damage-oriented one, and then converted to dollars. Yeah, so LCA is used, and the environmental factors are converted into dollars. We use the social aspects also and converted it into dollars. And this is what we got at the end. Yeah? At the end of it, the red line, the red bars are techno-economics, TEA. The other line next to it is as is written here, ecosystem, human health, resources, total environment cost, etc. So let us look at scenario 1. Scenario 1, techno-economics $2.28, and total is 1.48. The green dot on top is the total of those three aspects there. So 2.28 plus 1.48 is the minimum price. We want to get the smallest number, because that's what is the minimum price. That's the best one. If you look at that, only scenario 1 is better than fossil-based route. Scenario 2 and scenario 3 are higher than fossil-based route. Yeah? We all are chemical engineers. We know we want fossil phase to be there, available for some more time. But then we are getting to this is just proof of that. Yeah? So what I'm trying to say at the end of the story here is that one has to be careful in choosing. If you remember, just to cover it again, we decided to use all three components of biomass: cellulose, hemicellulose, lignin. We decided to do sustainability analysis of all three aspects of it. And we decided to do a monetization of the environmental and social aspect and express it in dollars. And then put all of them together to compare in the end. If you go to an industrialist and say, I want to start this, he's going to say, what is the dollar value? Give it in dollar value. Don't fudge here and there about environment. I'm not saying that what numbers we took, we had to use our wisdom there, but when you do sensitivity analysis, 50% you're going to be covering a lot of it. Yeah? So Dr. Dalai is here, but I've been looking at the clock. So conclusion, careful choice of biodefining product from middle volume, middle price sector, not high volume, low price. And then utilization of all major components, cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. And scenario 2 and scenario 3 did not work, so don't live, even in the case of plastics, don't always believe that bio-based plastics are good and all synthetic plastics are bad. Both are wrong. Yeah? There's no extreme rule to that. And make an analysis of all the sustainability in monetary terms before you make a decision. I just like to end in my 5 seconds is this picture of mine, which this is one of my favorite authors. If you have any book which they write, you can read if you understand some philosophy. In the first picture, he discovered the wheel. In the second picture, he did not use the wheel intelligently. He is using it as a paperweight instead of putting it in an automobile. After listening to Professor Ashutosh yesterday, I was thinking, are we using that only to put the weight on the published papers we have? I don't have any promotions left or anything left, so I can speak like this. Yeah, but I'm trying to tell you, for young scientists, please don't go only for publication. Please try to make yourself useful to the world in some way. Yeah? Thank you very much. And I'd like, last one word, I'd like to show you my family, my student family. I like to take students from all over the world. So if anyone from India, of course, will be interviewed and taken. But I, at one point, had from all continents in my lab. I like it, the society is very good there. And if you want to contact me. Thank you.
Please go ahead. No, you go ahead. You're give to him. Yeah, please give to him. Yeah, please.
Professor Nayak, please. आ जाइए, please.
आप यहाँ देखिए आपका presentation. You load your presentation.
Presentation तो नोट लोड कर देंगे.
नहीं वो तो है. Nayak. Thank you, Professor Akit. Our next presenter is Professor Satyendra Nayak. I know Professor Nayak since 1982 when I was an undergrad student at LIT Nagpur. He was my senior. So he obtained his PhD from IIT Delhi and also is visiting prof in our department. Professor Nayak has got many hours, including the expert member of the Planning Commission, member Special Task Force for Intensive Employment Program in Jharkhand, also member of expert group of Biofuel Policy Planning Commission of India, and also executive member of All Technology Association of India, and so on and so forth. So Professor Nayak will speak on value addition of Indian cannabis leaves through the supercritical CO2 extraction. After this, we are going to take a break for about an hour. So please bear with us. We are behind about an hour, and then we'll continue after this our Indo-Canada Symposium at 3 p.m. So just a 1 hour lunch break. So without further ado, Professor Nayak.
Thank you, Professor Dalai. So I'll speak on valorization of cannabis indica by supercritical extraction and insight into the utilization of the biomass. So basically this is a Indo-Canadian project, and the cannabis is grown in North America and also in India. So in India it is mentioned in the 10,000-year-old plant, and it is grown on mostly the hilly region, the cold climate, Uttarakhand, Himalaya region and all that. And recently I think Government of India, because we have a project with Uttarakhand government, that is Uttarakhand Science and Technology, that we are taking the project of rural area. And in Uttarakhand major problem is that because of monkey and pig, so farmer they are facing problem for food crops and other things. So we are thinking to use alternative crops. And this cannabis, actually it is grown for, in Ayurveda we have 121 formulations if in Ayurvedic medicine. Then growing of this crop, basically government of Uttarakhand, they are trying to introduce as a commercial crop, industrial crop. And basically it is used in many fields like your extraction in fiber, and fiber is in textile industry. Then in Uttarakhand, traditionally people are using the seed as a chutney, basically condiment. They mix with the chili and other thing and they eat. Then another, this cannabis seed contain lot of oil, and that oil is rich in omega-3, omega-6 fatty acid as a nutraceutical and other thing. And basically, it has many uses in cosmeceutical and all that. So basically, in India, we have two varieties of cannabis. This cannabis indica and cannabis sativa. So cannabis indica is a wild plant, and in North India, you'll find most of the agriculture field and all that. It is a weed. And in Himalaya region, this plant is a bigger size, 1-2 meter size, and that is grown in Uttarakhand and all that. So it gives lot of biomass, and generally in Uttarakhand, what people are doing, that it is a very good quality of fiber, and lot of handloom product you will find in India. So our main focus, how it will help benefit to the farmers and growers, and it also help in environment, and it will help the Indian industry like textile, then food, cosmetic, medicine and all that. So main objective of that, and basically you can see that this after for taking fiber, lot of the biomass leaf and other things are going west. And basically the hemp seed also contain 20 to 30% oil, and that can be utilized for food. And the protein content of this seed is very high, and it is better than soya protein. And it is good for your food purpose also. So recently you have published a paper that is a cannabis chemistry and extraction and therapeutic use and application with Professor Dalai. And our work, this is a joint PhD student, and in Canada also he has visited for 8-9 months, and he has done some work related to cannabis in Canada also. But in Canada they are growing as a commercial crop. So here you can see that leaf contain a lot of the bioactive constituent, that is tetrahydrocannabinol, then cannabidiols, then tetrahydrocannabivarenes, then cannabidols, and THCA. And recently you might have seen in chemical engineering and all that, people are trying to isolate THC and other things because of it has a anti-cancer properties and all that. So here in India, we have tried to collect the cannabis leaf and the flower, then seed, then your bark and other thing. So you can see that in leaf it contains 3 to 7% extract, and in the flowers it is contained around 20 to 25%, and in the seed oil content is around 25 to 30% oil is there. And basically this bark and other things, there is a negligible in the stem and other things, mostly cellulose and hemicellulose and all the things. So basically in commerce, in industry, there are two type of product is selling in the market. One is the leaf extract, that is called cannabis oil, and the hemp seed, basically the seed of the plant is called hemp seed, and hemp seed oil. So basically in India, a lot of people are using the hemp seed oil for arthritis and all that pain, and it also used in cardiovascular diseases, insomnia, then it is a digestive purpose. People are eating as a chutney and other thing. It prevents cholesterol, anti-cancerous, skin health, skin care, cosmetic and all that. And whereas the leaf has a lot of therapeutic uses, it relieves the pain, it controls the allopathic seizures. It also uses a bowel disease, and it also in neuro problem. So many type of product are selling in the market, and we import even you will get North America extract, and a lot of companies are involved in North America. But in India, nobody, I think we have take 3 type of experiment. So because we don't have any chemical characterization of this plant, so generally first we take the wild plant, and other one is the people are growing that cannabis sativa, that is in the house and other thing. So basically we have taken 3 experimental studies. One is that we take the leaf and we grind the leaf and we extract by supercritical carbon dioxide extraction, and that extract again we separate by column chromatography, and we separate that bioactive molecule. And in the extract, it contains a lot of wax. So we separate by a chilling process to separate wax. And the cannabis bioactive constituent we have analyzed by GCMS, FTIR, proton NMR. And we also do that some of the residue that is extracted with water or alcohol, that is a polar compound, non-polar compound. And the third one, the seed we have extracted, and from seed we get around 30% oil by supercritical extraction. And the defatted biomass, again we study the protein and protein amino acid content. So this is we are trying to develop new process which will be benefited to the industries and other thing. Basically in supercritical we have optimized the process condition by we take pressure from 150 to 250 bar. Then we optimize that that is 250 bar is maximum for that extraction, and 1.5 hour and 40 degree temperature, and we optimize the flow rate and other thing. And we get cannabidiol, that is cannabis extract is 4.82%, and it contains 0.2% one. It also contains around 2% wax. So basically in the experimental study we have done different pressure, temperature, condition, and that you can see the pressure from 150 to 250 bar, and we get the maximum yield is 4.82% at 250 bar and other things. So we have done the effect of temperature, pressure, condition, and basically that your temperature and time has a very less effect, but pressure is giving maximum yield and other thing. So then the waste residue of the leaf that can be used, that is a waste. So basically that also we have did sequential extraction by hexane, non-polar, polar and other thing, water. And water extract give maximum at 28.4% yield. So basically the water extract has we study the antioxidant properties, and that antioxidant properties of water extract is 17.4 milligram gallic acid equivalent per gram. And whereas, so it also contains some tannin constituent, and tannin also give antioxidant property 5.6 milligram gallic acid equivalent per gram. So you can see that I think the water extract also give, like in industry people are using BST, butyl hydroxy toluene as an antioxidant, and we compared that extract can be used as a natural antioxidant, the water extract of the cannabis leaf. And cannabis oil, that is a cannabis extract, is also very good antioxidant that we have studied. And other the extract we have get from different part of the plant, cannabis leaf, cannabis oil, cannabis wax, and water extract, that is polyphenol and all that. So we have done the FTIR analysis of the study. So you can see the first one is that is so cannabis leaf water extract, the top one. Then the second one is that wax, and the third one is your cannabis extract, and the fourth one is that is a cannabis leaf extract. So this is has a different type of organic compound, and we have analyzed, and we use the GCMS to identify the other constituent like terpene and terpenoids like cis-caryophyllene, alpha-humulene. So that is tetrahydrocannabinol, THCF, then cannabidiols, and all that we have identified. And basically you can see that maximum is your tetrahydrocarbon, that is cannabidiol, that is a mostly bioactive constituent that is used in cancer research and other thing, and lot of publication you will get from that also. So then we have done the proton NMR analysis of the different extract, and we have identified the CBD, THC and THC and THCV. So this, then the seed obtained from the plant, so basically the seed contained around 29.57% of oil, And this oil, you can see that it contains omega-6, omega-3 and palmitic acid and ellagic acid. So basically you can see that maximum amount of is omega-3 fatty acid, that is 17.5% is your omega-3 fatty acid. Then omega-6 is around 56% that fatty acid. Then it also contains palmitic acid around 7.6%. And we have analyzed the fatty acid composition of the oil produced from India. So recently we are also working on the other species, cannabis indica and other cannabis sativa. So there is, and the byproduct obtained from the de-oil fat and other thing, the cake. So it is rich in protein, and we have done that comparison with soya protein and all that. So it contains mostly the essential amino acid, glycine, arginine, then threonine, tyrosine, valine, then all that amino acid, and it is better than soya. So if we go for a commercial cultivation, we will get lot of the byproduct and biomass. So that can be utilized and it will help to industry. And recently that cannabis oil are also used in cosmeceutical and other thing. So in conclusion, that carbon dioxide extraction is a better process to isolate the cannabis oil, because and cannabis extract, people are working doing the solvent extraction process, but in solvent extraction process there are a lot of byproduct are there. So generally after solvent extraction you require a molecular distillation and all that. So supercritical, we have optimized the process condition and we found the major cannabinoids, CBD, THC, THC and all that characterized, and it also contains some terpenes, sesquiterpene, caryophyllene and all that, alpha humulin. And it has a better, the water extractive and other extract has a antioxidant properties, and that can be utilized as a natural antioxidant. And hemp seed oil has a lot of, it can be used as a nutraceutical and other purposes. So recently I think we have published this paper in latest paper. It is an Indo-Jan Canadian project. Falguni Patnaik, he has completed his PhD and he'll join as a postdoc with Professor Dalai, and I think Sunil Nanda and Professor Dalai, Vivek Kumar, and we have a joint publication. And we have another publication, Chemosphere, that is also published from this work. And till we are working for, in India, new company is coming up, that is a Cannabis India Limited, I think that is in Uttarakhand. And we are still working on the fiber and other utilization of that. So we have many PhD students with Professor, there are more than 15 joint students. I think we are working from last 20 years also. And thank you very much, Professor Dalai and all that.
You can see he broke the record of finishing 5 minutes before time, and therefore we can have some time for questions, and then we'll break for lunch. So anybody would have any burning questions for Professor Naik? So this is basically a big industry in Canada. Canada is open for cannabis harvesting and also open usage. Some of the states, provinces in the United States also doing the same. And so we'll have maybe, because we have 5 minutes left, I think I will invite Professor Professor Malhotra and Professor Rakit and Professor Naik, if you have any questions for them, maybe we can take at this time for all three of you. We just have, because you finished early, just wanted to make sure that anybody has any questions for any of our speakers this morning? Looks like everybody's hungry. So we'll thank you very much for staying, and also want to thank on behalf of Professor Trivedi and Chemcon, want to thank all the three speakers for excellent work and presentation. And we'll take a break for 45 minutes, so should be here by 2:45 sharp. So we start our next program. So please remember, when you are eating, 2:45, please come back. And also encourage the students to come back as well. I think a lot of Canadian delegates, as I understand, looking for excellent students from India to train them, send them back to India. So it'll be an opportunity for them to also learn what kind of research we are doing back home. Thank you so much, and we'll break for the lunch. Thank you.
So nice of you, sir. I was thinking, why only the heat transfer? Heat and mass transfer could be together. Heat transfer is melting the thing, then mass transfer has to happen.
ନିଜେ କରିପାରିବ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ
kindly be seated. So good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to continue our Indo-Canada Symposium that we started around lunchtime. And thank you all for coming back on time for this afternoon session. We have quite a few presentations. Hopefully, it'll be beneficial to all the attendees as part of the Chemcon. So our next speaker is Professor Animesh Datta from the University of Guelph. He's a professor and director of Bioresource Innovation Laboratory. He also taught in Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, and also Dalhousie University. His research expertise is in energy, primarily on clean and sustainable energy technologies in the changing global context. He's been a prolific publisher with more than 450 journal papers, and has a lot of good citations as well. He's got a lot of funding, over $13 million, which is very impressive in Canadian scenario. And floor is to you, Professor Datta, for your talk. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to. Okay. Yes. Can I have the slide here, please? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back after lunch. And it was my pleasure to be here today. And thank you, Professor Dalai, for your nice introduction. And going back to the presentation, right on the point, so what I will be talking today is about upcycling of bio-waste for energy and materials and for a circular economy approach. So what I will do in my presentation, I will try to show 3 scenarios based on the research that we have been doing at Biorenewable Innovation Lab at Guelph, and also some other research that we do. So the question comes to why we are working on this. Why we are working on this? The reason is that the 3 main important issues, we always talk about global warming, food and water security, and energy sustainability. And if we think a little bit closely, we can see that sustainable biomass is cutting point all these sectors. So if we have that, maybe we'll be able to solve so many problems that we are facing currently. In order to do so, the Biorenewable Innovation Lab, we work on thermochemical conversion mainly, and that starts with gasification, combustion, torrefaction, pyrolysis, as well as supercritical evaporation, and so on. So in this work, we also, as Professor Okhit mentioned about, is also needs to consider on the sustainability aspect. So we also do life cycle analysis and life cycle cost analysis in order to assess the path. So what is the main theme or ultimate goal of the research that we plan to do? So we would like to produce a wide variety of products, including biocarbon, renewable chemicals, biomethane, and biofertilizer. The reason being that because our infrastructure or current industrial development is based on fossil-based fuel. So we cannot move from one point to directly to the complete sustainable. So we need to go towards transition phase. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to replace a part of fossil fuel or fossil resources through renewable resources. And we would like to do so from the sustainable bioresources, and we are focusing on waste material, what people are disposing of currently by the industry as well as municipality. In order to do so, we are looking into any kind of agriculture and food waste, crop waste, greenhouse, and so on. We are trying to develop different green chemical processes and sustainability in the bioeconomy sector. So main overall theme is that there is nothing called waste. Waste just is a term. Actually, waste is a resource just waiting for an opportunity. So waste from one source can be used as input to another process to produce a value-added product. And that's the ultimate theme of the research of the talk that I want to talk today. So the hypothesis that we have in order to do so, we say that because waste has a lot of positive side, they are renewable, abundantly available, but they have a lot of negative side, as can see from the red one. So we need to consider that this agri-food waste is not regarded as an ideal one that we can use directly for replacing material. So we need to do some sort of pre-treatment. And in that context, because agricultural waste food has a lot of moisture content, we propose hydrothermal carbonization, and where instead of drying it up, because when you dry it, you use a lot of sensible heat and a lot of energy in it, so you better cook it with water, and then you can get some very good morphology. Actually, what we are trying to do, we are mimicking what nature has been doing over the million years underground with pressure and temperature. So mimicking that in the laboratory in hours or minutes to produce those kind of product from the agriculture and any kind of biomass resources. So the research question always come to it. If we do so, can it have a similar formalities, morphology, and characteristics similar to that of coal currently we are using it, or any kind of fossil resources? If we do so, the next question always come to us, whether is there any waste it produces, and can we produce any industrial biochemical as a co-product out of it? So in order to do so, we use the hypothesis, we change that through hydrothermal processing by changing time, temperature, feedstock sizing, and some of those engineering, we should be able to change the morphology of biocarbon for various application, and that will help eliminate lot of unwanted barriers that agri-food waste system currently facing. And we also propose two-step thermochemical and catalytic process to analyze high-value carbon. And in order to have a better optimized scenarios bioeconomy, we propose hydrothermal carbonation with AD anaerobic digestion techniques. And those who are working in biochemical, they know that hydrolysis is the rate limiting factor for anaerobic digestion process. So if you are able to integrate both those processes, the overall process enhances and you get a better digestion. And we try to see that hypothesis during the research. So in order to do so, we have done a lot of work and developed a lot of process and so on. So in next, and also we have done some life cycle analysis. So what we have done, we have tried every kind of biomass that is possible. I just show a few of those here to produce HTC carbon and characterize those for various application. The name application, as you can see, either can be used as a soil amendment to store the carbon in it in the soil, or biocarbon for heat and power for combustion application, or for charcoal for the metallurgical application, even iron and steel industry as a coke, and also activated carbon for wastewater treatment and energy storage. And just showing a little bit of work here, if I can see here. So you can see that when I have a coal of bituminous and just hydrothermal carbonization, and they are just matching each other in terms of both heating value and the morphology. For example, if we want to pulverize that for burning in the pulverized coal-fired boiler, that should be usable. As well as we know from our point, if you have agricultural waste and residue, they might have a lot of alkali metal, and when you burn it, it produces agglomeration, has sintering. So through hydrothermal carbonation, you will be able to reduce up to 60% of those alkali metal. So that's very beneficial for the process. So we can say that it is an ideal pretreatment, but further innovation may need it if we want to go for a better application, for example. So I want to show one of the case study here, just for an example here. So in this case study, as we can see, it is a cornfield in southern Ontario. Those who don't know, it's near Toronto. That's Toronto is known to you. So one of the cornfield taking the waste from their cornfield and do the hydrothermal processing, and then we produce the biocarbon out of this hydrothermal processing. It also produce some of the liquid because it cooked in the water, and that liquid through the anaerobic digester produce biogas, and the leachate that's come up as a digested has a lot of recovery of NPK coming out of, so that can go as a fertilizer. So in one approach, we can see that a circular goes taking the waste from the land after the harvesting and using to hydrothermal, going two processes. One is on carbon, another is anaerobic digestion, and leachate go to the field. So overall energy efficiency can come up to 79%. So there are a number of ways one can propose this approach. We currently working on, excuse me. We have done some scenario and life cycle analysis and energy efficiency analysis and calculation of different scenario with anaerobic digestion, with HTC versus real combustion. We found that the moment you have a moisture content of over 40%, it's always better to go with hydrothermal carbonation plus anaerobic digestion together. That would be a cost-effective approach. So this is some sort of simulation that we have done using life cycle as well as SPEN plus. So the next that we have been developing a tunable process, especially for activated carbon. So throwing so we use corn distillate, waste distillate as a feedstock and try to develop a very high value material, especially coming out of this co-product or byproduct, as you can say, currently used as an animal feed. So there are two steps, two processes people talk about. One is conventional approach, where you can do conventional dry, processing or pyrolysis. First step, then produce the biochar. Then in the second step, one can do activation to produce activated carbon. The proposed process that we have been talking about is before this one pyrolysis, we do the hydrothermal carbonation, which is a temperature of 180 to 240, 260, and then produce hydrochar, and then activation at a lower temperature to get this activated carbon. I would like to show why we are doing it and what benefit we get in next few slides. So this is our novel process, and we also use a graphene oxide assisted, a kind of catalyst, and that graphene oxide as a precursor to the HTC process, and we did only 1:300 ratio. So that means if I have 1 gram graphene oxide, 300 gram biomass, or a 1 kg biomass to 1 gram. So it's a very, very small amount, and we also produce it as only at 700 degree. So not 900, those who do the activation, 700, 1 hour. And the result that we get is very, very interesting and very, very, as I mentioned, the feedstock we use is a corn fiber, and just want to show 2 points. One is moisture content. It is over 50%, nearly 60% moisture. So we did not go for drying, which is a conventional process, go into the hydrothermal. And also one of the most important parts is the nitrogen. As you can see, the process itself has a lot of nitrogen in it. And one of the question may be, because it's coming after the fermentation, there is a lot of microorganism, and microorganism is a protein, and there's a lot of nitrogen that can come out of here. So we want to establish through hydrothermal a link between carbon and nitrogen, so that this has a higher amount of nitrogen, and the activated carbon can be used future potential energy storage material. So we have done the hydrothermal carbonization with a graphene oxide, and this one no-go means there is no graphene oxide. And we see that the yield also increased quite a bit by adding just 1:1000 ratio. And that's established carbon and nitrogen, and you can see after 240 and 180 to 240, we have fairly good amount of nitrogen still in the hydrochar. Then we have gone for, and this is the morphology of hydrochar after doing it using a scanning microscope, and we can see that they started to opening up a little bit of a structure. Then what we did, we do the activation. And in the activation, with this one activated carbon, and we can get a lot of yield compared to the no-go one. And most importantly, still at that temperature, we have about 2 to 3% nitrogen in it. And that's the most important part of our research that we got it. We increase the yield as well as we have a nitrogen, and we get a very high surface area. So I want to show some of the published article versus our one. So a lot of people and established researchers are working on nitrogen doped. So they dope nitrogen for the during the activation process to increase the nitrogen content. And our one, we, as you can see, the pink color on, or red color on the top is all without doping, just the nitrogen that the feedstock was having it. And they are very comparable and has a similar kind of characteristics in it. And the surface area that we can go up to over 2,000 meters square per gram. So that's a significantly very high content. So in order to do so, what we have done, we try to do some sort of testing. So in a little bit of scanning electron microscope picture that you can see, it has a lot of pore structure. Some are small. Sorry. A small pore structure and increase the volume and morphology has been changed. So we did a little bit of water test. We have done a column test and putting up a chlorine-based water and use the conventional activated carbon used by the industry versus the activated carbon that we produce. And we found that, as you can see, even with the 3,000 bed volume, still it has a very low chlorine in the influent, and it shows much better performance compared to the conventional one. So we are very thrilled about this, and we want to go further. Now our next step is to use hydrogen, so that how much hydrogen we can store within the material that we develop, especially the activated carbon. Another scenario that we have worked for the iron and steel industry, and you know that iron and steel industry has a lot of problem and they want to reduce the greenhouse emission. So we try to use the PCI coal for their blast furnace. And one of the challenges that iron and steel is facing, that they cannot tolerate any phosphorus or any kind of alkali, but they need a very high value carbon also. So what we try to do, we try to first do torrefaction, just conventional pyrolysis, but we are unable to reduce the ash content from the agricultural biomass. So then what we did the hydrothermal carbonization and able to reduce the ash content to a very low level, and then we improve it to the conventional slow pyrolysis up to a temperature of 450 and so. And then we are able to compare this with the PCI coal, and we get the similar kind of carbon content and heating value and so on and so forth. So the ultimate is that by doing that, integrating different processes, understanding the reaction mechanism, understanding the different pathways, we are able to show different techniques and produce a final end product that we are interested in. So that's all published in different journals, and if anyone interested, we can share. So in terms of this, if I want to show it overall approach for this one, so in a real approach, one can use the biomass, then can be chopped and produce the HTC plant to produce a hydrothermal hydrochar pellet, then produce the biocarbon that could be used in the blast furnace, for example. So this is a simple mechanism, and ArcelorMittal, Dafasco in Canada, actually this is the collaborative work with them that I did. So in conclusion, I want to show that if we want to pre-process any kind of waste or any kind of biomass, as you can see, through the hydrothermal or hydrothermal technique, that has a potential to produce various, either it is a biocoke or biocarbon for the water treatment, or biocoal, or maybe biogas, or for the electrode, and so on and so forth. So it open up a huge window for a researcher to choose a path which stream they want to go. So the whole idea is mimicking what nature does for us and try to understand from the nature and proceed from there. So if I want to say that HTC product from low quality agri-food residue can be a potential in your value chain. With this, I would like to thank my research group back in Gulf, and this is the one we have people from various countries and various places, my team, and anybody welcome to contact me. Thank you. Sure. This is a very good question. one can do autogenous pressures, but in order to ensure that there is no water convert into steam, we pressurize it a little bit using nitrogen. So that the moment it starts to pressurize, it always goes above the saturation pressure at that temperature. So you just increase a little bit of pressure, maybe one, some psi. 240, so it goes up to around 4 megapascal or so, in that order. So we developing a continuous process about 50 kg per hour in the lab. So we are developing. So the challenge that we are facing, how can I feed biomass and against pressure? So we make a slurry and we use a positive displacement pump to feed it to the system. So that's one of the big challenges, engineering challenges, I would say. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Pleasure. So many. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Especially designed for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, really? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor Ajay Dalai. In fact, he is a known figure here also, but I will just read his brief bio. Dr. Ajay Dalai obtained his BSc Tech in Petrochemical Engineering from LIT Nagpur and MTech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Kanpur. So he has been alumnus of Kanpur IIT. Then he served as a petroleum production engineer at ONGC Ahmedabad for about 2 years and then joined the University of Saskatchewan for his PhD. After obtaining his experience as a PDF at Texas A&M and University at College of Extension in Texas and research associate in the University of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, he joined the University of Saskatchewan as a faculty in 1996 and he is still there. He was promoted to Distinguished Professor at the University of Saskatchewan in 2020. Professor Dalai worked as a Tier 2 Canada Research Chair at the University of Saskatchewan. He served as a Head of Chemical Engineering and Associate Dean Research, Partnership College of Engineering. Professor Dalai worked as a Special Advisor to VP Research, Nature, Area of Energy and Mineral Resources. He has published several papers, more than 200, and 150, supervised 150 masters and PhD. And he has helped several, in fact, Indian students to go to Canada and work there. So I just invite Professor Dalai.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Trivedi, for kind introduction. So we have been working in the 3 areas. One is the sustainable energy production and bioproducts production. Second one is
Speaker.
thank you, sir. Our second area is pollution control, and the third one is petroleum processing. So today we'll just give an example of the sustainable bioproducts and its environmental application. So this work is done by Dr. Olivia Mukherjee, who has moved on to University of Alberta as a postdoc now, and my collaborator Catherine New is a prof in my department. It's a collaborative work. So when you look at this slide, rise in concentration of CO2 over last several decades, so it has been going up, and that's a real issue. India and Canada both have signed the Paris Accord, Kyoto Accord, now the COP26 Accords to how to reduce the CO2 footprint in the environment. So all this CO2 is basically 80% of the CO2 in the environment is coming from the fossil fuels. There are some technologies that I put in this slide, the post-combustion capture technology, pre-combustion capture, and also oxy-fuel combustion capture technology. Nonetheless, whatever you do the fuel, eventually you get CO2, and then there are ways, should be ways to capture the CO2, and that is basically the responsibility of chemical engineers to look at how do we reduce the CO2 footprint from different industries. So now let's get to the topic of this coffee waste. So coffee is the second largest trade commodity after petroleum, and approximately 2 billion cups of coffee is consumed every day, generating approximately 6 million tons of coffee waste. And when it goes to the landfill, it creates a lot of carbon dioxide emission, oxides of nitrogen as well, and methane emission. And we know that the methane has 21 times more greenhouse gas effect than carbon dioxide. So it's a lot of challenges. Of course, the collection of coffee residue is a challenge. So I think we are talking about most of the outlets that we have around the world which produce lots of coffee for consumers. So in this slide, you can see in basically the spent coffee waste grounds amount is increasing year by year. So that's what leads to this particular topic. So when you look at the this spent coffee ground, we looked at the pyrolyzing it at slow, fast, and intermediate pyrolysis, which are dependent on the temperature and the residence time of the solid phase within the reactor. And this process gives some liquid and some solid and some gas. And in this particular research, we targeted to produce more solid than the more solids, so that we can use it for some environmental applications. So when you look at the effect of heating rate on the decomposition of a coffee ground, spent coffee ground, we find that it goes through 3 stages of decomposition, as you see in the slide in the right, which is the differential of the curve in the left side. So the first stage is basically the elimination of water. Second one is some of the volatiles and decomposing some of the materials in the coffee ground, coffee waste, and eventually produce a nice product. So in this one, we basically change the heating rate from 5 to 20 degrees C to see what impact it has, and we find that when we subject this ground coffee waste to 5 degrees C per minute, it has a little bit more better impact than in other cases. So we used basically a fixed bed reactor to do the slow pyrolysis of ground coffee waste to produce biochar, and of course we get some of the liquid from this particular process. So when we basically pyrolyze between 400 and 600 degrees Celsius, you can see in the table the spent coffee ground, which has a surface area of 2.5 square meter per gram. We can go to about 540 square meter per gram with the average pore diameter of 3.2 nanometer and the pore volume of 0.3 cc per gram. And this particular material, as you see that once we subject to 400 to 600 degrees C, at 600 the carbon content goes from 50 to 81%, and oxygen content goes from 40 to 8, etc. So the table below is more interesting in the sense that the pH of this material increased from 5.5 to 8.2, making it alkaline. However, those who work in the pyrolysis area, you would understand that when you're pyrolyzing, as you get less yield, then the ash content will be increased, as you see in this particular slide. So when we do the pyrolysis from 400 to 600 degrees C, we found that we lower the hydrogen carbon content, therefore lowering the aliphatic character of the material, and also we improve the hydrophobicity of the sample, and also we make it more aromatic in nature. And that's again obvious from this the FTIR data that we show here. With the increase in pyrolysis temperature, we make it more hydrophobic, we build up the aromatic structure, and also due to the loss of aliphatic CH group, and also the hydroxyl and COH group, we make it more aromatic in nature. And we also do the NMR of this particular sample. You see the diagram here, which shows that when you increase the temperature from 400 to say 500 degrees C, then we are making creating more aromatic structure, and also reducing the aliphatic structure of this material. And we basically quantify the aliphatic, aromatic, carboxylic acid, and ester content of the solid material. Then we looked at the application of this material for pressure swing adsorption for carbon dioxide capture, and this is the unit that we used. It's basically a fixed bed reactor where you can increase the temperature or manipulate the temperature as you like, and then we have a 30% CO2 nitrogen putting into the system to basically saturate the biochar that we have to see what would be the capacity. And then the CO2 is analyzed with a micro GC that can analyze the product in every 2 minutes, for example. So this shows the breakthrough curve. The one in the light left shows the impact of temperature. The one on the right shows the effect of the pyrolysis temperature. But nonetheless, we find that at lower temperature, we can breakthrough curve is or the adsorption capacity is a bit higher. So with the pyrolysis condition of 600 degrees C, the spent coffee ground can adsorb up to 2.8 milligrams millimoles per gram. What that means is it's about more than 120 grams per 1 kilogram of this material, and it happens relatively more effectively at lower temperature, because we are aware that the adsorption is an exothermic process, so lower temperature is more effective for this particular material. And also we find that when you subject this material to pyrolysis condition of about 600 degrees C, works better. And then we basically activate this material to create activated carbon. As Professor Datta mentioned, the activation basically increases the porosity, surface area, etc. And that's what we have done again in the similar same system. And here is when you do the optimization as a function of activation temperature, holding time, and CO2 flow rate, we use a central composite design which gives the optimized condition. So basically do several experiments at the central point to look at the reproducibility. As you see in the bottom of this table, the surface area can go up to 1200 square meter per gram, and activation carbon yield can be up to 65%. And also we can, with that particular process, we can come up with an equation, specific surface area and carbon yield as a function of temperature, the reaction time, and also the CO2 flow rate. And please note that this activation was done in presence of carbon dioxide to get a high quality product. And also we prepared the material with a deep eutectic solvent using the chloromethane, methylene, and urea as a functionalized agent for hydrogen bond donor and hydrogen bond acceptor, and we try to make it more basic through this particular process. And also we looked at the TGA for this material, or look at the basicity that you see in the right side. So we find that with DES functionalization, the material is found to be more basic in nature. And also this particular data shows that we can basically, it's a microporous material with the average pore diameter of 2.1 nanometer, and surface area, as you see, about over 1,000 square meter per gram. And the molecular size of carbon dioxide is 0.3 nanometer. So when you wanted to basically adsorb carbon dioxide in this material, we wanted to make surface area higher, and then make the pore size somewhat a little bit larger than 0.3. So in this case, it's 2.1 nanometer, which is ideal to capture the carbon dioxide in its porous structure. And you can see the SEM analysis, as Dr. Datta mentioned, when you activate this material, makes it highly porous. Therefore, the total porosity, surface area, etc., it goes up. The one previous to this was for the activated carbon with CO2, and this is the DS functionalized activated carbon material. And the one in the left, we see the effect of temperature for the activated activated carbon produced with carbon dioxide, the one in the right with the DS, we find that in the left side, the breakthrough absorption capacity is about 4.8 millimoles per gram, and when you functionalize with the DS, the absorption capacity for CO2 goes up to 5.9 millimoles per gram. That translates to about 240 grams per kilogram of this is solid material. And we also looked at the multiple cycle performance and regeneration activity for these two materials. And we find that it holds on very nicely for CO2 absorption and desorption when we subject to temperature swing adsorption process. As you would realize that I think that can be done through also creating vacuum, pulling out the CO2 as well. But basically we did with basically increase the temperature to some extent to get all the CO2 out of this material and then use for reabsorption process. So it's holds on very nicely as you see in this. So you are taking the spent coffee waste and then you are activating to activated carbon and then we are functionalizing it. You can see that the adsorption capacity for CO2 is gradually enhanced through these three different steps. So this one basically summarizes the adsorption capacity for CO2 and selectivity, and some of the data on the top, you see how we are able to functionalize this material to increase the carbon dioxide adsorption capacity from 2.8 millimoles per gram to 5.9 millimoles per gram. As I said, it translates from about 120 grams per kilogram of carbon to about 250 grams per kilogram of carbon. And it also shows some of the data that we have in the literature at the material that we created from spent coffee waste. Looks like it's a very good material, not to discard, but can use for such environmental applications. So also it did some design to see. So in this particular case, in the first scenario, we have taken some of the flue gas from the activation unit as well as from the slow pyrolysis and put it back for activation process. And scenario 2, where you take the gas from at the end that we produce from the steps for drying of this spent coffee waste. And scenario 3, where you take the effluent or the gas that we produce for drying, as well as at the same time use the deep eutectic solvent to functionalize further to increase the adsorption capacity. And with the operating expense and capital expense, etc., the operating cost, the utility cost, the raw material cost for all the three scenarios are given here. And also we look at for the scenario 3, where the adsorption capacity for CO2 is enhanced quite a bit. So the payback period is about 4.1 years, where the minimum selling price is about 28 cents, which is about 30 rupees per kilogram. And I think it's a good material to basically make money by creating a new, very high quality activated carbon. And you can also use for water application as well, for other gas adsorption work as well. I know India has a lot of arsenics in water that people drink, a lot of heavy metals. So you can see that one such waste material can be transferred to a very high quality material for adsorption of these pollutants from water and air. And also you can apply that for the tea waste as well. Like all of us probably drink tea every day in India. And those tea that we discard can also be used for activation. As Dr. Datta mentioned, we can also look at the hydrothermal liquefaction or gasification as well. So we have done some work in that area. And this is a very important slide in the sense that you see what kind of sensitivity that the final product cost has when we derive this material from the ground coffee waste. So we find that the cost of feedstock, the tax rate and utility cost are the most important parameter affecting the minimum selling price of activated carbon. And in North America, the activated carbon is sold about $2 a pound. And when you look at this waste material and you generate a very high quality material, then you can actually make lots of money just by putting a very small pilot unit or a commercial unit, and you can make it mobile as well, can move from city to city to do the work. So again, here shows the minimum selling price of activated carbon coupled from the literature and the one that we produced or calculated in our work. And this kind of material you can also get from the municipal solid waste as well, the food waste, and also other waste, carbon-based waste that we find which pollute our cities and towns, etc. So the overall conclusion is that we have basically created a very high quality material from the ground coffee waste, and we have applied that for CO2 capture. So first we basically pyrolyze it, and we found that 600 degrees C works well with a 5 degrees C per minute heating rate, and it captures about 2.8 millimoles per gram, and then we basically activated it to go to about 4.8, then further tuned by functionalizing this with a couple of chemicals to increase the absorption capacity to 5.9 millimoles per gram. So that was done with the 15% CO2 CO2 in the nitrogen. As I mentioned, this material is hydrophobic, so if you apply that to any gas which is saturated with water, will also work because it's a hydrophobic material, and it can regenerate and recycle quite a bit for repeated use. And some of the references here, and we're very fortunate that our funding comes from different industries and government agencies. And so this is the research group. I think some of them are here in the audience. Shibhangi is here, and Priyanka, and Biswajit, Dr. Sunil Nanda, and also we have Priyanka as well. So we have some people here in the group in the audience. And just wanted to thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, comments, we'll be very happy to discuss. If not now, maybe later. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
So, have you tried the CO2 capture for the direct air capture of CO2?
That's part of the work we need to do. Where we have sulfur compounds, we have other compounds. We have to look at the competitive absorption of CO2 in comparison to other acidic components that the gases may have.
And the other small question related to this. So the functionalization you did, right? So basically you are creating more antennas to absorb the CO2, right?
Basically making it more basic so that CO2 is acidic, and we want to get more CO2, but you don't want to make so much acidic, so much basic that CO2 does not dissolve from the surface. So it's basically you have to balance the basicity amount as well as the strength in order to have the CO2, so that you can take the CO2 out when you dissolve either through temperature or through vacuum. Thank you. Can you, sir, please repeat your question? For CO2 capture, you are basically using that bed to capture CO2, and the next step was to activate that with carbon dioxide, so that you can make it more porous. As you saw, the surface area went up, and then make its the porosity, etc., went up, and the basicity also went up, so that we can absorb more CO2 on this material. So it's basically first step is the pyrolysis, and then the second step is the activation, and the third step was the functionalization with the DES, so that each step had some impact on the CO2 capture efficiency in this particular process. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Personalized. Mr. Vishwanath. Our next speaker is Professor Vishnu Acharya. I invite him to be here. Dr. Vishnu Acharya is an associate professor in the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering at University of Saskatchewan and Saskatchewan Ministry of Agriculture, Research Chair in Bioprocess Engineering. His research expertise lies in the area of bioprocessing and conversion, particularly in the emerging area of conversion of biomass to bioproducts for chemical, material, and energy application by adopting a circular bioeconomy approach. Dr. Acharya is a research investigator, thermal, biological, and chemical synthesis process. Dr. Acharya is awarded with the Ingenious PEI Engineering Excellence Award in 2019. Dr. Acharya research work has been published in 4 books, 70 journal articles, and he has supervised few researchers, and he holds a patent also. So I invite Professor Acharya to make his presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for the nice introduction. So today I'm going to talk about the black liquor fractionation and utilization from wheat straw sulfur-free soda pulping. At first, I will briefly talk about the circular bioeconomy and then the opportunity between Canada and India on exploring this circular bioeconomy. After that, I will discuss some of our work regarding the wheat straw fractionation process for producing the pulp and other byproducts, and then I will end with the conclusion. Again, it has been talked before in previous presentation as well, but again, I will briefly go through it, like why circular bioeconomy, and as we know that we are challenged with the global warming and the climate change issues. So that is one of the driving factor why we need to focus on bioeconomy and move away from the fossil fuel-based economy. Similarly, we know that as the population goes up, then the demand for food, energy, and water will increase, maybe even at a rate of 1 to 2%. Then over years, it will accumulate to be a significant number, and that could be challenged with the resources that we have now. So we need to look at how can we meet these resources or the increased demand for food, energy, and water while keeping our environment clean, that's going to be a big challenge. And I think the focus could be on the bioeconomy. So investing more on renewable biological resources from land and sea, looking at the crops, forests, fish, animals, and other microorganisms, to produce the food, material, and energy. Now, bioeconomy, we talked about the present economy being very linear in approach, where we have a feedstock, it goes through the process, we have a final product, we use the final product, and then finally it goes into the landfill. At the same time, any byproduct that is produced in the process will end up either in the landfill or wastewater treatment process or other kinds of treatment process. So there is no value recovery, or we are not recovering any value from those waste streams. So if we want to move into bioeconomy, then we want to make sure that we are not following the same trend. it's like, even though we say that we have biomass, but those biomass are also limited. And we have to make sure that whatever resource we use them in a more meaningful and efficient way. So that's why instead of just saying bioeconomy, I think we should also focus more on circular bioeconomy so that we make sure that whatever resources we are using in the bioeconomy are effectively utilized, and at the same time, the same concept that Dr. Datta and Dr. Talai discussed, that there is no waste, we adhere to that. So we follow the idea of utilizing everything that comes out in the process to produce a value-added product. And that starts from the product design. So again, for the engineers over there, trying to look at different kinds of process or product design, I think the whole idea of sustainability and value recovery starts from the initial process design. So whenever we start the initial process design, we have to keep in mind that what would be the in-life use of that product and how we're going to recover the value at the in-life use. So that is a very key component that we have to keep in mind whenever we are getting into our bioeconomy or the bio-based product development or bioproduct development. So that is one of the key aspects of the circular bioeconomy that we need to start thinking about the in-life use right at the initial phase of the process. And also there is the economy or the bioeconomy opportunity is also growing. So as per the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, they predict that the bioeconomy market could be 7.7 trillion by 2030, and that also includes food, feed, waste, product for energy and material application. So if we look at this chart, the prediction is that for the non-food and feed application, the growth in the area of non-food and feed applications are higher. So that includes the growing need for materials, growing need for energy, growing need for biopolymers and and those kind of bioproducts. So the opportunity in this area, the lot of the discussion that we had today and yesterday and and also tomorrow in this conference that focus on number of different biochemicals and bioproducts, I think that area is growing and there are lots of opportunities there. Here are some of the examples where the growth is being seen, mostly pharmaceutical, textiles, building material and construction, packaging, motor vehicles and components. So there's a lot of material applications going into, there are lots of growing needs for fibers, for composites, for materials that can feed into these markets. So there is growing opportunity. Now, how India and Canada can collaborate, to benefit with this growing opportunity in the area of bioproduct development. So I just want to give a synopsis of what we have in Canada. So Canada is the second largest country in world by mass. Agri-food system employs 2.1 million people and generates around 135 billion of Canada's GDP. Has 9% of world forest, which amounts to 347 million hectares. And also an estimated amount of 48 million dry tons of residue biomass that could provide 14 to 21% of primary energy supply in Canada. So, in terms of the agriculture biomass only, it can play a significant role in the Canadian energy supply system. Canada's total GHG emission in 2020 were around 672 megatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Again, if you just look at the GHG emission, it may not be that much, but when you are looking at the per capita, then we are we are among the highest emitter in the world based on per capita. Canada's commitment to achieve net zero emission by 2050, and the bioeconomy market is estimated to be around $240 billion by 2030. Now let's look at the Indian context. So 7th largest country in the world by landmass. Agri-food system contributes to an estimated 20% of the India's GDP. An estimated amount of 480 million tons, out of which 121 million dry tons of residue biomass available per year. aim for net zero emission by 2070, and the Indian bioeconomy will also touch around $300 billion by 2030 from $18 billion in 2021. So as we see in both countries, there are enormous resources that are available, and there is a desire to move into the bioeconomy. So I think the partnership between India and Canada can focus on the joint development of these bioeconomy strategies. How do we create the value chain, the stewardship that is needed to drive the bioeconomy. I think we can learn a lot from each other. Partnership in developing innovative technology to drive the bioeconomy, as we have seen in a number of other presentation, the bioeconomy sector, it might look good, but again, the technology, the process are still in the development phase. So, there could be a joint partnership to do that, and increase collaboration at the different level, to ensure that, two countries can achieve their bio-development goals. Now, coming back to my research in our group that focuses on circular bioeconomy. So the goal of our research program is to develop novel integrated biorefining system to valorize the low-value biomass into high-value product. The short-term objectives is mainly focused on understanding and developing the interaction between the biomass process technology and the final product, and with the long-term goal of eventually scaling up the process. So, as Dr. Datta and Dr. Dalai, I also work in the area of biomass resource, that is understanding the biomass availability, standardization of biomass pretreatment and conversion, that includes physical treatment, pyrolysis, gasification, combustion, fermentation, anaerobic digestion, and some green hydrolysis and fractionation processes, and bioproduct development in terms of biofuels, solid biofuels, biomaterials in plastics, reinforced composite material, porous material, cellulose nanomaterials, biochemicals, bioresin, adhesives, biostimulants, alcohols, and food, microbial lipids, and then fibers. So these are some of the areas of my research, and also this is and the techno-economic and life cycle analysis is kind of incorporated in all these studies. Again, it just gives an overview of the work that I have done in the past in gasification, hydrothermal carbonization, torrefaction, pyrolysis, combustion, chemical process development, anaerobic digestion and fermentation, different topics that I have been working, and also on technology development. So I'm equally involved in understanding the process, and then trying to develop a prototype or the pilot scale to take that process towards commercialization. So some of the product that we have developed is for the hydrothermal carbonization, we have built a 30-liter hydrothermal carbonization systems. So we scale up from 1-liter system. Similarly, we developed a first moving bed torrefaction system in Canada. We prototype around for the 100 kg per hour moving bed torrefaction system. And similarly, continuous hydrothermal gasification, gasification, combustion, and anaerobic digestion. So the idea is, again, whenever we work on the process, at the same time, we also work on developing a process, into developing a system to take that process forward. Now, I'll go back to my work on the valorization of the wheat straw. The wheat straw, we have a lot of wheat straw available in Saskatchewan and in Canada, and the same, we have a lot of wheat straw in India as well. So typically the composition of wheat straw would be cellulose, hemicellulose. Cellulose would be around 42%, hemicellulose 27%, lignin somewhere between 16 to 80%, some extractives, ash around 7%, and 2% of some of the components in there. So the idea is that, in our process, we are looking into wheat straw, and first followed by desilication, because the silica will interfere in the pulping process, so we need to remove the silica first before getting into the pulping process. Then we go into the pulping stage. We remove lignin and hemicellulose as a byproduct, and then further bleaching based on what is the final application of the pulp. We can optimize the bleaching process to get the kappa number of the pulp that is needed based on the application. And then after the black liquor, which is a combination of lignin and hemicellulose, we have, we are investigating the electrocoagulation method in order to separate the lignin from the black liquor, other than, using the acidification method that is commonly being used in the research. And finally, whatever, effluent that is produced at the end, we want to carry out anaerobic digestion on that, to produce the biogas, and then in that way make the entire process more sustainable. These are the pulping condition. Desilication were carried out at the alkali concentration of 12%, 5% liquid solid to liquid ratio, or the consistency 5%, time and temperature 30 minutes and 90 degrees C. Pulping stage 1 was done at 5% alkali charge, 10% consistency, and 20 minutes and at 115 degrees C. And the next pulping stage, which was oxygen alkali treatment, was carried out at 3% alkali charge, 10% consistency, and 30 minutes, 90 degrees C temperature. So desilication stage, we were able to reduce the ash content by 35%, and the FTIR analysis shows that desilication with sodium carbonate anhydrous remove the silicon oxide peak that was seen in the FTIR analysis. So that shows that we were able to reduce the silica in the desilicated fibers or straw. Then the next was the pulping of the wheat straw. So the pulping has two processes. One, the impregnation, and the second would be the oxygen alkali treatment. So here we can see that between the washed pulp and the unwashed pulp, we carried out the reactions, and for the desilicated, impregnated, and then also oxygen alkali treated wheat straw, we can get the final yield of around 60%. And then with the lignin around 16%, that will give that will give us a fiber or the pulp with the kappa number of somewhere between 15 to 20. That is typically the kappa number that was targeted for some paper products. In the previous one, you can see in that picture of the pulp, there were lots of rejects in there. So we carried out another condition where we increased the reaction condition from 5% to 12%, 170 degrees C and 90 minutes pulping condition. And there we were able to reduce the reject to low concentration, but still there were a lot of rejects in there. And when we carry out the oxygen alkali treatment, then we get a very consistent pulp. But the yield was around 37%. Again, this is something we're currently working to optimize the condition in order to ensure that the yield will be somewhere between 45 to 50%. Then the black liquor that comes out from the process, we are using the electrocoagulation method. So within the pH range of 7 to 11, voltage 10 to 30 volt, electrolysis time 10 to 60 minutes, and the volume of black liquor 250 ml. It just shows the method that we have used in the lab to carry out the black liquor treatment. So the black liquor, we took 250 ml of black liquor with the 6 aluminum electrodes exposed to the different voltage and the pH condition as discussed below. After treating it at a certain time, we see there is a color change and the precipitation of the lignin. And then after we separate that, we filter that. Then we carried out the analysis on the liquid after the treatment, and we are working on characterizing the solid, the filtrate there. So the optimum condition we got was pH 9, voltage 20 volt, electrocoagulation time 35 minutes, current 0.7 ampere, and the current density 26.65 milliamp per centimeter square, and that gave us around 50% COD removal, around 43% phenolic removal, around 28% total dissolved solid, 52 or 53% total solids, and some 17.33% color removal as well. And this is designed, that optimum condition was based on the lowest specific energy consumption. So we calculate the specific energy consumption for doing the electrocoagulation. And the specific energy consumption was 1.6 kilowatt hour, or 1.6 unit per kg of COD removal, and that translates into around $5.67 per ton of black liquor. So This we are working very closely with the industry in Saskatchewan who are trying to build a wheat straw, and they are very encouraged by this cost figure. And we are trying to further improve this electrocoagulation method to get COD removal up to 80%, and that's the goal. So we're working towards that. So in conclusion, the circular bioeconomy, will lead to the sustainable growth. As I said, India and Canada has lots of opportunities. So collectively, we can work to overcome barriers in implementing the circular bioeconomy. The wheat straw could be a valuable resource for producing cellulose pulp and several hemicellulose and lignin-based chemicals. And then the electrocoagulation could be an economical and environmental friendly method for the treatment of black liquor as compared to, acidification method where that produces a lot of effluents, storage of acids, chemicals is a huge cost. I'd like to thank all the industry partner, my research team, and the different funding agencies as well who has supported my work. And with a nice picture of canola in Saskatchewan, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you.
So I think Professor Acharya finished before time, so he deserves to get at least one or two difficult questions. So anybody has any burning question for Dr. Acharya? I think a very good overview of comparing the resources and targets in India and Canada, and also what we can do together. So just to give an example, Dr. Kuila, please go ahead.
So the lignin content, right, for the wheat is how much, and how does it compare to the one in India?
Again, what we have analyzed over there is around 17 to 19%. And it will be somewhere between 17 to 21%, depending on different variety of wheat straw and different growth condition as well. But it will be within that range.
And then you talked about lignin-based chemicals. So what chemicals are you really targeting on?
So currently we are working on adhesives. So we are looking into more resins from lignin. And one of the reasons why we're looking into electrocoagulation as opposed to the acid method for precipitation of lignin is that whenever we do the acid treatment, we degrade the quality of the lignin. But we want to see if electrocoagulation could have a higher reactivity lignin so that we can use it to identify resins and adhesives.
I think we need to stop here, Dr. Kuila, if you don't mind, and then we can certainly discuss over coffee or for dinner. Thank you. Well, thank you very much again, Professor Acharya. Our next speaker is Professor Manjushri Mishra. And Professor Manjushri Mishra is a Tier 1 Canada Research Chair in Sustainable Biocomposites in the School of Engineering and holds a joint appointment in the Department of Plant Agriculture at the University of Guelph. She is also the Research Program Director of the Bioeconomy Panel of the Ontario Agri-Food Innovation Alliance and the University of Guelph, and she has got only 800 publications, so I don't know when she gets time to sleep or doing other things. And I'm not done it. 25 book chapters, only 54 patents, and co-edited only 5 books. She's a fellow of different societies. An important note, in 2020, she was selected as one of the Canada's most powerful women that we got to India, and top 100 award winners in the Manulife Science and Technology category from the Women Executive Network. So I think I should stop here, give some time to her to talk. So the floor is yours, Dr. Mishra.
Thank you very much, Professor Dalai, for the introduction. And so now the time starts, or no time will start for me. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. As you can see, the title has like Sustainable Alternatives to Single-Use Plastics, Challenges and Opportunities Towards Zero Waste Plastic Society. I am not going to explain more about the what is sustainability, circular economy, and bioeconomy, biocircular economy. All of my previous speakers from Canada and here have explained very well that one. So I will just little bit introduce for those people. They are not like kind of, they don't know Guelph. So this is like a Guelph is a like kind of a medium size city in Canada, and this is like close to Toronto, like as well as Hamilton McMaster University, Waterloo, as well as Western, which is in London, Ontario. So as you can see here that okay, just I can point. Okay, so here is all these areas, and here is Guelph, and this is like one of the agricultural hub of Canada. So going to our university, which is like with 30,000 students, and it is ranked #1 in Canada for agri-food and veterinary sciences, and also it has a strong networking, colleges from College of Physical and Engineering Sciences, Life Sciences, Business and Social Sciences, and very importantly, the University of Guelph ranked #1 as Canada's most inventive university and second top Canadian research university. So here is my laboratory, which is Bioproduct Discovery and Development Center, which is in short called BDDC, that I will be repeating many times. And this laboratory links plant science to crop research through physical and engineering sciences. And the director of the laboratory is Professor Amar Mohanty, who is here very well present in the audience, and he will be one of the speakers in this afternoon. So the laboratory, like Bioproduct Discovery and Development Center, focuses on sustainable bio-based materials for green manufacturing and through circular economy. So, and additionally, it has to be combining with circular bioeconomy that was already spoken previously. Through the circular economy matrices, our laboratory develops sustainable materials from green and renewable as well as waste feedstocks for various applications, including automotives and consumer goods, packaging, and other manufacturing sectors. So some of the key points I will be discussing today, giving the global overview of the plastic waste, the pollution problem, and how we can have the some solution to the pollution. Then I'll be speaking a little bit on the upcycling of the plastics towards the materials application, as well as bio-based and biodegradable and compostable alternatives to single-use plastics. So as we know that right now, within last 55 years, that we have accumulated around 300 million metric tons of plastic, which is like per year, that is weight of the entire human population of the globe. So this plastic pollution that ends up in world's ocean, which is as per the 2015 report, it is around 8.8 million metric ton per year. And as you can know that in every second, almost 10,000 plastic carrier bags, they leak to the environment, as well as one garbage truck of textile is wasted every second. Imagine how much is waste going on. So in this rate, you can imagine in 2015, there will be more plastic in ocean than fish that now you can see eating the fish. So we all will be eating plastic as we are going down the road. As for the new calculation, that by the same authors like Dr. Jenna Jambak from University of Georgia that there will be 22 million tons to 58 million tons of plastic will be in ocean per year, which will be equivalent to a football stadium filled with plastic every day going to ocean. So you can see within last 55 years, it started with 2 million tons of plastic produced in 1950, and now in 2015 it was 300 million metric tons, and in 2020 it became 450 million metric tons. So world has to produce 1 billion metric ton of plastic by 2050. So out of the total 8.3 billion tons of plastic that have been produced so far, 6.3 billion metric tons of plastic has been become waste. And out of that, only 9% has been recycled, 12% has been incinerated, and 79% had been landfilled. So out of these plastics, packaging is the largest sector. Over 55% of the total plastics produced, they are used in plastics packaging, but which is never recycled or done anything else. So now, coming to the issue that is one of the very important issue is microplastic, which is any type of plastic less than 5 millimeter in length. So these microplastics are really threat to the environment as well as to the aquatic ecosystem. What are the sources of microplastic? Many of you already knew that they are coming from industrial microbeads, from personal care items, from cleaning household products, as well as they are from tires, from textiles, and all the packagings that are already leaked in the environment. So they are, with time, they are decomposing to smaller particles and entering into soil, water, and ecosystem, and from there they are going to all the living animal and human being. So as you can see, right now, the microplastics are already found in human blood, meaning microplastic in terms of the chemicals, the decomposed product of the microplastic. And also lately, microplastic is found in human breast milk for the first time. You imagine that the kids after born, like after the birth, they are eating the microplastics in their milk. So very astonishingly, you can find on the top of my Mount Everest, that is around 8,850 meters, you can find also the microplastics. So you can find them in the snow. Now, I will be giving little bit overview on the plastic use and the waste generated in Canada and India. So in Canada, plastic production is around of $35 billion. And it employs 100,000 people in nearly 2,000 businesses, including the plastic production as well as the plastic recycling. And each year, Canadians, they throw away over 3 million tons of plastic like every year. So you imagine that half of the plastic that are thrown away are packaging. And also as the global average, 90% of the plastic waste is never recycled. So coming to the plastic market production and use in India, the single-use plastic market that we use for couple of seconds to couple of minutes, that market is about rupees 800 billion. And in 2020, there were about 30,000 plastic processing units in India, 7,000 recycling units, which employed more than 4 million people. The plastic produced in 2019 alone could cost about $3.7 trillion because of the pollution or emission, all the health issues that it has created. And also, more than 34 lakh tons of plastic waste was generated in 2019 and 2020, which was almost double than that it was produced in 2015, 5 years ago. And according to the recent report, that Indian packaging industry alone is worth $32 billion, which is the 2.32 lakh crores rupees, and is expected to climb $73 billion in 4 years. So most of the Indians, as per the report, it says they are worried about the impact of non-recyclable waste in the environment. So India could become the largest municipal waste generating country by 2035. You can imagine the size of the issue, the size of the crisis and problem which all the world will be facing. Again, the coronavirus pandemic has sparked a rush for the plastic. That without plastic, the corona could never be stopped. Whatever the state we are now because of the plastic uses. So the face mask, gloves, respirator as well as gowns, all these demand came suddenly from 2020. And most of these cannot be recycled and they go to landfill. The plastic production actually it makes like by 2050 these will emit around like 2.8 billion tons of greenhouse gas. So the action, we all have to take action globally all together, because if we pollute the atmosphere or environment, it is not isolated. The water is everywhere, the air is everywhere, so we all will share air and water. So how to tackle the plastic problem? That is why through circular economy. No more we can use, take, pack and dispose. So how and in order to stop the linear model and use the circular economy model to use the plastic waste in different applications, now it is the time. So we must change how we design, use and reuse plastics. You can see many of the news media, like social media, and then the science magazine, nature magazine, all are highlighting how we have to move towards the zero waste plastic through the circular economy. So in like almost 2 years ago, as you can see, Canada started the announcement of banning single-use plastic. The plastic that are harmful to the environment, hard to recycle. Imagine, all plastics are not bad and we cannot get rid of all plastics. But the plastics that can be available or that can be, something else can be used, an alternative is possible. In that case, you can see all the 6 of the important plastics that are banned as per the Canadian announcement. So you can see 40 billion cutlery pieces are used in North America per year, and which estimates over 100 billion globally per year, that are made with polystyrene and polypropylene. So now, what happened? The global momentum. The agreement came in March 2nd, 2022, this year. So the United Nations Environment Assembly that brings 193 member states to the United Nations including business, civil society as well as other stakeholders to agree on the policy to address the world's most pressing environmental challenge at its 5th session. That happened in Nairobi. What it has, the important points are to address the full life cycle of the plastic, including the product design, to keep plastics in the economy, out of the environment, and reduce the virgin plastic production and consumption, and provide a global common vision and harmonized standard that strengthen global coordination and a shared approach to address plastic pollution. So as you can see, Canada to ban the production, import and single-use plastic starting in December 2022, and in next 10 years this ban will result in estimated elimination of over 1.3 million tons of plastic waste and more than 22,000 tons of plastic pollution. So here are the Indian plastic bans. The government has banned the manufacturing, sale and use of identified single-use plastic items like plates, cups, straws and trays and polystyrene from July 1, 2022. And currently the polyethylene bag less than 50 micron thickness are banned. So now the global action is to eliminate the problematic plastic, innovate to ensure that 100% plastic packaging is recycled, reused and composted, and circulate the plastic produced in terms of the reusing or recycling. So the challenges are to the 3 categories of plastics. Mixed material plastics like paper and metals, pouches for juices, difficult to recycle multi-layer films, as well as monomaterial items. So we now switching to the sustainable polymers. So the polymers should be recyclable, renewable, and from the waste feedstock. Now you can see whenever you combine the sustainable polymers with sustainable fibers, then you can get the sustainable composites that has already been explained. So now I will give one example of the plastic waste, the recycled plastic and biomass and agri-food industry waste to put high value composite. As you can see here, we have used the recycled plastic as well as the agri-food waste. Here you can see some miscanthus grasses to make two of the products that are already in the marketplace. You can find in different markets in US and Canada, the flower pots and bio beans and anything like structural that are not degradable. Now coming to the some other examples that you can see here, that the recycled plastic has been used to prepare here a road in Gujarat with the support from United Nations Development Program, and other plastics are used here as in Halifax and one of the park bench. And in this Jobies, this is one of the supermarket where the entire parking lot has been made with post-consumer plastic, and more than 6 million plastic shopping bags were used to prepare that parking lot. So now I will give one example of our laboratory has done some compostable and biodegradable coffee pods. As you can see, the coffee is the second most traded commodity globally, and in North America 12 billion single serve coffee pods used in 2018, and that can circulate the earth 13 times. So you can see that it has a big market, and 39,000 capsules produced every minute they go to landfill. So through our collaboration with industry in University of Guelph, we have produced the this is the pure pod, which is the compostable coffee pod that is already in the market, obtained from the here the food waste, which is the coffee chap waste, and then it is already in the market. You can see in US, Canada, South America, Mexico and beyond, and so far around 2 billion coffee pods have been produced. So and that was only possible because of the strong collaboration between industry, government and the university. So now the higher variety of these pods are in the market, where these pods are actually biodegradable in all environment, in water, in soil, in industrial composting, as well as in the home composting in the backyard. So these are the various products already in the marketplace. You can see some of the films used for the coffee bean packaging, some single use like straw. These are the tomato clips, as well as these are the stirrers, as well as home compostable stirrer and cutlery. So I will go and show you one of the the product, how it is happening in the industry before closing. Okay, so you can see that these are all compostable everywhere. And so I will take 1 or 2 more minutes. The bioplastic market in India is growing at the rate of 5%, and there are many bioplastic products in India. If some of you are interested, then the Jammu Kashmir in India is the first state to construct a dedicated bioplastic production facility with a capacity of around like 960 metric tons per year, and there are some other examples. If you can ask me, I will give you the details. And there is some issue with understanding what is biodegradable, what is bio-based, what is compostable, and so these are all really different terms. All biodegradable polymers are not bio-based, or all bio-based products are not biodegradable, but it is not the all consumers, they don't know it. The biodegradability depends on the structure of the molecule, and when we have more time, we can discuss on that. As you can see here, a newspaper dumped in Newark landfill found after 50 years. But you can see it never degraded. So if you will put the biodegradable material in the landfill, there will be no degradation. So a lot of data and understanding needs to be done by everyone, all of us. So some of the key messages I will be giving today, that plastics are inevitable. We cannot live without plastic, but we can have alternatives wherever applicable, wherever it's possible to substitute for the single-use application. And then the bioplastics are the future, and we can use the circular economy to have the zero waste plastic, as well as reduce the greenhouse gas emission. The collaboration is the key driver. So leaders from academia, industry, and government, and NGOs and international organizations should participate to make the global good through the sustainability and circular economy. So I would like to thank you to all the funding agencies, the federal as well as the provincial funding agency, the industry partners, as well as importantly the all researchers in the lab who contributed for this research. And thank you also to the Indo-Canada Joint Symposium and the organization of Chemcon 2022 for the invitation, particularly Professor Mehrotra, the Professor Dalai, and Professor Trivedi, and Professor Sastry. And my heartfelt thanks goes to Chemcon 2020 volunteers. Without them, this event would never have been successful, what we all see here. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone who are there sitting. Thank you very much. So, and this is the big thank you to our group. And here one of the HBTU alumni, here you can see Dr. Nilima Tripathi. He is in our group. She could have come here because of the visa issue. It was not possible to travel. And here is the lab. And in case we have like 10 fully funded PhD positions available in 2023 for F 2023 and then winter 2024. If you have like interest to work on overall area of bio-based materials, biotechnology, I showed only one area, but there are many other areas that Professor Mohanty will also speak, then please contact. With this, thank you everyone for listening.
Photograph is a compliment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for giving an exciting talk. And as he mentioned, he has 10 PhD positions. So I think those who are in audience will be interested, can contact her as well. And now, mic over to Professor Trivedi.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Professor M.K. Jha. Dr. M.K. Jha, Professor HAG, Department of Chemical Engineering, Head, Center for Energy and Environment, former President IICHE, Director cum Principal at ABVGIT Simla. He is a visiting professor at AIT Bangkok, Dean Academic Affairs, Dean Student Welfare, and Alumni Head, Department of Chemical and Leather Technology, Center for Training and Placement, National Institute of Jalandhar. And as you know that he's a prominent person in India in chemical engineering, I invite Professor Jha to deliver his talk.
Thank you, Professor Trivedi, Professor Dalai, and our President IICHE, Professor Sri Butala ji. Basically, my background is I am BTech in Chemical Engineering from Punjab University, Chandigarh. Then I have moved to Petroleum Engineering. I have done my Masters and PhD in Petroleum Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Dhanbad. And what happens, like everybody has to change by the time. So when I am working from last 30 years in my parent institute, National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, then I have been given a responsibility to set up a new center because I was the founder, head of Department of Chemical Engineering. I have established from the 1991, I am the founder teacher. Then I have been given, no, now you have to set up another department, that is Center for Energy, Center for Energy and Environment. Now where we have MTech program in renewable energy and PhD program also. And then we have already 15 PhD students, and then recently we have advertised almost 12 to 15 PhD students we will take. The vacancies there also. That is the one thing. And this is one of the this is the work which has been carried out by one of the faculty of my department, NIT Jalandhar, as a PhD student. She has worked at Indian Oil Corporation IOC R&D Center at Faridabad. This development of improved process for trans-esterification of vegetable oil. So we are all aware that this energy security is one of the most critical issues that the world faces today. We are already discussing these things in many platforms. Like alternate fuels are being explored world over with a view to reduce environmental pollution. Biofuels have been investigated because of their renewable and positive impact on pollution reduction. Biodiesel is considered clean fuel since it has almost no sulfur, no aromatics, and has about 10% built-in oxygen, which helps it to burn fully. And trans-esterification, which is very common reaction, is the most common process for producing biodiesel. Literature shows that number of studies of homogeneous acids and base catalyst trans-esterification have been carried out. If you see the advantages of biodiesel, so it has produced from renewable biological source, non-toxic, biodegradable. It can be used as a blend in compression ignition engine with little or no modification. It is essentially free from sulfur aromatics and polycyclic aromatics hydrocarbon, low emission of biodiesel blended diesel fuel. And if you see, there are some demerits or disadvantage also, like lower calorific value than diesel if you compare it, then higher cloud and pour point, higher NOx emission, higher viscosity, material compatibility issues, and poor oxidation stability. Now if you see, there are many feedstocks available around the world, like in USA and Brazil, mainly we are using soybean. Then we have sunflower oil, Italy, rapeseed oil in Europe, palm oil, Malaysia, linseed and olive oil in Spain, cottonseed oil, Greece. In India, we are mainly dependent on the jatropha or Panagamia, tallow and used frying oils. Then this is a simple trans-esterification reaction. Now we can use homogeneous or heterogeneous catalyst. So why homogeneous? If you see, this is conventional homogeneous catalyst used for trans-esterification are alkali or acid catalyst. This alkali catalyst like sodium hydroxide, sodium methoxide, potassium hydroxide are generally used, Acid catalyst used could be sulfuric acid, phosphoric acid, hydrochloric acid, organic sulfonic acid. And transesterification using alkali catalyst is faster than with acid catalyst. Homogeneous catalyzed process has disadvantages also, like environmental catalyst disposal issue, recovery of glycerol is difficult, removal of catalyst from the product involves number of washing and purification steps. And if you see, as far as heterogeneous catalysts are concerned, it is recyclable, easy catalyst separation from the reaction mixture, they are non-corrosive, environmentally benign, and presents less disposal problem, have higher activity and selectivity than homogeneous catalyst, have long catalyst lifetime, and thus help to reduce biodiesel production cost. Now, the main thing is ki here what happens, ki we are using this ultrasonic assisted transesterification. Why ultrasound? So ultrasound is a term given to sound waves having frequency beyond that to which the human ear can respond. So the normal range of hearing is between 16 to 18, but in ultrasound is mostly considered to lie between 20 to beyond 100. These high frequency sound waves can travel through substances having elastic properties and create compression and rarefaction zones within the liquid medium. When the power exceeds a certain minimum value in the rarefaction zone, the liquid molecules are pulled apart, creating voids, bubbles of cavitation filled with gas or liquid vapors. So after several acoustic cycles, these bubbles suddenly collapse, releasing into the liquid tremendous amount of energy. The cavitational bubbles are the way through which mechanical energy of ultrasound is transformed and transferred into energy usable by chemical reaction. So if you see again ultrasonification, this provides the mechanical energy for mixing and require activation energy for initiating the transesterification reaction. This ultrasonic assisted transesterification method presents advantages such as shorter reaction time and less energy consumption than the conventional mechanical stirring method, efficient molar ratio of methanol to triglycerides, and simplicity of reaction. In ultrasonic assisted in situ transesterification reaction, oil bearing seed cake reacts with alcohol directly instead of conventional process of using pre-extracted oil. So extraction and transesterification proceeds in one step with alcohol acting both as extraction solvent and transesterification reagent. So this process has the advantage of reduced processing time, cost, and amount of solvent required. Now if you see this ultrasonic assisted instrumentation, so this is the reagents we use, and this is the simple methods, determination of oil content of seeds. I am not going to detail. Then this in situ transfiguration of jatropha seed to biodiesel. So this is the typical sonication procedure which we are using. These are the results. If you see oil property, jatropha circus seeds kernels were found to contain 31.2% in mass of oil. The oil composition was determined by gas chromatography as per this standard procedure. These are the physico-chemical characteristic of jatropha carcass oil, and this is the effect of solvent if you see. So this effect of solvent in situ transesterification, this effect of catalyst concentration, then optimization of reaction time. Then this, if you compare this ultrasonic versus conventional methodology, so this you can see here, and this synthesis biodiesel ester contains was 99.7%, and the free glycerin and the total glycerin content were 15 ppm and 253 ppm respectively, which were well within the limits as per our standard. And this biodiesel was analyzed for various properties. This oxidation stability shows values of 3.23 due to presence of unsaturation, and in order to improve the stability, phenolic and aminic antioxidants can be added. These are the physico-chemical properties of synthesized biodiesel. If you and the conclusion part is this study depicts that biodiesel can be made directly from jatropha carcass seeds under ultrasonic conditions. Ultrasonication significantly accelerates production of methyl esters and separation of biodiesel glycerol layer, thereby enhancing yields. Biodiesel with best yield and quality was produced at following conditions. This, if you see, and basically here we have reaction time low. The results of the present study confirm the possibility of application of ultrasound for preparation of biodiesel directly from non-edible seed oil, and they are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jha. I think there's a record. I think I wish that everybody should take a message, should finish in 8 minutes, not 20 minutes. So, any questions, comments? Professor Jha, I think he has got some engagement to go, but I'm sure he'll be happy to take some questions if you have. Please go ahead, sir.
Not sir, commercially it's not visible. It is work has been done at IOC R&D center at lab scale there. So
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? If not, please join us thanking Professor Jha one more time. So, so please bear with us. We have 3 more presentations before Professor Prachi Kaul. Dr. Prachi Kaul comes here from Delhi. She's going to talk about the Shastra Indo-Canada Institute.
So, good afternoon, everyone.
Well, wait for a second.
Sure, sir.
So, Dr. Trumpa Sarkar is currently working as an assistant professor in Bangladesh Agricultural University. It's a premier institute in Bangladesh. So, she finished her PhD in 2022 from the Department of Chemical Biological Engineering at the University of Saskatchewan. And she has a bachelor's degree in agricultural engineering and also master's in farm power and machinery. And she specializes in biomass pretreatment, pelletization, production of high quality fuel pellets from agricultural residue. During her PhD, she published only 14 papers. I was very disappointed, you can see. And when she, when she found time to sleep, and she did that in only 4 years. Tumpa, Dr. Sarkar has published 24 papers, 2 book chapters, 1 conference proceedings, and presented her research finding in 10 national and international conferences. So, floor to you, Dr. Sarkar.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will talk about the biopellet production from available agricultural residue via integrated torrefaction and pelletization process. What is happening? I don't know, there are some graph, it's not showing here. So as you know that world population is increasing rapidly, and therefore the world energy demand is increasing exponentially due to the rapid industrial growth, population growth, and we all are dependent on energy in every aspects. Here we also see that sometimes there are shortage of electricity and we are in dark. So therefore that is the time to focus on beyond the fossil fuel, because most of the energy is coming from the fossil fuel, and now it's high time to look for alternative sources of energy. And among different renewable energy sources, biomass is one of the major sources that we can utilize for energy production. And biomass can be can convert it to gas, solid fuel, as well as the liquid fuel. And my main focus is on the solid fuel. I don't know what is happening here. Oh, okay, sir. I'm sorry. I don't have that board. You can use this one. It's coming. Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry for the system loss. And as I was speaking about the energy demand, and we are trying to produce the solid fuel, that is bio pellet from the agricultural residue. And we know the pellet demand across the globe is increasing rapidly with an average annual growth of 960,000 metric ton per year. And among these, Europe is the major consumer of the bio pellet. So here you can see the wood pellet production. You see the Western Europe is the major wood pellet producer as well as the consumer, and then the North America, especially US and Canada, are the second most wood pellet producer for the 2020. And according to the Global Market Insight report, the wood pellet market value now in 2020, it is around 11 billion USD, but it will increase to 52 billion USD by 2050. And this wood pellet is usually used for combustion, gasification, co-firing, pyrolysis, heating, cooking, and everywhere. And in case of Canada, as we said, that Canada is the second most largest wood pellet producer, and it most of the pellet it export to different countries. Among these, United Kingdom is most wood pellet consumer from the Canada, and it shares about 70%. And then Japan, the Netherlands, United States, and so on. And in our case, we have used the canola residue as a feedstock, and just because the we are producing around 22 million metric ton of canola every year in Canada, among which the Saskatchewan shares around 55% of it. And after harvesting and processing of canola seeds, around 10 to 15% of canola is as canola residue, which includes canola pod, heart, outer layer, and then dead seed. And my focus is on that residue to convert biopellet. And as you know, the wood pellet is already established, but pellet from agricultural residue is not established yet. There is no industry is producing pellet from agricultural residue. Here is my focus. The preparation of pellet from agricultural residue is little bit difficult because it has low lignin content and high hemicellulose content, and it produces fragile pellet which is non-durable and mechanical strength is very low. So, during pellet production, one should have considered about the quality of the pellet. It should be durable, it should have a certain mechanical strength, and since I am using this pellet as a fuel, so it should have some higher heating value. So, the quality of pellet can be maintained can be affected by different factors. Those are the chemical composition of biomass and pre-treatment, post-treatment, pelletization condition, as well as the particle size. In that case, I considered pre-treatment and adding binder to improve the quality of the pellet. So as I hope everyone knows about the torrefaction. Torrefaction is the most popular pre-treatment process of lignocellulosic biomass that produces torrefied biomass as the main product, and byproduct is condensable liquid and non-condensable gases, which is conducted around 200 to 300 degrees Celsius for 10 to 60 minutes in inert atmosphere. And by doing this, we can lower the moisture content of the biomass and increase the heating value, as well as increase the grindability and produce more uniform product. And therefore, our goal is to produce high quality fuel pellet from agricultural residue. By doing this, we are also optimize the torrefaction condition, and we also studied the effect of different binders to improve the quality of the pellet. So we did the microwave torrefaction, and this is the microwave setup where we did the torrefaction by varying the microwave power 250 to 450 watt and residence time 10 to 20 minutes, by varying feeding load 70 to 90 gram, whereas the initial particle size varied from 1.64 to 6.4 millimeter. And we did the torrefaction under constant nitrogen flow, which is 50 millimeter per minute. And box bank and design method was used to find out the interaction between different different parameters. So the pelletization, first we did the torrefaction and then grind the torrefied biomass, and then ground biomass is used for pelletization. In that case, we use single pelletizer unit by adding different bio-based additives, which is mustard meal, pyrolysis bio-oil, alkali lignin, and sawdust. Whereas the pelletization condition was 100 degrees Celsius is the dry temperature, and applied force was 3,500 Newton with relaxation time of 35 seconds. Those are the pellet property measurement method that I have used, and for optimization process I used density, relaxed density, durability, and tensile strength as the as a variable. And the input variable was microwave power, residence time, and feeding load. And we found that 250 with 10-minute residence time with feeding load of 90 gram gave the highest quality of the pellet with relaxed density of 1090 kg per cubic meter, while durability was 83% and breaking force was 20.3 Newton. Here we see that 83% of durability is not that much for torrefied biomass for transportation. So we are considered to adding some binder for improve the quality of the pellet. So the effect of different torrefaction parameters, as I said, the Box-Benken design method was used, and we have developed different equation for relax density, durability, and hardness, and we found that relax density and durability tends to decrease with both microwave power and torrefaction time, but the hardness give a different scenario. It initially tends to increase and then give the optimum value and again falls to decrease. And different bioadditives I have used, as I said, so that is lignin, sawdust, mustard meal, and pyrolysis oil. So, and we have also used the combine of those things, and here you can see that torrefied cannula residue with 10% lignin, 10% mustard meal, and 15% of pyrolysis oil can give me 100% of durable pellet with tensile strength 1.23 megapascal, whereas the net energy density was 21,000 megajoule per cubic meter. And the moisture uptake rate and the hydrophobicity is the one of the major parameter for wood pellet for transportation as well as storage, because we want to transport the pellet overseas. So the major concern about to improve the hydrophobicity of the pellet. For here raw pellet we have highest moisture uptake rate, while torrefied pellet decreased a certain amount of moisture uptake rate, just because during torrefaction we removed most of the moisture and we removed most of the hydroxyl group, therefore the hydrophobicity goes down. And adding of pyrolysis oil, mustard meal, as well as lignin, it also increased the hydrophobicity by decreasing the moisture uptake rate, because the pyrolysis oil can be used as a lubricant as well as the coating of the pellet. That's how it reduced the moisture uptake rate of the pellet. We also studied the scanning electron microscopic of the produced pellet, and if, as you remember, this is from raw pellet and this is from torrefied pellet. This is with 10% lignin, 10% mustard meal, 10% pyrolysis oil, and this one is for combined composite pellet. And we can see the composite pellet has the more compact structure compared to others, and it has the highest mechanical strength, highest durability, as well as the highest density of material. And we also did the computer tomography analysis of this pellet, which has been carried out in Canadian light source. The thing is, like, you put pellet vertically without any breakage or without any disturbance, and electron pass through it, and then you can have the images of the pellet, and we can have 3D images and see the inside of the pellet. So here is the pellet, how it looks like internally, which we can't see by our eyes. Here we can, this one is the composite pellet, and it has the porosity is 8%, and porosity is important for even for transportation, even for bulk density, even for thermal properties. And here you can see that blue color, dark blue is solid part, and light blue or white is the pore space, and it has the lowest porosity. That means it has high mechanical strength. The highest porosity give low mechanical strength, and if porosity goes down, mechanical strength goes up. That is the method that we use to find out the porosity of the material. And this is for raw pellet. It has porosity highest around 14.5%, and for composite pellet with torrefied biomass with some binder, it gives us 8% of porosity. And we also compared our pellet with commercial pellet. The commercial pellet has the density around, density, this is particle density or unit density of a single pellet. It is 950 kg per cubic meter, while our pellet gives 1128 kg per cubic meter of density. Bulk density commercial pellet has 600, our pellet has 709, and durability of commercial European standard pellet is 97.6, while we have 100% of durability. And heating value also have 25.5%, which is very close to coal, and the moisture content less than 7%. The only concern here is the ash content, which is little bit higher. So we are also working on the following project to reduce the ash content of the material. And to be conclude, the optimum torrefaction condition for the fuel pellet is 250 watt for 10 minutes with 90 gram loading, and the torrefaction significantly improved the heating value, hydrophobicity of the pellet, which ultimately by removing the moisture as well as decomposition of the lignocellulosic biomass. Tensile strength and density increased with torrefaction severity compared to raw biomass, and the combination of 10% lignin, 10% mustard meal with 15% of pyrolysis oil can give the best quality pellet with 100% durability and 1.2 megapascal of tensile strength. And I would like to acknowledge all of the funding agency as well as the Canadian Light Source for providing me the facilities to conduct the work, and thank you everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Tumpa, for completing your talk within time and before time rather. If you have any questions, please. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You can use this mic.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, the question is the porosity. So as I said, highest porosity means you have the large pore space inside of the material. But that means you have the solid part less, the pore space high. And it gives you the lower mechanical strength just because you can easily break it. But when you have the lowest porosity, that means interconnected pore space is low, then mechanical strength would be high. And sure, sir. Here our main focus is to use this pellet for as a fuel. So we have to concern about the mechanical strength because we are transporting the pellet outside of the Canada, right? Thank you, sir. Sure, sir. So this is the, I can show you one thing. So I used like first pyrolysis. Okay. Okay, so this pyrolysis oil contains around 50% of 45% of oil, 45% of moisture. So I use the aqueous phase without doing any treatment or any processing of the pyrolysis oil. And pyrolysis oil is produced from softwood while the pyrolysis condition was 475 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Photograph on it. I invite next speaker. I invite our next speaker, Professor Amar K. Mohanty. Professor Amar Mohanty is a distinguished research chair in sustainable biomaterials at the Ontario Agriculture College and Director of Bioproducts Discovery and Development Center at Guelph. He is a professor both in the Department of Plant Agriculture and School of Engineering at the University of Guelph, Canada. Dr. Mohanty is Editor-in-Chief of Sustainable Composites, a journal published. He is one of the most cited researchers worldwide with more than 850 publications. To his credit, including 440 peer-reviewed journals, 71 patents, very small a number, 71. 5 edited books, 25 book chapters, 300 plus conference, and more than 150 plenary lectures. He has received many awards. I am reading few. The most recent one being the prestigious Maslow Romansky Medal of 2021 for his significant scientific contribution to the resolution of environmental problems from the Royal Society of Canada. He has received Lifetime Achievements Award from Bio-Environmental Polymer Science Society, USA. He is a fellow of American Institute of Chemical Engineering, Society of Plastic Engineering, Royal Society of Canada, and Royal Society of Chemistry, UK. So I welcome Professor Mohanty.
Hello. Thank you very much for your elaborated and extended introduction. Thank you. I think you already had a presentation from my better half that was in the area of packaging, but now I am going to an area where you want a comfort-like car, and that is called electric vehicles that I will talk on today. And electric vehicles is the future, and currently the electric vehicles market is going to be $800 billion by 2035, and almost all the gasoline-fed vehicle is going to be phased out from the whole world. What is the reason? Because the fuel that is going to the car is creating greenhouse gas. As you can know, out of total petroleum, 70% of the petroleum go for feeding the car, and that create a enormous amount of greenhouse gas. That is the main reason why the whole world is very dynamic now to change the gasoline feed car to electric vehicles. And currently the cumulative average growth rate for electric vehicles is about 22%. And as I find in 2020, India has already sold 1.2 million pieces of electric vehicles, and that rose to 4.5 million pieces in 2022, and it is going to be 40 million by 2025. You can well imagine how the world is quite vigilant to get rid of greenhouse gas by decarbonization by 2050. And if you look to the research agenda and funding wise, United States going to the top funding in the area of electric vehicles, similar is in the Canada, and that is the most vibrant field so far as materials is concerned. So what as you know, everybody, I think my Canadian colleagues talk very beautifully. My colleague from Guelph as well as Saskatchewan, they talk about waste valorization. It looks like the Canadian are at the forefront of waste valorization to make a completely a very decarbonized type of economy. If you look into the fossil fuel economy, that from oil, coal and gas, and we are getting about 12 billion tons per year carbon consumed. As you know, carbon is the fundamental of economy. Currently, we are passing through linear economy, and the chemistry is hydrocarbon chemistry. Now the world is transitioning to carbohydrate chemistry, CHO chemistry. That is the urgent need, and there is no way that is going to be the major area of research. And because of that, consequences of these oil, coal, and gas, global carbon emission highest level in the year 2021. If you look to this view graph, if you look to the graph, you can see here, I have taken from NASA website. If you look to this graph here, and from 1980 onwards, the greenhouse gas emission is going quite drastically, and our Earth is becoming warmer. The blue color is the baseline that was in the very early time, but from 80 watts it is going up, and 2021 is tied with 6th warmest since 1980. So global emission needs to decrease by 50% by 2030, reaching net zero by 2050 in order to stay within 1.5. So what is happening? Our Earth is really, how to go back? Okay, so frankly speaking, the greenhouse concentration highest, and planet is in now crisis because of climate change, biodiversity loss, plastic pollution, deforestation, air pollution, water scarcity, catastrophic storms, raise the temperature of the Earth's sea level, and melting the polar ice and acidification of the oceans. So, and as I already told, we need electric vehicles. People take a phase out the gasoline, they put the electricity, but having said that, we also need zero emission for zero crash. So the world needs to stop eliminating the greenhouse gas from vehicles and power plants. That's the whole. If you look to the right-hand side, there's a long queue. Car registration fees calculated based on vehicle weight. So weight reduction is critical. That's what I am going to highlight today. Besides the electricity, how lightweight vehicles is going to play a vital role to have a zero crash. So what is the key points of my presentation today? History of electric vehicles, risk factors, increase of the weight of electric vehicle. So you need to understand the gasoline feed car that you are using today, tomorrow you are going to electric vehicles, the weight of the electric vehicles is around 700 to 1500 pound heavier than your gasoline feed. Why this is? Because of the battery and the type of enclosure they use. So that's the main reason the accident goes off. So challenges and opportunity is how to make a thermal management, and I will also highlight some of the work on biocarbon composites materials and sustainability and circularity. And my key message of today is thermal management and enclosure of EV batteries. So that is the key message, how through sustainable composites we can achieve that. So if you look to the history of electric vehicles, first electric vehicle debuted in United States in 1989. So great appeal, increased popularity, and 1/3 of cars being electric vehicles at that time. Then why the EV market decreased? Mass production of gasoline cars are lower cost, gasoline price reduced. Nobody cared to climate change that time. 1935-70 disappearance of EV from market and reviving the EV popularity, pollution reduction, hike in oil price. Now the EV market is going very high. As I already told, India has a bright future in the electric vehicles because whole world is going to be out of gasoline feed vehicle by 2035. So I have put some of the positive and negative point of gasoline cars versus electric cars. So phase out of all vehicles by 2035, global market is more than 800 billion, and there are some advantages, but most impactive problem of the electric car is the heaviness. If you look to the heavy weight impact of the electric vehicles, few examples, I have given 4 examples, and Hyundai and Nissan, but in a nutshell, each electric vehicle is about 1,000 pound heavier than your gasoline feed vehicle, that increases the accident rate by 40 to 50%. Yes, decarbonization is very important, but not at the cost of our life. So that is the reason we need a lightweight electric vehicles that I am going to highlight today. So biofuels and biomaterials for cars are not new. If you go to the New York Times in 1925, corn ethanol was already been used. Similarly, go to the right hand side, biomaterials has been used by Ford in the car. They use soya-based plastic and make car parts. So that is not new. Now the question is, if that was the history of 1925, why that did not come up? The answer is very simple. Gasoline was so cheap and nobody cares to pollution. Now the greenhouse gas emission is just like dangerous pandemic than COVID-19 we are facing. It is slow poison, and this is our planet is in crisis. So sustainable development is triple bottom line. I am not going to talk. Whatever you develop, that must needs the future, but it should not affect our future generations. And this area I am going to talk composites from sustainable resources. If I started my research in the composites, my background is fundamentally polymer science and engineering. Once I first started composite work when I was a professor in Michigan State, I think that time I did a lot of work on composite, and that time I was thinking sustainable or biocomposites means it all must come from renewable resources. That definition is gone. You cannot tell sustainable composites only from bioresources. The new definition, and that's not me, that's many people have already accomplished this, renewable, recycle and waste feedstock and their combination. Either from the, what is composite? Many people know what is plastic, whether polyethylene or polypropylene. But if you take a plastic and add a fiber or filler, that becomes stiffer, that is a composite. So both the polymer matrix and reinforcement must come from the triple source, renewable, recycle and waste. And this is the very important part I will talk about. Sustainable composites battery enclosure. Battery enclosure is very key, and that is made of some composite materials, and metal is also being used heavily, but current top and bottom enclosure of that electric vehicle is about 75 kg. So many people like Sabik and many people are trying to replace some metal because we have to reduce the weight of electric vehicles, and carbon fiber is good to improve the strength and modulus, but unfortunately carbon fiber is very costly. And automotive market is a high volume industry. They all love bio, all love sustainable, but based on my experience with automotive industry work for last 15 years, they will not give a 1 cent more even if your product is bio or renewable. So the idea of this presentation at the end, I will prove that biocarbon is the future. It is quite vibrant in automotive industry. And only biocarbon is not going to solve. I was working with that hope, but now flammability. That means all of your automotive parts must pass the zero flammability. So that is another thing. Black is the new green. First of all, when I came from United States to Canada, 15 years back, around 14 years back, that time pyrolysis was going on. The whole idea of the pyrolysis was, you know what? Make the slow, first pyrolysis, make the bio oil, and make a biorefinery. That was the main concept. Nobody thought of using so-called slow pyrolysis and biochar. If you look to this now, suppose we are making biochar-based so-called, I gave the name biocarbon for the first time. I am not claiming that I am the first man. It is the document shows. First time I applied a patent. My first publication on biocarbon-based composition, a patent. So that's what this is coming off. And so you know, straw burning in India is a remedy. Now, I know a lot of people are working on straw in energy, but in my opinion, this straw can be retained. Energy is just one-time use. I'm not telling energy is not good, but composites can stay for 20 years and you can get more economy out of that. So can store up to 9.5 billion tons of carbon a year if you utilize those carbon, which is more than emitted by all today's fossil fuel-based composites. So if you look to this new graph, if you say right hand, I have a book which is the most cited book in the natural fiber where I started my research in the very beginning. Now after coming, the biggest problem of natural fiber is the odor and supply chain. So then I thought of using carbon residue, which is a odor-free based composite materials. And why biocarbon filled composites is a lot of things, and if anybody wants, they can read more details. But the bottom line is a lower density, because automotive density is very important, is 1.3, whereas and cost carbon fiber is $10 per pound, even the recycled carbon fiber, whereas biocarbon can be much cheaper. And in a typical vehicle, there is about 40,000 parts, and lot of things we can make out of these biocarbon filled composites. So how to design? It's not only take biocarbon and put a polymer and make a composite. You must understand the interfacial adhesion of the various carbon and the plastic to make a appropriate composite. So there is a lot of things I have waste and undervalue utilization, biomass type, and engineering biocarbon is very important. How you are engineering carbon to have a better fiber matrix adhesion. And if you look to the biocarbon technology, I think University of Guelph is the number one so far is this technology is concerned, and there are a lot of public. I am happy that this area is going off, and we do a lot of biomass things, slow pyrolysis process, and I am talking because engineering plastics is going to play a vital role in this composite area. So for electric vehicles is concerned, we have used various, some of the few examples here is the peanut biocarbon, and we also proved it is not only you have to use biocarbon at high temperature, sometimes low temperature biocarbon give a better interfacial adhesion. That was recently we find corn-cob based composites, and that give a better adhesion properties. And recently we did lot of catalytic carbon, and what I want to tell you, with and without catalysis, I'm not going to talk what specific catalysis is, but the beauty of catalysis is that a 7-fold increase in the modulus of the newly advanced biocarbon. So that means it was a 5 gigapascal, it became 35 gigapascal. That's the way we need. And very recently, in my lab, we discovered the graphene, biographene, and because D by Z is 0.06, sorry, this is 0.06, not 0.6, and the surface area is about 1,281, whereas a commercial one has a less value, and that is how, and our carbon content is more than 93%. And recently, because I am a plastic guy, so plastic waste and biomass combination is going to give a more advanced biocarbon. So bio-based graphite is a mixture of sp3 and sp2 hybridized carbon atoms arranged in a sample of 120 degree bond angles that we recently did. And I want to show you, this is a technology that was been commercialized by Ford. We take biomass, pyrolyze, and make carbon, mix with polypropylene, extrusion, injection molding. And this is a technology that already been used by Ford Motor Company. This is a university patent, and in partnership Ford and compounding industry. And according to Ford, the resulting components from University of Guelph technology 20% lighter and requires 25% less energy and during the molding process. And most key thing, I have been working in automotive parts throughout my career now, and any times now we go for automotive to take a technology, they want to see the flammability, because there's accident in the electric vehicles because of heavy weight. Now, we did a lot of work now, and I have a lot of examples. In the University of Guelph, we developed a reduced flammability based composite materials. I cannot show everything today. And this is the polybutylene terephthalate, and we use a functionalized oil and biocarbon and make a composite materials, and our materials become a no burning fire class after combination of green flame retardant, and that green flame retardant is nothing but a functionalized oil. And recently we made a joint invention with the Ford Motor Company, and polypropylene is flammable. Polypropylene talc is flammable. Polypropylene biocarbon is also flammable. But surprisingly, a specific waste from automotive industry itself, we could reduce the flammability by 72%. And this is a video I can show. you can see the green flame retardant we made. This is a foam. You know, in the polyurethane foam, this is the seat of a car, and that is the maximum place where drivers sit down. If the accident happens, the first thing they will burn. But we developed a biocarbon-filled foam materials by using a, you can see this is a flame retardant we developed, surprisingly that worked, and that give a zero flammability ratio. So that is a very critical in electric vehicles now. And biocarbon composites covered through 8 US and international patents from the University of Guelph Technology. So I gave one example because of the shortage of time, and also our part is commercialized by GM, and also some of the packaging materials we also developed from biocarbon-based composites. And key message or concluding thoughts of today, sustainable materials is a combination of bioresources, recycled materials, waste, and their hybrid. Not only zero carbon dioxide emission is the vital aim of the electric vehicles, zero crash. That means how can zero crash can happen? Reduce the weight of the vehicle and make it non-flammable. And that is where sustainable composites play a vital role. Green flame retardant away from halogen, that's the key. Automotive application, biocarbon-based composites are vibrant because lightweight and odor-free. Sustainable composites in automotive lead industry, senior people and government type of initiatives. And I'm very happy that in India, the electric vehicles is going to be sold about 40 million, and Indian government has already announced to get the tax rebate. So electric vehicles have a strong future in India to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. But one last slide, I would like to tell you, everybody is talking of the bio, but you know Nobel laureate as a great visionary. The whole idea of that Nobel Prize is what we all talking about. Innovation means taking the research for commercialization. We are doing a lot of publications, but now it's high time how your research can go for real world application, and your innovation must be tagged with the climate change. So innovation progress through low carbon energy is the future. So carbon tax must be applied to people who are making dangers to environment that we are feeling. So a transition to low carbon economy requires circularity. I must give lot of thanks to several funding agencies, Chemcon, and last but not least, I must give thanks for my all the great people. I think when Professor Mishra was showing one of the figure of current student from this university, her name is Dr. Nilima Tripathi, and she is working in my lab. I think her father might be here, Professor Pramod Tripathi's daughter, and she is doing excellent. And I want to, I don't know how to show her picture, but if you go down, she is the third person from this university. So she is doing excellent, and I must give thanks to all my people who are really taking the research to real world application. Thank you again for your listening, and thanks for the organizing committee, and thanks to all the outstanding volunteers who has made our life quite easy and comfortable. Thank you again.
Well, thank you, Professor Mohanty, for giving an excellent presentation and how the research output go to industry and benefit the society and at large the people. So I think because of lack of time, I have heard him speak for an hour in the Royal Society meeting about a month ago in Calgary. He's an excellent speaker, but just wanted to keep everything on track. And so with that, again, thank you for coming all the way, Professor Mishra, and giving excellent presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you again. Almost. Leather bag, famous. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks again. Neat and easy.
She's here?
Yeah, the next one. Well, so we have one more speaker before Dr. Prachi Kaul. She's here from from New Delhi. So I think a lot of us are interested to listen to her. So now let me introduce Dr. Sonil Nanda. So you can see Sonil Nanda is very young, but he's a very good researcher. So he's a research associate in the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering at the University of Saskatchewan. He received his PhD in biology from York University, MSc from PIT, Bangalore, and BSc from OUAT in Odisha, in Bhubaneswar in Odisha. He has more than 7 years of experience at York University, Western Ontario, University of Saskatchewan. He is also research director for a company called Titan Energy in Saskatchewan. And his research expertise are in the area of bioenergy, biorefining technology, supercritical fluids, green catalysis, biochar functionalization, bioremediation, and carbon sequestration. He has also been working with NASA's Clean Research Center in Ohio on the application of hydrothermal flames for waste remediation and bioenergy conversion in space. He has authored only 130 articles in high-impact journals and is the editor of only 15 books. And he's also assistant subject editor of International Journal of Hydrogen Energy and also associate editor of Environmental Chemistry, Letters and Applied Nanoscience by Springer Nature. He is ranked among the top 2% of scientists worldwide according to a recent Stanford University database. And he's also a consultant to many corporations in UK, India, and Mauritius on clean energy, environmental risk assessment, fuel processing, resource recovery, and waste valorization. So you see that Dr. Nanda probably has no time to sleep. He's young and he's been so productive. So I think before his talk, we need to give him some flowers. So now Dr. Nanda, floor is yours, and then I will invite Professor Malhotra to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Prachi Kaul. And then we will have the interaction I think the students are waiting for. And those who are not here, please let them know to come in, and we have an interactive session with Canadian delegation on opportunities in Canada. So without further ado, Dr. Nanda, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Dalai, for your generous introduction of me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you waiting so long to hear this presentation. My name is Sonil Nanda, and I'm a research associate at University of Saskatchewan, working with Professor Dalai in the Department of Chemical and Biological Engineering. And this presentation is all about what I have learned, what we have learned so far over the years on biocarbon, and I think this presentation is just strategically situated to summarize what we have listened so far in all these excellent presentations, not just today in the Indo-Canadian Symposium, but also yesterday and since the beginning of this conference. So in this presentation, what I'm going to talk about is the production and emerging applications of biochar. You call it biochar, you call it biocarbon, some call it wood charcoal. So it's basically the carbon that we get from burning organic biomass. So I don't want to emphasize so much since we have already heard in previous presentations that some of the problems that we are currently facing is the overpopulation, and as we increase the population, then the per capita consumption of energy increases, so as the emissions. Though we also generate so much of waste with the increasing in our population, and then the pollution is a bigger issue, deforestation, greenhouse gas emissions, climate change, depletion of the ozone layer, global temperature increase, and also the rising sea levels and several other adverse weather catastrophes. Now, some of the possible solutions that could come into picture to address these issues are the waste conversion, how we can convert these waste into different valuable products, as well as afforestation, carbon capture, production of different green fuels and fine chemicals that can replace the petrochemicals as well as fossil fuels, if not completely, then partially, and then build a circular economy. Just in the previous presentation, we saw how Dr. Mohanty mentioned about the circular economy, and also as Dr. Datta, Dr. Acharya, Dr. Dalai, they also previously mentioned how a waste from a process can be a feedstock for the another. So that's the whole purpose. In this way, we can reduce, refuse, and then reuse, repurpose, and recycle the waste, and thus solve several of these problems. Now, here is a graph that shows the worldwide greenhouse gas emissions. Most of the carbon dioxide emissions today come from the electricity and heat generation, as well as followed by the transportation sector, manufacturing and construction, followed by the agriculture, land use change and forestry, and several other sources. Whereas methane is more than 20 times has higher global warming potential than carbon dioxide. And the majority of the methane today comes from agricultural resources, whereas fugitive emissions, especially from anaerobic digesters and several other industrial processes that are emitted into the atmosphere, that also result in a global temperature increase. Now, I find this slide very important. I think we need to talk about about the climate change conference that occurred in 2021 in the United Nations and the UK at Glasgow. So several countries met, including India, in this conference that happened from October 31st to November 13, 2021. And 197 countries agreed to the Glasgow Climate Pact to fight climate change. Now, over 140 countries pledged to reach net zero emission, which means they will have zero emissions, including 90% of the global GDP. Over 100 countries pledged to reverse the deforestation by 2030, and over 40 countries pledged to move away from coal, including India. Particularly, India promised to draw half of its energy requirements from the renewable sources by 2030, and some of the car manufacturers, just like Dr. Mohanty mentioned, which include GM, Ford, Volvo, BYD Auto, Jaguar, Land Rover, and Mercedes-Benz, in 24 developed countries will now manufacture zero-emission vehicles by 2040, which is through the EVs, electrical vehicles. And so what happens currently is like if all of these pledges are met, then there could be a significant reduction in the global temperature over the years. Now, what are these wastes and how these wastes can be valorized into different useful products? So here is the example that you can see about the plant biomasses or the lignocellulosic biomasses that come from agriculture, from forestry, from perennial grasses, even the fallen leaves. These are the major lignocellulosic biomass that can be valorized, followed by the municipal solid waste, food waste, animal manure, industrial effluents, as well as petrochemical residues, mixed plastics, and sewage sludge. So these waste residues can be, they do not have food versus fuel debate. That means we don't have to compete with the food supply, neither with the arable lands. So there is no threat to the agriculture, basically because these are all the waste residues that occur from the harvesting of the agricultural residues. They will not be purposefully grown. And also the biofuels that can be produced from these waste residues can be blended with the fossil fuels at different flexible proportions. Now, plastic waste, the elephant in the room, just in the previous presentation we saw, and also Dr. Mishra also mentioned about how these plastics particularly microplastic plastic can be a threat to different ecosystems, including human beings, the newborn babies. So the worldwide production of the plastics was 245 million tons in 2008, and that significantly increased, close to a doubling figure in 2019. And this is because the surge in the production and manufacturing of the single-use PPEs. For example, the masks and the syringes, latest gloves, face shields, shoe covers, sanitizers, all because as we were fighting against the spread of the COVID-19. Now, have you ever thought, like, when we throw these masks, single-use masks, what happens to the environment? It's going to stay in the environment for several hundreds of years. So that also needs to be valorized in some way or the other. Now, let's shift the gears into the lignocellulosic biomasses. Some of the examples, as you can see here, the agricultural residues, the wood residues, and the grasses. So the name lignocellulosic biomass comes from the composition of lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose, and this is how they are composed inside the cell wall. So the cellulose is nothing but the long chain monomers of glucose, and the hemicelluloses contain both pentose and hexose sugars that can be converted into biofuels, whereas lignin is not a sugar, it's a polymeric compound that binds the cellulose and hemicellulose together in a very rigid form. Now, several applications of lignocellulosic biomasses, as you can see in this particular figure, is they can be used to produce different biofuels, different platform chemicals, including flavoring agents, aromatics, and alcohols, as Dr. Satyanarayan Naik mentioned in his presentation. Lignocellulosic biomasses can also be used to produce different biomaterials like biopolymers, bioplastics, and biocomposites, just as mentioned by Professor Mohanty. Different cellulosic materials can be extracted like hydrogels, fibers, and fabrics, as Professor Acharya mentioned. The lignin-based materials like lignin, plasticizer, and antioxidants can also be extracted, and different carbon-based materials such as biochar, activated carbon, carbon nanotubes, carbon nanohorns, they can also be manufactured or produced from the lignocellulosic biomasses, as was shown by Professor Dalai and Professor Datta. Now here is a map, I would call it a map of how we can convert the organic residues into different valuable biofuels. So there are typically two different platforms. One is a thermochemical platform, and there is a biological platform. In the biological platform, different microorganisms and enzymes are used to slowly break down the recalcitrant structure of the biomass to extract the sugars which are fermentable, and that can be fermented further to produce different alcohol-based fuels and different chemicals through different processes such as ethanol fermentation, acetone, butanol, and ethanol fermentation, anaerobic digestion to produce biogas, commonly locally known as gobar gas. And in the thermochemical platform, what happens is there are several different heat and pressure applied to break down the compound in a very rapid manner to produce biofuels. Examples include torrefaction, pyrolysis, gasification. In gasification, the steam that can occur in the presence of steam or carbon, or in the presence of water, to produce syngas, which is a combustible gas comprised of mostly hydrogen, carbon monoxide, and methane. Whereas in torrefaction, mostly the biomass is roasted to produce a very solid material that can be a replacement for coal, and in pyrolysis, different solid and liquid fuels are produced. Another technology, which is known as liquefaction, also uses high temperature and high pressures to liquefy the solid residues to produce a very liquid material, which is almost similar to the crude oil extracted from under the earth, and that material is called the biocrude oil. And in the process of pyrolysis, let's see, there are three different products that can be obtained in pyrolysis. which is known as the first is biochar, and the biochar is nothing but a very solid material, mostly contains 90% carbon and some of the volatile matter depending on what temperature and pressure that is used to produce it. And another product is bio oil, and bio oil contains different aqueous phase and organic phase. As you can see here, aqueous phase is a watery phase that obtained in the top of the bio crude oil, and that contains acids, alcohols, and mostly water. And these mostly come from the water content or the moisture content of the feedstock, whereas the organic phase, that is mostly the oil phase, that is something that can be directly burnt, that contains different ketones, aromatics, aldehydes, paraffins, and whereas phenols. The bio oil can be used directly as a fuel upon upgradation, or it can also be used as a feedstock to extract different attractive and industrially relevant biochemicals. The gases that are produced from pyrolysis mostly contain different permanent gases. Most of it are combustible. Examples, as you can see here: hydrogen, carbon monoxide, methane, acetylene, ethane, and other C2 plus gases, in addition to a portion of carbon dioxide, as well as some water vapor. Now, pyrolysis can be typically, I would use the word typically, not always, but it can be divided into two different processes. One is the slow pyrolysis, one is the fast pyrolysis. And why I'd say typically, because there can also be several other pyrolysis like intermediate pyrolysis, flash pyrolysis, that depends on very specialized and very selective process conditions. But broadly, in the slow pyrolysis, what happens is the low reaction temperatures are used, which include from 300 to 500 degrees Celsius. The heating rates can be from very low to from 0.1 to 1 degree Celsius per second. A longer reaction time is provided so that the biomass is slowly carbonized or slowly cooked to produce mostly this biochar. So biochar is a main product of the slow pyrolysis compared to the bio oil yield. On the other hand, fast pyrolysis involves very high reaction temperatures of 400 to 600 degrees Celsius and the faster reaction rates of 10 to 200 degrees Celsius per second, short vapor residence times less than 10 seconds, and what happens is there is a rapid condensation of the evolved vapors, and then the bio oil can be produced upon the condensation or effective condensation. And I had already mentioned that this bio oil can be used upon upgradation as a drop-in fuel in combined heat and power stations, or it can also be used as a precursor to extract different biochemicals through distillation, fractional distillation, supercritical carbon dioxide extraction, etc. Torrefaction, as you see here, this slide you might have also seen in Professor Sarkar's presentation, where we both collaborated in developing torrefaction technology to produce biopellets. And I would like to revive that idea that she mentioned. So what torrefaction does is it roasts the feeds the material when we cook even that badam or peanut. What we do is we use the sand as a fluidizing medium to cook it. So that is kind of a torrefaction. Even when we roast the coffee grains in heat. So what we basically do is we try to reduce the moisture content and the aromatic contents to produce a material that has a very long shelf life, and it has very little degradation, natural degradation. So biomass, when Dr. Acharya and Dr. Datta mentioned, it cannot be used directly. When we take the straw from the field or the freshly harvested wood residues, they're not optimally or suitable for biorefineries because they contain high moisture content. They have very low calorific value. They are hygroscopic. They cannot be pulverized easily. They have a very high volatile content, high volume, low bulk density, and non-uniform properties. And it is more costly to transport them into longer distances to the biorefineries. On the other hand, when we torrefy the feedstock simply by cooking the feedstock at 200 to 300 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes to an hour under an inert atmosphere, what we mostly produce is we extract the volatiles out as the moisture, and then what we basically get is a very solid material, as you see here, that has almost most of the properties or all of the properties suitable for biorefineries that can use that mostly use coal. So these torrefied biomass can directly replace the power plants that mostly rely on coal. Now I would like to draw your attention to this biocarbon, which is the main topic of this presentation. So biochar or biocarbon, that has tunable properties. These properties can be engineered depending on the process conditions of pyrolysis, carbonization, and gasification that is used. So these process conditions mostly are the first paramount condition is temperature, followed by reaction time, and then pressure. So at low temperature, what happens is this biochar, it will have very low porosity, it will have low carbon content, and it will have high moisture or high volatile content, which is not suitable to be used as a biocoal. But when the biochar is produced at high temperatures, what you can see here is the porosity of the biochar increases, so as the aromatic carbon content, ash content, pH value or alkalinity, surface area, and pore volume. So these properties are extremely crucial, or they are suitable and appropriate for very selective, a lot of selective application, I would say. So here this figure shows you the different applications of biochar. Biochar, activated or non-activated, it can be used as a catalyst support. It can be used as absorbent material to trap different pollutants for water treatment, or even they can be used to trap heavy metals like mercury from the industrial flue gases. They can be used as a biocoal in different gasification, co-firing, and co-combustion processes to reduce the emissions. In agronomy, they have been traditionally used for water retention, plant nutrient, and as a soil quality enhancer. And in the specialty materials, they can be used as biocomposite, just as a example given by Professor Mohanty and Dr. Mishra. In fuel cells, they can be used. This is going to be the next big thing where the electrode materials will be produced from biocarbon for the electrical vehicles and photovoltaic applications. And there are also several applications of activated carbon in biomedical use and gas storage applications and pharmaceutical use, where they can be used to trap different toxic materials that is within the tract of humans or even the pets. Just an example, the surface area of biochar can be less than 10 meters square per gram, just freshly produced from pyrolysis or carbonization. When it is activated, the surface area can increase up to 2,000 or up to 2,500 meters square per gram. So in the layman term, what that means is just a tablespoon full of activated carbon could have a surface area of more than a cricket ground. You can imagine that high surface area. So there are so many applications, and recently the carbon credit programs are also very lucrative for the biorefinery industries and all these big industrial players, where they can sell their carbon credit when they produce biochar and earn credits. So biochar has several applications in the soil, as you can see here. It enhances the pH or alkalinity of the soil to help reduce the acidity that is caused by the inorganic fertilizers. Biochar also retains several microelements essential for plant growth and productivity. Biochar forms a complex with the soil, with the plant root, that prevents soil erosion and also helps create a house for the beneficial rhizobacteria or the plant growth promoting rhizobacteria, and it enhances the soil qualities. It holds the stable carbon in the soil for several years, that can be up to hundreds and centuries. The biochar can also protect these plant growth promoting this bacteria from different bacterial grazers or nematodes in the soil. Now, this is very important. I have just 2 more slides to go. So this is with this, I would like to say how this biochar can help decarbonize our industrial processes and how it can help close the biorefinery process. Now, as you can see here, plants, I call plants as the natural solar cell, because what they do is they trap the sunlight and they transform this, in the presence of sunlight, they transform carbon dioxide into carbohydrates. Now, these carbohydrates that can be in the form of grains and cereals. After extracting, the plant biomass can be pyrolyzed to produce bio oil and biochar. When that biochar is added into the soil, so it traps that carbon in the soil for hundreds and thousands of years to make the process carbon negative. And when it is added to the soil, that also adds nutrient into for the growth of the plants. Now, this is the game changer, as I mentioned. To summarize, what happens is the biochar market is going to be bigger and bigger with time as we speak. So here is some of the major player of the biochar can be the Asia Pacific region. India is the biggest player here, where we have plenty surplus of feedstocks that can be converted into biochar, followed by North America, and so the different processes that could contribute to the production of biochar is the first is the pyrolysis process, followed by gasification, and agriculture is going to be the major application. It's still going to stay as such, followed by several specialty applications that I mentioned. And the current market value of biochar is $170 million worldwide, and with the cumulative annual growth rate of around 15 to 16% per annum, the market of the biochar can increase up to 6.37 billion by 2031. Now, to summarize this presentation, what we discussed is the lignocellulosic biomass contains cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin, which can act. These are the biopolymers that have diverse application. Torrefaction produces solid fuels with a high calorific value, bulk density, and hydrophobicity with reduced volume. Slow pyrolysis can produce high quality biochar, whereas fast pyrolysis can produce energy dense bio oil. The process parameters such as temperature, pressure, reaction time, feed concentration can act as can influence the properties of the process as well as the products. Biochar can have a greater carbon content, alkalinity, thermal stability, porosity, and heating value at a high temperature. And in order to validate all these properties and in order to develop a commercially viable product, the life cycle assessment and techno-economic analysis is a must in order to take these concepts to the lab and then the products from the lab to the market. Now, finally, I would like to acknowledge the previous universities where I have worked, including currently the University of Saskatchewan and formerly York University and Western University. And the funding was provided by the Natural Sciences of Engineering Research Council of Canada, and the Saskatchewan Structural Sciences Center, where most of the research was carried out. Now, finally, I would like to close this slide of this presentation by mentioning this, that the climate change is not a future issue. It is here. So we have to make every single effort, from small to large, to reverse it and to reduce it if possible. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nanda, for an excellent talk, and to keep it on time.
Thank you, Dr. Jubilee. Thank you.
No, I think we started 1 hour late, but we are only 15 minutes late now. Try to catch up, and thanks to all the speakers to keep to the time, and thank you all the people listening very patiently to all the presentations. I hope they have been very useful. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Mehrotra from University of Calgary to introduce our next speaker.
That's the last item, right? Vote of thanks. Yeah, and then after that. Thank you very much, Dr. Dalai, for asking me to introduce our next guest speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Prachi Kaul. She's the director of Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, the New Delhi office in India. She will give a some detailed background about the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, so I don't want to take that away from her. I met Dr. Kaul in 2016, and since then we have developed a very special relationship, and she's very dear to me and my wife. And so I'm very happy when we were organizing this joint symposium. At that time, I said, okay, we got to have Prachi here. So I discussed it with Dr. Trivedi, and we all agreed unanimously that we need Dr. Kaul here. And so I'm very happy to have Dr. Kaul with us, and she holds a PhD from IIT Delhi. And Prachi, you've been with Shastri Institute for what, 15 years, something like that? Close to 20 years. So, and she is a wonderful person and full of enthusiasm. You'll see that in a minute, okay? As soon as I finish this, you will hear her. And she's a wonderful speaker and a very good organizer and CEO, and manages everybody. I was treasurer of Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute. She guided me in every which way. I'm thankful to her. And we have an excellent leader of Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute. Prachi, floor is yours.
Okay.
Okay.
It's lovely.
On behalf of the conference organizing committee.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Okay. Very good evening. Thank you, everyone, Dr. Shastri, Dr. Dalai, Dr. Malhotra, for having me here. It's an opportunity, I would say, because this was never on my radar. It appeared as an opportunity. I thought it would be wonderful to speak to all of you if you are not aware of what I do, what Shastri does not I do, and how come Shastri is here in this very technical, very scientific session, you know. So it's off the league, what I'm going to talk about, but it's very much in league as well in terms of what we do, how you can connect with us, and how to take forward the collaboration, which this particular symposium, particular session on India-Canada envisaged for the future. So thank you so much again for having me here. Let's begin talking about Shastri, who we are. So we are a binational organization between India and Canada for almost 55 years now, and I would say we are linking India and Canada. So 1968, so we completed our Golden Jubilee in 2018, and we are going very strong, growing old, but with grace. Energy is young, I would say. Thank you. So, these are the two visionaries who has incepted this idea. So this was Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri, and you can imagine how difficult it is to match to the credentials this man presents to all of us even today. So Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri and Lester B. Pearson, who was also a Nobel laureate, Prime Minister of Canada, and both of them met during a convocation, very academic start to Shastri actually. They met at McGill University in Canada in a convocation, and both of them agreed to have this organization incepted. And unfortunately, we lost our Prime Minister in a year or so, and this happened in 1966. So as we lost our Prime Minister in a tragic incident, Canadian Prime Minister incepted Shastri Institute in Canada in 1968 and named it after, as a homage to our Prime Minister, named it after Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri. So that's how we have a name of Shastri Ji to ourselves. So we are a binational organization. We consider each one of you who become part of our network. So professors here, whether it is Dr. Shastri, Dr. Dwivedi, Dr. Dalai, Dr. Malhotra, and
probably Dr. Nair is also here from IIT. So many people who have been associated with us over the period of time, who has worked together on these bilateral corridors between India and Canada. We consider them as a Shastri family, and also as unofficial ambassadors, little ambassadors of India to Canada and vis-a-vis. We have awarded thousands of awards in form of fellowships, scholarships, and internships to our young fellows as well. We provide, we move people from one geography to another geography. So India to Canada and Canada to India, because we strongly believe that this mobility is something that is very, very important in bringing not just the culture, but also academia and research fraternity together. We have created this platform wherein a lot of ideas have been churned over, and we have created kind of I would rather say it as a nexus of good for both the countries over the period of time. The mission is, of course, to build and strengthen intellectual and cultural linkages between India and Canada. And how we do is by facilitating high-class research. We build in dialogue, and we exchange, and we disseminate as well. How we evolved very quickly, because I don't want to spend more time here. This is the number. You can see 1968 with 3 members in Canada, University of British Columbia, University of Toronto, and McGill. We started with India Studies, which was primarily humanities and social sciences all throughout till 2004, 5, 6. And at that time, it was the mobility of Canadians coming to India. There was no person moving on Shastri business from India to Canada. So these scholars from Canada used to come down to India, develop India-centric courses, do research, go back to their parent institutions, and offer courses on India-centric subjects. So primarily humanities, social sciences, at max development studies, also economics and statistics, etc. Not beyond that. 1992, and in between 1991, we started mobility because India was getting promoted in Canada, but Canada was not promoted to that extent in India. So Canadian government felt that there's a need for us to be present in India as well. So we started Canadian Studies program, which was funded by Ministry of Global Affairs Canada, which is foreign ministry of theirs, and we called it Canadian Studies Program, Understanding Canada, and we had hundreds of fellowships offered to Indian students and faculty members to go to Canada, develop similar courses and do small researches on Canada, and come back to Indian institutions and offer the courses here to build up the interest in the next generation of researchers on Canada. And that's how the mobility both ways started. 1992 to 2006 was a wonderful time when one of the fellows here he is, he got associated with us. These were the SHARP, Shastri Applied Research Projects, and at that time we didn't have consideration of member and non-members. So HBTI partnered with Guelph. So they partnered with them, and they were given a wonderful grant, 2 years. They worked together, and wonderful results in terms of tangible results that we could see out of those projects. So that was quite a good time. But in 2006, as you all know, our Indian Prime Minister at that time, Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, he decided that we do not need any foreign aid to do development work. So this program was stopped at that point, but we continued to associate with our fellows who were associated through SIDA programs with Shastri. Of course, 2005 was very, very important in terms of our structure, because till then the governance of the organization was only from the Canadian end. It was not so that India government was not participating or not funding us. They were throughout funding Shastri, but the governance, they were not parting in. So they decided that, okay, let's participate in the governance as well. So Government of India joined, and as a result, until that time, we were around 25 institutions that were part of our network in Canada. So we had Canadian Member Council, but not Indian Member Council. Bringing in on board Indian government made us truly bilateral, and we invited Indian institutions to join the Member Council. So we called it a Canadian Member Council and Indian Member Council. Indian Member Council, I'm going to talk about it, but HBTU is not a member of Shastri. We are looking forward to engage with you meaningfully, sir. And that's how, bilateral structure evolved. Now the Executive Council, Dr. Malhotra was talking about that he served as longest serving Secretary Treasurer of the organization for 4 years, I guess, 5 years, yes. So it's a bilateral Executive Council, 3 members elected members from India, 3 from Canada side, and presidency rotates between India and Canada. Secretary Treasurer is always from the Canadian end because we are registered there in Canada. So this is the new structure which was formed in 2004-05. Of course, as I said, to begin with, we were all about humanities and social sciences. It is no more the case. You mention a domain of knowledge, and we are here. So 2004-05, when institutions like IITs and wonderful institutions like IIM, all first generation IITs and IIMs and major law universities, all of them जब ज्वाइन करा उन्होंने तो उन्होंने सोचा कि हमको क्या मिलेगा शास्त्री से, and that's how we thought that let's have more work done, and that's how we started our intervention into STEM area, but we started very slowly and gradually with the human dimensions of science and technology and engineering, and it's now that it's quite an excellent balance that we strike between HUSS and STEM. Of course, 2010, we signed, Government of India and Canada signed a Memorandum of Understanding on higher education collaboration and cooperation. And in the preamble itself, they stated the contribution that Shastri has made. And incidentally, all the activities notionally they presented in that MOU were already being served to this academic and research fraternity by Shastri into Canadian Institute. So we are mentioned in that preamble, and to be mentioned in the preamble, which means that we have been serving honestly to this wonderful fraternity of academics. Of course, which was renewed again during the visit of Prime Minister Trudeau to in India, 2017-18, the MOU was renewed for next 5 years. Of course, 2015 onwards, understanding that Shastri's contribution on this bilateral platform, we were invited to join. We have a seat on joint working group between India and Canada on higher education, and also on the joint working group on science, technology, and engineering. These are the strength of Shastri, I would say, knowledge mobilization and capacity building, partnerships, mobility, engaging countries and stakeholders. It's not just that our work is confined to this fraternity who's present here. We also work with government, provincial government, federal government, central government, and state government, which is a new phenomenon of working of Shastri. But we engage anybody who can help and assist in improving the relations, improving and building human connect between the two geographies. This is the strength, I would say, because you are because of us and we are because of our members. So the whole session, I mean, if you see from Canada, all of them are from our member institutions, whether it is University of Guelph, British Saskatchewan, or University of Calgary. They are part of our network for all these years. Wonderful collaborators, and we are so proud to have them on our network. Similarly, IIT Kanpur is the first generation IIT, and they joined, they were founding members of Indian Member Council at the Indian end. So you name a university and institution, it is on board. So, and this is how we have grew over the period of time. If in last couple of years, you'll see the tremendous growth. 93 new member institutions were added, and this is the network, a slide presenting to you. So we are every nook and corner, east, west, south, extreme north till Kashmir, I would say. Any livable place in Canada, we are there too. This is important now. So these are the window of activities for you to explore, I would say. And first window is, of course, for the student, and I would like to concentrate on that. Not saying that faculties are not important, but I strongly believe, and I also strongly work towards building the next generation of researchers for ourselves, for the work, and that remains the focus of Shastri's working. So, of course, student mobility, and then the second window is faculty mobility. Of course, we do a lot of collaborative research research between institutions from India and Canada. We strongly believe that whatever you research, you have to apply, so application of knowledge, and then promotion and facilitation, which have been Shastri's niche, but of lately, I would say for last 7 years onwards. From 7 years, we have strongly strengthened this component of Shastri's working. So if you want to understand who can be good source of information for you, or if you wish to understand if it is doable in Canada or in India, we are here to assist you. We are facilitator, one-stop facilitator for any academic and research endeavor that you have in your mind. These are some of the current programs that you may like to explore. I would request all of you to go to the Shastri's website, Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, and explore what we have to offer to you. So there would be opportunity which are currently available, but there would be opportunity that would be coming soon. So if you have some ideas and you think that you are stuck because of some financial support or even facilitation for that matter, you can look into the website, you can reach out to our officers. We are very quick in responding to your queries. So very pleased to say that in 24 hours, I assure you that you will have a reward from my office. So yes, keep a tab on that. So mapping and matching interest workshop is a wonderful opportunity that you can explore. And this is not funding, but this is a unique intervention that we have just started. What we are trying to do is we have conceived bilateral clusters of research, and these clusters I'm going to touch upon, but these clusters will bring in people who are working in that particular domain together from India and Canada. So opening cluster was on agriculture, and a lot of scholars throughout Canada. And it's already 120 scholars group we have formed who are working together, and many grants. Shastri hasn't not granted any project or research or any mobility under that cluster, but when they come together, so a professor from India or Canada come together, they understand each other's niche areas, and they see if there's a gap that they have in their research, and the other person can provide that complementarity to that research. They come and connect, and then they start working together. They form a team to themselves, which includes young researchers, postdocs, young faculty, and this group becomes quite a strength in that particular domain. Other area that I would say is very important for me to, as I'm going to talk about, is student mobility. So MITAX is a wonderful partner for Shastri. Those from Canada would probably be aware of it, but those who are not and those who are from Indian institutions, please go back to your institution and check. If you are coming from Shastri's member institution, you will have an opportunity to explore two opportunities. One is Global Research Internship Program, which you can explore through Shastri's programming. We have partnered with MITAX a couple of years back in 2019, and we have renewed this partnership for 5 more years. It's a wonderful commitment from MITAX, around 90 crore Indian rupees coming in for the mobility of students. They love our students. Indian students are just wow. So you are invited there. You're invited to explore these programs through which you can be in Canada, work with the professors who are currently here, and beyond that. So you explore that. You can be there for 3 months' time, work on a project which is industry linked as well. So you explore that. Another component that I would like to focus, because they are very closely connected to larger research projects that these faculties who are present here can offer to you, our GRA, Global Research Award for at the grad level. So if you are masters, even if you are a senior undergrad student, you can start exploring that undergrad level, PhD and postdoc level. So you can be in touch with professors, you can see the deadlines or the timelines available on the Shastri website and explore that and exhaust these opportunities, because they are good number of internships and awards that are available in this category. So explore that, please. Of course, we have short-term virtual courses. These are a little different to Shastri's programming, newly introduced. These are called new initiatives. So the faculty members present here, I would like to invite you, if you think that you have a niche and you can offer a virtual course to Indian and Canadian students or young faculty, please do write to us, and we have just opened it for One Health cluster. So from agriculture, we have moved now to agriculture is still going on, while we have another cluster introduces One Health, and I look forward to receiving more people's interest in this area as well. Couple of other awards as well for the young fellows. I think I have touched upon. I don't think I have time enough to talk about all these details. So I again request you to go to our website and explore that. Concerned program officer is Anju Taneja. You can write to her. Her details are there. Her email ID and contact number is there. You can bother her. But 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. No bothering on Saturday, Sundays. Yeah. And these are the thematic cluster I just talked about. Soon going to be artificial intelligence and robotics, quantum technologies, which is up on the agenda of Government of Canada and India as well, green economy, likewise. We are not just bringing only researchers together, but also bringing stakeholders like industry, state governments, anybody who would be interested in the domain we are going to launch the cluster. These are all the areas wherein we plan to launch these bilateral groups. Recently, in 17-18, when we completed our 50 years, this is the statement from both the Prime Minister. We were the only, I'm very proud to say that we were the only institution which was mentioned by name in the joint statement by both the Prime Ministers. These are two offices. This is the website. My name is Prachi Kaul. So prachi@siki.org.in is my email ID. You can reach out to me anytime, and I am here to support you to meet the agenda that you have devised for yourself, if it connects anyways India and Canada. So I think I presented fairly well. I would like to welcome any question that you may have for me now or after, digesting the information that I just shared, and you can always call me back, or you can call up the program officers, or you can write to me. Thank you so very much. It was wonderful having at this.
Thank you very much, Prachi. Prachi, just correct me if maybe I'm wrong, but MITEX has chosen SIKI, Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, as the organization in India.
Yes.
For all the MITEX awards to Indian students, right?
Absolutely, you are right. So they were operating in India for quite some time, but they were not that successful. So they partnered with us. So each and every scholar coming in from our member institution in India is eligible to apply for, and we have 141 institutions on board right now.
And growing.
Yeah, and going on, of course.
HBTU is going to be 143rd, right?
I really hope so. Yeah, wonderful.
Okay, thanks again, Prachi. That was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much.
So I got it here. And we will then have a short, brief session, questions and answers for Prachi. But as she mentioned, go to the Shastri Institute website. There's a lot of information there. And if you still have questions, send her an email. That probably is better. But we can take a few quick
Wonderful.
questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lovely. Thank you so much, sir.
Your job is not over yet.
Absolutely.
Okay, so a few short, simple questions without going into too many details here. Okay, you can always contact her later. Okay, so any students, especially students, if you have a question right now. Students, come on. Okay, they're not sleeping. Okay, any researcher, postdoc,
You can consider me on
any questions? Faculty members from Canada and from India. No, oh, hey, there is one. Okay, yeah, go ahead. You want to come to the mic, or can you speak loud? Okay, yeah, she can speak loud. Okay, shh.
Very nice presentation.
Okay.
Very nice presentation. 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 Very nice presentation
So myself, Kalpana Mahiria from SPNAT Surat. So what is the eligibility for apply for students or faculty? There is a they have to be member first and then they can apply?
Thank you so much. Basic question, but very important. So yes, you need not to be member, but your institution need to be member. So ask your director to get in touch with us, and they can apply for membership. It's a tough call on our behalf, because we cannot admit everyone. We have to maintain a balance. But basic eligibility is that you should have NAC A accreditation if you are an university, or NIRF ranking of top 50. So if you are appearing in that, you are eligible to apply for the membership. And
there is a form available
on the website. Yeah, members.
So that is there. And the one thing, for joint work of any, if suppose engineering institute is there,
Yeah.
so it is related to engineering, but engineering faculty, if it is, they are applying for some other purpose, like humanities purpose or something, so they can apply for that?
If I get it.
Discipline is different, though the faculty of engineering sciences, but they want to do something for society.
Yeah. Okay, so it has to be formulated as a project, and it has to be, because we do not give grant just like that. So it has to come under some program, and it is adjudicated. So there's a very comprehensive process of evaluation and adjudication. So if you are able to compete through that, you win it. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing a nice piece of information. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
One question. Myself, Dharmendra Pare. How institute can be link the industry people to this country?
Connecting with industry, if you want to understand.
With industry and research.
Yeah, so these clusters that we have recently launched are the best example. We are bringing all stakeholders together. Even for the MyTex programs that I talked about, MyTex programs are very, very industry oriented. So students who go to Canada, or for that matter, I would like to highlight here that we have enabled a mobility of Canadian students to India as well. There are a couple of programs, even within MyTax, Canadian professors can send their students to India, to Indian professors. So, and they are all industry-linked project mostly. So that's how we built up the Industry Connect. And of course, the collaborative research that we grant, we are very open to the idea of bringing industry as a partner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Here, at the very front.
In MyTex, they allow only third year BTech students.
Yeah,
And
so
for
GRI program, that is graduate research internship. I think you should be, in the third semester onwards, you can apply for it, for internship. And I think there should be a semester left till you use your program, your award. So in between third semester to fifth semester, you have to use this.
So after final year also, some students have vacations, and also they don't allow that, MyTex.
Yeah, so they don't allow, but then you can explore GRA program, which is Graduate Research Award, which is open for senior undergrad and grad level. So even if you are in transition, you can make use of that.
And
You got it or not?
Yeah. And for selecting any specific criteria, they have all, they basically filter by the CGP and all. By the, if a student has done research and also they see less that.
Yeah, I suggest you go to the website. There's a comprehensive information available there. You explore that. If you have doubts, then you can write back to us or call us, and officer will explain each and every step very carefully so that you get it.
Okay.
Yeah? Thank you.
What about an individual who would like to do postdoc work? Can you connect to them?
So if you are an individual and not associated with any of the member institution,
Maybe associated.
yeah, if you are associated with the member institution of Shastri Institute, you can always come back to us and try to understand which program you can apply for. So we will advise you closest program to your interest wherein you can explore. But if you are an individual not associated with any of the member institution of the organization, I suggest you connect with a member institution. You may not be full-time faculty or researcher there, but you can be part of their team. You know, if supposedly Dr. Dwivedi has a program, project, wherein he is inviting researchers and scholars to come be part of that, as a part of that team, you know, you can participate in our activities.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll bring the session to a close.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks again, Dr. Prachi, for accepting our invitation. And she is originally from Lucknow,
And I spent some good time in Kanpur as well.
there you go. Yeah, as she said, you know, go to the website, see what information is available. If you still have doubts, call Anju Taneja and she will help. Okay? They are there to help you.
Yeah.
You have to see.
Yeah. We are the facilitators. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you. Stay well. We have this pandemic, COVID coming again, so
Yeah.
please stay well, stay
it's
healthy,
affected
take care of
operation
yourself. Yeah. Thank you.
So with this, we have concluded 12 presentations from in Indo-Canada session. We wanted to, on behalf of Dr. Trivedi and myself, which as the co-chair of this afternoon or morning session, I wanted to thank Chemcon organizers, Professor Chattopadhyay, and also Professor Shastri, Professor Ghosh, and others, especially the Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellors are here. I'm very thankful to you and all of you for staying till the end. So that I wanted to thank all the speakers for keeping to the time, for high quality presentations, and so that formally conclude the technical part of the presentations. And as I mentioned in the beginning, around noon, that we may try to get a special issue dedicated for Chemcon 2022 for the Indo-Canada Symposium to get its publicity through high-quality publications. So keep an eye on the advertisement, and we may reach out to you to contribute to that special issue. And now the next part is a interactive session with the we have 14 people from Canada here, and then I would like to invite Dr. Animesh Datta to stage to represent Guelph, and also myself from Saskatchewan, Professor Mehrotra in Calgary. And so what we'll do is we'll keep the discussion short so that we can address a lot of the questions, comments from the students and potential postdoctoral fellows and the faculty members who like to visit Canada. And as I mentioned, Canada has only 3.5 crores of people with 5 times more area for India. And we have only 3 people per square mile, and that's the population density. So we have a lot of space to accommodate a lot of people. And Canada has only 87 universities, where India has 5,500 engineering institutions and colleges. So I think there's a lot of potential to work together. I think Dr. Nanda mentioned the synergy in sustainable energy area, but there are other areas as well. So I think we'll take questions, and then we'll actually just, if you ask any question, obviously the response should benefit everyone. So please come forward. And just before we start, I wanted to let you know that we also have summer internship program with the help of Shastri and also MindTax, and we have our own funding, and we recruit students for 2 to 3 months from all over the world to come in the 3rd year, 2nd year, 4th year, master's, PhD, level, also faculty members from different countries. And so the funding is not an issue. The issue is who is interested to come and work with us. That is the issue. And if you have got a motivation, you have high energy level, you want to have build your own CV for good employment either here or abroad, this is an opportunity to ask questions and participate in the discussion. Thank you. So do you have a microphone out there? The microphone. So is there anybody else who would like to ask question? And please mention your name and what program you are in and which year and where are you, which institute you are from. So just please mention that before you ask the question. Is there anybody? I think a lot of people are shy. I think when I was your age, I was also very shy.
Questions can be as silly as possible, but put your questions. Just rise and question. Any students would like to ask how to go to Canada for study, higher studies, internship?
I question from Sir's PPT.
Yes. From me? Yes. Okay. From me. Okay. Yes.
Sir, like myself, Yash Mishra from final year Chemical Engineering in ITK, and sir. Myself, Yash Mishra from final year Chemical Engineering in ITK, and I have a question like you change the parameters of like flow rate and temperature, and if like that temperature is very less, so and how much the flow rate we introduce, so but like there will be no effect, so we have to like connect both temperature and flow rate. So like
you're talking about my technical presentation?
Yeah.
No, let's keep this session general. You have send me an email, okay? I can answer your question, all right? Okay. Sorry, this is not, you should have asked me the question after my presentation, right? Yeah, no. This is more general kind of presentation.
Yeah, up there.
Yes,
yeah.
please.
So let me say a couple of more things. Just give me 1 minute. So when people come to Canada for higher studies for doing MSc and PhD, we basically give a scholarship of about 18,000, 20,000 depending on the university for MSc and 20 to 24,000 or so for PhD. And we usually don't recruit students without fellowship, and that should be enough to not to borrow any money from your parents to study abroad. And end of the day, you might save some money to buy some gift when you come back after your degree. And the Indian students are very well treated in Canada. We have more than 100,000 Indian students studying in Canada, unlike in UK, where they go and then the UK grabs the tuition and teachers give them a degree and send back to India. Canada is not like that. So that we basically automatically get a study work permit after you graduate. You can work up to 3 years. And then you can also apply for immigration or in the US they call it green card if you like to settle down there. So the opportunities are huge, and for internship we typically give $1,000 a month. So if you come for 3 months, you get $3,000, and that should be enough for living. And then you can learn something new, and you can put that in your resume. You can compete for good jobs here or higher studies abroad. And if you also, as Dr. Cole mentioned, if you get Mind Tax internship fellowship for the summer, automatically you qualify to get for 1 year fellowship in Canada to do MSc or PhD. So that fellowship is guaranteed. So there's a lot of opportunities there as well.
And when you come to Canada, you will never feel alone. I went in a long time ago, you might be more isolated. Now there are lots of people in every city. You feel at home. And those days, it used to be $1 per a minute to call back home. Now it is almost for free. You can talk for hours with your parents. Our students do that all the time. They talk in the morning, talk in the lunchtime, talk in the evening, talk again before going to bed. So you basically feel at home. So it's basically just one stop, Delhi, Vancouver, Delhi, Toronto flight. So it's not like going around the world as well. So I think the things are very much simplified. World is basically a global village, and there are a lot of opportunities. And sometimes you send an email to somebody, you may not get an answer, but now you speak, then you get an answer within fraction of seconds. So this is an advantage.
I think, Ajay, the number of Indian students in Canada is more like 250,000 now.
So the new information is that more than 250,000 students studying in Canada right now.
From India.
Not 100,000. That was yesterday and this is today.
The latest.
The latest. Very good question. The job prospects, India has a lot of, Canada has a lot of opening. We have very low unemployment. And as soon as you graduate, somebody is going to grab you and give you a good job. So the job issue is almost not there in Canada. If you graduate, you get a job. And those who don't get a job, they don't want to work. So that's why some people don't have jobs. And for them, the government gives them money every month to survive, to buy food, to give shelter so that they live. And then somebody on the street, they build houses for them to stay. And they complain too much, they supply them good food as well. So there are a lot of social structure well developed in Canada. Did I answer your question, Dr. Mohapatra? Did I answer your question? Yeah. Yes, sir. Please tell your name and what are you studying and which institute you are from.
Good evening, respected sirs. So my name is Adat, currently pursuing my bachelor's in the leather technology from the HBTU Kanpur.
And which year?
I am currently in the 3rd year, sir.
Okay.
So, sir, my question is from what scope that leather have in Canada? The scope of leather in Canada.
I'm sorry?
So, scope of leather technology in the Canada.
Low. Leather.
Leather technology.
So now I refer difficult question to my colleague.
No, I don't think we have any university or school in Canada that works in that area. So that you know with the leather technology BTech, you just tell everybody you are a chemical engineer. I mean, so don't. That's a very specialized field.
No, sir. Actually, sir, we are told from the beginning that leather is more suited in the cold countries. So
yeah, but we have leather, but we don't have a lot of research going on in that area. We do produce a lot of leather, but use it and export it or whatever. But we don't have a school that offers a degree program or research program in leather technology. Sorry.
So
maybe I can give you the answer that you want to hear. The answer you want to hear is if you are a topper in your class, we can give you fellowship in chemical engineering to do a master's degree. Will that help you?
Sir.
And if you are second topper, is no good. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So means if anyone wants to go abroad in the field of leather technology, then Canada is not the appropriate place, right?
But I think as Professor Malhotra mentioned, that you do not publicize that you are leather technology. You just say you are chemical technology, and then you specialize in leather technology, but you can get employment in plastic or food or chemical engineering, you can still handle it.
So we have the problem in the degree.
Let me clarify something else here. Yes, play down on the word technology. Okay, use engineering. Technology in Canada is like your Polytech here. So they are called technologists. So even B.Tech, this degree that we have in India, it was causing confusion. Because B.Tech in US is a 3-year degree program. Not a degree, it's more like a diploma program. So don't call it leather technology, leather engineering or chemical engineering is better. Okay? So for all the students, downplay on the word technology. You don't say you are a graduate of chemical technology program because then it raises doubts. Okay? Engineering.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to add here, in fact, few all technology students we sponsored from here, and they got admission in School of Engineering in Guelph. So similarly in Vancouver also. So there are technology students because they go on B.Tech degree, bachelor's degree, and we say chemical engineering. In technology, you have about 10 papers of chemical engineering. So that you have to fill in the application, and that's how you get admission. So there is a possibility.
Okay.
From HBTU only, I am telling you, in past, technology students have got admission.
And personally, I have also had oil technologist in chemical engineering, and she got a PhD in chemical engineering, working in United States right now.
See,
so I think
we know, from coming from India, we know how it works. Others there, it kind of creates a doubt in their mind, and which is not very good. Okay, so it's good. The problem is in Canada, especially in Calgary, we have an institute called Southern Alberta Institute of Technology. It's like MIT or IIT, but they don't offer degrees, and they don't offer masters or PhD. They call themselves Institute of Technology, which has created this confusion. Okay, so that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much for asking that question. Anybody else?
Yes. Good evening to all of you. Sir, my name is Kausal Patel. I am third-year student of biochemical engineering. Sir, basically, as you told about your intensive program, so I want to know that is there any specific criteria in selection procedure, or anyone can apply for that intensive program?
Okay, that's a really good question. Maybe I can attempt, then you can. So I think the people who want to come for 2 or 3 months, there is a competition. From all over the world, people want to come for 2-3 months to Canada in the summer, and those who are really good and they are recommended by their department professors, they have higher chance of success than when you apply yourself. Why? Because when you go through your department, then your application becomes more credible. And they will probably say that what is the level of interest you have, what is the quality of education you have, how good you are you self-motivated, or do you have high level of energy to work with us. So there are a lot of things that we look for that can be certified by your professors. So this is what I think you need to talk to the department, see that's the right thing for you, because you don't want to bring a bad name for your department. You want to say that I'm from HBTU, I'm one of the best in the world, or in India, I can be as productive as somebody from another institution. So I think that's what we look for. And so please keep that in mind, whoever wants to apply and come. And if you are one of the top performers in your class, I think the chances are very high that you will succeed in an environment like ours. But I think anybody who's interested should apply. Nobody will stop you, but the chances of success should be higher if you are really good to yourself. I think that's number one. And that you have prioritized to work and to learn and to contribute. I think the chances would be there for you. You want to add anything?
No, I think you summarized it well. We look at a number of things when we evaluate applications for admission. Institute's reputation, how well we know, have we admitted students from that institution before, what is your rank in the class, what the reference letters are, and so on and so forth, okay? So we look at all those factors, and sometimes we, using Zoom or something like that, we actually talk to students. Now it's becoming more common. Instead of just writing and looking at the file, we call up students, and I've done that. Call students and make sure also that they are available. You see, you may apply to us and you apply to some other place, and what if you have already accepted? Then I would be wasting my time in pursuing your application. So then I call you and make sure you are still available, and then we get further confirmation. We talk to you, see how well you speak, and so on. Getting an A grade in a course is one thing, but there are other communication, okay, is an important factor. So we want to know how well you can communicate verbally and so on. So that phone call or Zoom meeting does help. And when you get a phone call like that, make sure you impress the professor who is calling you. All right?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Maybe I want to add a little
Please.
bit. If you want to apply to a university, I would suggest look for their requirement. That is important. There are certain requirements. And definitely you will talk to professor and send emails to professor with your credential and so on. So you try to create that, kind of a, dialogues between, and show some interest. And one of the key things, if you are really interested to a research area, I would suggest maybe read a little bit what the research all about and professor is doing, and try to have some key so that you catch eye of the professor, right? That shows your interest, and that shows your,
Yeah. So when you send your first email, personalize the email. When I receive an email, an email says, "Sir, I always wanted to go to US." It's over, right? I don't want to look at anything else. So you got to be careful who you are contacting. It's like here, you want to apply to a cement company for a job, and you say, "I always wanted to be a petroleum refinery kind of person." It's not going to help, right? So be careful. Do some research. Select a few institutions who you approach in that institution. You don't write to HOD there. That's not going to help. You got to write to individual professors. HODs don't have money. It's the professors who have funding. Okay?
Those who have money, they are already here.
The
HODs are back home. They have no money to come here.
So, some of these tips are useful, I think. So
reference of professors play important role also. Reference of professors play important role in selection
Actually,
procedure.
professors are the one who recruit you, train you, graduate you, give you the job.
The office will do the paperwork.
Yeah, they do the paperwork.
We select students. Professors select students. Okay? So the files are compiled in the office. The professors have access to the files. So I go through 20 completed files, and I pick 2, and I contact them and see, and if I like one of them, I go to the office, tell them, admit this student with this much funding commitment. And they do the paperwork. So HOD does not give you anything. It's the professors who do.
The HOD may delay your file. So we have to tell him that, please process this student right now. So may I invite Professor Mishra and Professor Acharya to come on the stage, because they also have something maybe contribute, would like to come, joins the team.
Anything else, Dr. Mishra, you want to add? Manju?
Please come. No, please come here. And then if you talk from there, it's more like...
Okay, so now the tough questions go to these new...
Exactly. and please join us. So is there any other questions, comments? Sir, please...
good evening, sir, all of you. My name is Gaurav Kumar.
We also have a madam. Now you say good evening, sir, then...
Ma'am,
okay. Go ahead.
Sir, I am from Department of Chemical Engineering, Birla Institute of Technology, Mishra, Ranchi.
First tell your name.
My name is Gaurav Kumar. And sir, I would just want to know that what we can do in the field of chemical upcycling of waste plastic with you.
Waste
management.
Can you please
in the field of waste management.
Can you please repeat your question?
So what we can do in the field of waste plastic or waste management, is there any project or collaboration?
Hold the mic, hold it little away.
He's asking waste.
Yep, I can.
Plastic,
yeah.
yes.
In the field of waste management.
But are you looking for opportunity, or you are asking us the question, what do we do?
No, actually I am asking that what the current research we can work with your institute.
As we had two presentations here on waste plastics and
Yes, sir.
utilization, and we also got funding from UAE 2 days back to work on single plastic utilization. So there are a lot of research going on in the waste plastic, and if you are interested, you should look at their website and see what people are doing. A lot of things are going in plastic utilization right now. I mean, if you answer, it will be probably another lecture. We will miss your dinner. So it's more like a technical question, but I think we should limit this to see what interest you have, and if you are interested for MSc, PhD, or internship, whatever, maybe let's limit to that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening to all of you. Sir, can I ask about...
No, first you have to tell your name. First tell your name and which year, what discipline, which institute, then only ask questions.
My name is Mohit Kumar. I'm currently working as an institute postdoctoral fellow at IIT Kanpur. So I'm looking for postdoctoral fellow. So can I ask about this postdoctoral position in Canada? Because I have worked in the area of biomass conversion, catalytic conversion of biomass to value-added products, and pre-treatment of biomass and torrefaction. Currently, I'm working on the adsorption of CO2 capture on the surface of biochar or some multifunctional material. So I'm looking another postdoctoral position in Canada. So what should be the, how can approach the professor, or on the institute portal or individual professor I can email one by one?
Dr. Acharya, you want to take this question?
Well, I think you did send email to me.
Yeah. Yes.
Understand that, hiring a postdoc definitely, is a big commitment.
Yes.
It's not hiring a graduate student. So hiring a postdoc needs a lot of resources. So usually faculty look for funding, even though they have interest, they look for funding whether they have that and they have the project exactly matches with you, and definitely, you get the opportunity. Besides that, there are some other opportunities also, like Benting a scholarship and some other scholarship also that you can, explore.
Okay, so let me make a comment here. It's nice for you to look at your interests.
Yes.
Okay, but you also have to look at what the professor's interests are.
Yes.
Because professor has a commitment. They get research grant to work in a certain area. Okay, so you should be open. So it's nice for you to show what your expertise are, but you should have that flexibility to work in the area in which a professor has research funding. All right. So a little bit of the marriage, it requires a little bit of adjustment. Okay, understanding. So keep that in mind. So don't be, I only want this and nothing else but this. You will not succeed, most likely. Okay.
Yeah, I can add something on the postdocs, especially as a faculty. As a faculty in Canada, we are looking for some skills on postdoc. One would be the research, right? We definitely want the project that for which we want to hire a postdoc has that background. But at the same time, postdocs are also responsible for mentoring grad students. So, if you have any previous experience of doing that, I think that will be good to highlight in your CV and in the email communication. And also ideally we want postdoc to manage the project as well. Like, the project that they are working on, typically we want them to manage the project as well. So that is another kind of skills we definitely want the postdoc to have. But that doesn't mean that we, one person if they have all these, all the required skills, then only we'll hire. But if, that's something like if you have all those skills, it is always good to highlight in your email and in your CV so that you caught an eye of the professor, and then, the next step could start. Yeah.
Thank you. Also, I just want to add one more thing. Like when you hire postdocs, we basically take responsibility in mentoring, training, and make sure that the person is suitable to work in industry or academia in 1 or 2 years down the road. So the responsibility is huge, and also has to make sure that person builds the skills, soft skills, research skills, and that all depends on the background as well the person has. So I think it's has to be a win-win situation, and sometimes there's a chemistry which clicks, sometimes it does not, and that's the reason that should be more networking to find. I think your existing professors can really tell you whom to contact and where to look for. And when you send an email and your supervisor is not copied, so that really is a red flag for me that you are contacting somebody that your supervisor is not aware of. Sometimes the supervisor tell us, I think we recruited somebody from Kerala, the supervisor just wrote to me, he's the best student we have over the last 15, 20 years. So the student is already with us as a postdoc. So I think the recommendation is very, very critical. Please keep that in mind in the undergraduate level, MSc level, PhD level, when you're applying for a job. Make sure that your mentors are on board with you. And without mentors, it's very difficult to succeed. And if you work really, really hard, you always get good mentors. And that shows that, that you have already contributed, you want to learn more, and then you get other mentors like ourselves to help you to continue in that path. So I think don't look for positions in isolation. Your professors are your resources, and that helps a lot. Okay, I just stop there. Yeah, madam, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Gopika Mahajan. I'm a third-year chemical engineering student at NIT Srinagar. So my question is there any winter internship opportunities available, as our college allow only winter internship due to weather conditions?
Well, actually, this is a really, nobody has asked me that question before. We are here because it's minus 45 right now in Canada. And then if you come in winter, then you work there and we have vacation here. So I think winter internship means when to when. What, can you tell us the duration?
So our holidays start from December till February.
Just tell me the date. It's December
So
1st
15th December to 14th February.
Usually in for.
Yes, sir.
And for that, what you need to do is about 8 months before that time, or about a year before, you need to send an email to the person that you want to work with, and it takes a couple of months to do that, then a letter, then you have to apply for a study permit, so that takes 2, 3, 4 months now, and then you should have at least 2 months to buy your ticket. So it's basically 7 to 8 months activity. I think we usually do not encourage people to Canada in winter because we don't want them to have a bad feeling about our country. So we try to encourage them to come in the summer, but if that's the time only you get vacation, because they probably give you vacation in Srinagar because it's winter there, but they have not seen our winter. So it's quite severe. But of course there are opportunities, just like in summer, opportunities in winter. So we don't see really the difference. When we hire graduate students, we hire in January, May, and September. So people start early, they finish early. We do not have that issue of starting and ending. So it's that same thing applies for the internship program as well. So if you are
interested to come next year, maybe this is the time to. You said you are in third year?
Yes, sir.
So the next year, fourth year, you are allowed to go for 2 months?
Yes, sir.
And then write to us, and then probably we'll have you there in Canada next year from today.
Thank you so much, sir.
And the amount of money usually pays $1,000 a month. Just look after your stay and all that stuff. So it should be all right.
And I think
Thank you so much.
your university is a member of Shastri Institute, right? So go through Prachi and maybe you can get a MyTech fellowship or internship. That will be very good too.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Do you want to stop here?
Thank you for asking that question.
Yeah.
Is there please go ahead, sir.
We got to bring it to a close. Look at the time.
Is there let's see how many more questions we have. Just want to plan to close the session. Anybody else wants to ask any? Can you see the hand, please? No, nobody else? You are the last person?
Yeah, this is the last one.
I'm sorry?
This is the last one.
Last one? Okay, please go ahead.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vinayak Kadam. I am pursuing PhD from ICT Mumbai under Professor G.D. Yadav. My question is, how many research paper does one need to publish to get admission in postdoc program? Is there any number or?
Personally, what I look for is when you are doing your PhD, so it's not the number, it's the quality and the area that you work on, and are you a first author or third author, so we look at that as well. And then also we have hired 4 or 5 PDFs in last 3-4 months from India, and so we usually have a 2 hours of interview, a Zoom interview, and then see if a person is suitable for our program. So it's not just number of papers. If Dr. Yadav tells me that you are the best one, probably will take you. And it has happened before from his group. I think Rajesh Sharma came. We are sitting having a coffee. He said, Rajesh is one of the best person we have. And Rajesh was there with us 6 months down the road. So I think I found him really, really wonderful person and did very high quality work. So I think you need to talk to Professor Yadav to answer this question for you. I think that is the way it
Thank
should
you.
be. You're welcome. Is there any other questions, comments? So again, please. I think you asked already one question. Or maybe you asked already 2 questions.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else before you allow him to ask question?
Sir, like I work in the antibiotic treatment in the wastewater, like very less research work in this, like wastewater which is treated normally. They don't treat the antibiotics.
What is your question? Ask the question.
Antibiotics present in it. So, like, is there any research work related to that for the superbugs and all treatment? So, like any research work related to that?
Yeah, there are people working in that area in Canada. Okay, so you just have to go to websites and look at what professors are working on, and I'm sure that area is covered in almost every university.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, Professor Ghosh.
Thank you. Can we have one website also for IICG Canadian Regional Center? So that should be there, so that people will get more information about the programs and all, instead of along with the Canadian Society of Chemical Engineering. So on the separate portal, if it is available, so that from Indian side also people can visit and
I think
try to participate.
Maybe I can answer that. What happens is when there is a funding, there is a visit of students.
Good suggestion. We'll look into that.
Yeah, the professors basically make all the decisions. So even if you go to a website and it may not be very effective. If somebody writes to me, I answer. And if somebody puts some information in the website, who knows who is going to answer?
I am not talking the research and academic. I am talking the IICG Canadian Regional Center activity.
That's a separate topic.
That's activity.
That activity. Like we had a Kolkata Regional Center separate website, Mumbai Regional Center separate website, Hyderabad Regional Center separate. Similarly, if we have so it will be give another visibility, and we can that tag with our headquarter also, that click Canadian office bearers, your minutes, resolution, what are the activities doing. So that information can be visible to all the members. So that point I am talking.
That's a good suggestion.
We should consider that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
So this formally concludes our interactive session, and I just wanted to thank everybody in the panel. Thank you all for joining, and wish you all the best and Happy New Year to all of you. And please keep in touch, and hope you all do well. And tell us what we can do for you. But as I mentioned, you have to first do things for yourself, and it will open up a lot of opportunities. Thank you.
So now the final question. The final item is thanks. You know, I wanted to just a minute. We want to have a little bit of time for the next year's IICHE conference, and I want to talk about the next year's Canadian Society for Chemical Engineering Conference, which is going to be held in October 29th to November 1 in the best city in the world, Calgary in Canada. It is. It's an award-winning city, and I guess I'm making the sales pitch because I'm the conference chair. So I'm looking for a lot of participation from IICHE. We are inviting people to come to Canada. All of you are welcome to visit us. It's a beautiful city, beautiful time, not too cold. We'll try to order nice weather for the conference. I'm working on that. So, please look at it. We are organizing an Indo-Canada symposium in that meeting as well. Ajay Dalai, and I'm helping him. We are the lead people from Canada, and we are looking at an Indo-Canada symposium. We had one in Vancouver this year, which was quite successful, not as successful as we would have liked it to be, but we would like to have more participation next year in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, starting October 29th. Thank you very much. Who wants to talk about Calcutta conference? Dr. Ghosh? Yes. Okay, so you want to make your sales pitch? Yeah.
I just want to add more thing about the Indo-Canada session in Calgary as a part of Canadian Chemical Engineering Conference. This conference attracts about 1,000 to 1,500 people. Typically have 500 to 700 presentations. And because there is a long lineup in the Canadian consulate in Delhi, what the organizers have decided, so once you send the invitation, if you show us interest, we need the title and a little abstract, so you can arrange through Professor Mehrotra's office to send you the invitation to attend the conference right away, so that you have enough time to apply for Canadian conference visa or a visitor's visa to come and attend the conference. I think the organizers have agreed to make an exception to send you the invitation letters right early, so that it's beneficial to people who want to come to attend and present their work at the conference.
Dr. Ghosh, you want to, and then I have one last item.
So thank you. And regarding the next year Chemcon, it will be, as many of you may be knowing, that it will be held at Kolkata. And first time in history, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineer headquarter itself going to host this program. So normally in this last 75th years, it has been conducted by different regional center. But as a Platinum Jubilee mark, headquarter taken initiative, it happens to be in 2022, but due to COVID it has been delayed. But it has not been cancelled. So we will be conducting 23 at Kolkata. So I request Mehrotra sir, Dalai sir and other delegates from Canada that similar kind definitely there will be, but what best we can do as per your suggestion, so accordingly at the beginning we will formulate. So we'll highlight those programs in the brochure so that we can do something new based on your suggestion, your idea, that what would be the best possible way we can make this is a more attractive and more the visibility can come out the in IICG and the Canadian Chemical Society is joint symposium, and that can be popularly known by worldwide. So that visibility I would like to bring. So please guide us.
Thank you. Yeah, we will definitely do that. On behalf of the Canadian delegations, myself, Dr. Ajay Dalai, and several other members, I want to say thank you to all of you, the organizers of the conference, and the tremendous volunteers you guys have, all the facilities, all the shuttle service back and forth between the hotel and the conference site. Just a wonderful performance. So thank you very much. Ajay and I would like to recognize, I mean, everybody has been very wonderful, okay? But we would like to recognize two individuals, two younger individuals who have been exceptionally supportive and helpful to us, okay? And they are Dr. Sastry and Dr. Ghosh. I would like them to come here. We would like to present them with a scarf, a trademark scarf of the University of Calgary. There is one for Dr. Sastry. So look at the nice emblem of University of Calgary, Schulich School of Engineering, University of Calgary, one for Dr. Sastry. Thank you very much, Dr. Sastry. You have been very helpful. And then Dr. Ghosh, scarf for you. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate all your help. And yeah, we are grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a photo.
Yes. So, sir, please join.
Yeah, can you please all come? And I will invite Professor
John.
Yeah, but love please join. And
You can stand.
Prachi, you come too.
Prachi, please, yeah,
Prachi,
please
you
come.
please.
And
ऑल द काउंसिल मेंबर को बुला लेते हैं जल्दी
हम बुला लीजिए, मैं थैंक बोल दूं बस।
हाँ, एक फोटोग्राफ के लिए
ये सेशन को थैंक बोल दूं, फिर आप बुलाइए।
हाँ, एक हाँ, हाँ,
वही मैं सेशन खत्म कर
कोई है नहीं, बोला था कि हम फोटो चाहिए।
ओके।
ये तो क्या कहते हैं, चोरी अटैक बना। हाँ, थैंक यू। डेलीगेशन दीजिए ना अपना, उसमें क्या?
I would like to propose a vote of thanks, especially from organizer side, to whole Canadian delegation, that they accepted our request and they are here and made a big contribution, I will say, especially by eminent speakers. So that's, I am especially thankful to Professor Prachi Prachi Kaul that you came here and made an provide a lot of information about Shastri. In fact, I have been one of the beneficiary of Shastri Partnership Project long back, especially in 94 to 97, and second one in 2001 to 2003. So we did two projects. That time HBTI became member, and several students got admission in universities in Canada. And in fact, because of that only I got an opportunity to work on a visiting assignment later in University of Guelph. So,
Paresi was my student.
okay.
Simanta Paresi is a
Yeah.
PTI product.
Yes. So that's how it helped. So I'm thankful to Prachi that she is here and provided information. And we look forward that HBTU will have some project in the area of chemical technology, and because that time it was human sciences mainly, humanities, and we used to have experts from IIT Kanpur and ITRC even, Lucknow, so those partnership things happen. So it is a good opportunity, and I look forward that in future several youngsters will get those opportunities. So I am thankful to you. Especially, I am also thankful to Butala ji and headquarters that they made lot of arrangements for the Canadian visit and Canadian joint session also, and including joint session with Japan and joint session with the US. So we are thankful to the headquarters also.
Good evening to all. Today we had one of the interesting day, and it is a new chapter in the joint relations of Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers and Canadian Society of Chemical Engineers. I am really thankful to the entire team of Canadian Society of Chemical Engineers who accepted our wholeheartedly requests, and as a result of that what we see is that today is a reality. Really it's a matter of proud for all of us, and I request all of you to please give the standing ovation to this joint venture, and I am hopeful that this will make a very long way in the relations of the two societies and will make very good progress. Thank you all, and I once again thank you entire team of Canadian Society of Chemical Engineers. Thank you all.
Yeah, I think technical sessions are over, and we will be having a cultural function here, cultural night in fact, which is being coordinated by students of HBTU.
Now that the volunteers are getting a lot of applause, so we will have a Thanksgiving Day, Thanksgiving ceremony on 31st for all the volunteers of HBTU. Cheers for them.
We are just about to start the event. Thank you for your patience. We are everyone.
All the things are there. Yeah, please come. Thank you very much.
नहीं सुबह तो
नहीं सुबह से सही ऐसा करना ना, इस टाइम धागा बांध के ना ऊपर बांधने लटक एक पतले से धागा ना बांध के यहाँ पर इधर बांध के नीचे छाती का ये लटका भी मैं बता रहा हूँ
लाइव छोड़ता
मैं बता रहा
Okay, thank you, sir. मैंने रिपोर्ट से प्रेस वाले को भेज दिया। सर मैंने रिपोर्ट प्रेस वाले को भेज दी और शादी में लेकर
Good evening, everyone. Please kindly settle down. We're just about to begin in 5 minutes. Please. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Sanskriti, the cultural evening of Chemcon 22. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them here today to build this event. With this note, I would like to extend my heartiest welcome to respected council members, all delegates, respected professors, my fellow Hakotians, and all other attendees. I, Srijan Tiwari, a third-year BTech student of Chemical Engineering from HBTU Kanpur, shall be your host from this evening. India is a secular nation, so today we'll begin our cultural evening with a semi-classical performance by Anshika Yadav depicting cultural harmony of India. Give a huge round of applause for her. It was indeed a serene and a soothing performance. Like the blend of colors on a color palette, India is a colossal blend of cultures, and folk music and dance have always been heart and soul of these cultures. And one such dance form is Bhangra from Punjab. It originated as a folk dance of celebration during harvest. Now, I would like to call upon my friends Chaman Singh, Shivi Verma, Anand Prakash and Sunny Sharma of Group Dance Society, HBTU, to present an energetic performance to lift up your spirits. Give it up for them! What an outstanding and energetic performance it was. These Bhangra beats just made me feel alive. But the thrill doesn't stop here. Coming up now is a brilliant artist to spread a fragrance of beautiful voice. Give a huge round of applause for Aryanshi Dubey.
हेलो 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 थोड़ा सा हेलो 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 मेरे प्यार की
to build up the atmosphere of today's event. Now moving on, all the music and songs in turn fabricate a luring charm that makes the soul dance. That brings us to our dance performance for the evening, which combines Indian classical, which represents our country, Indian folk, which connects us to our roots, with Bollywood, which depicts contemporary India. Give a huge round of applause for my college mates Ashika, Anshika, Khushi, Shreya and Shavi for the classical performance, Pavini, Aishi, Krati, Nivedita and Shivi for folk dance, and Simran, Akansha, Priyanka for Bollyhop. Give them a huge round of applause, everyone.
बरसावे हो मन सकल दिखाओ जी हरिदारत सब दारू में चौधरी अरे तले उन पंगा दी मैं कंदगी अरे गुड़ में जाती रोटी दम कारी सालनी बनका मन में भारी
Hello. That was an elegant and colorful performance. People say that music is one of the most magical things in the world. If that is so, we can say that we have the best magicians with us today who are going to bind us in their spells. The following performance is a fusion of North Indian, Rajasthani, Marathi traditional music with modern music. I would like to call my college mates Kandar, Anshu, Harshit and Divyansh, and they would be accompanied by Manoj Avasti, Pravesh Yadav and Udit Dubey. Give a huge round of applause for the musical band performance. All students need a 1 minute of time. So please be patient, everyone.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 check, hello, 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 hello.
wonderful and amazing performance that was. Once again, give a huge round of applause. Moving on, drama is an artistic mode of expression. It allows the performers to connect with audience in the best way possible. So, the Dramatics Club of SBTU brings you a drama entitled Dear Death, which revolves around the story of a well-known biotechnologist who has recently discovered a cure for a very deadly and incurable disease. The whole story revolves around the motivation which forces him to find the treatment of this inoperable disease. So, give it up for Atul, Ayushi, Shalini, Divyansh, Akansha, Harsh, Yash, Prashant and Harsh Gautam from Dramatics Club SBTU Kanpur. Give it up everyone! All the stage committee volunteers kindly report at stage.
सुबह से अब आप लोग आके बैठ के महिला मीडिया के साथ कुछ मिसअंडरस्टैंड है वही तो जैसे किसी और बंदे को बहुत बार कैमरे मोबाइल है अब आ रहे हो तुम अब आ रहे हो कहाँ सही तरह कुछ करते हैं इधर रहो
रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहे हो
कहाँ से अच्छा वहाँ से वहाँ तो हम लोग यहाँ खाने हमें कोई जल्दबाजी नहीं हाँ हम तो
एक गिलास शो ऑडियो मैंने वैसे ले रखी हो
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Walk Talk Show. I am Ranjit Singh, your host for this evening. Today we are in the presence of a legendary personality. the renowned biotechnologist of our country. So audience, please give them a big warm. Dr. Abhay Chandra and his wife, Mrs. Aarti Chandra. As we all are aware about the major breakthrough made by Dr. Chandra in the field of nanotechnology. Nanotechnology, that is the aid for cancer treatment. So today we will know about the achievements and mainly the story behind the milestone. Thank you sir, thank you ma'am for being with us this evening. Sir, I request you to please give us a brief about your research.
Sure. Actually, disease named adrenocortical carcinoma is a form of cancer that basically occurs in the cortex of adrenal gland and remarkable for many hormonal syndromes. It occurs majorly in patients with steroid hormone producing tumors. But today, with the help of nanotechnology, we all are able to find the cure for most of the harmful and deadly diseases.
Sir, we are not familiar with the technical terms. Can you please elaborate or define nanotechnology for us and how it is related with cancer treatment?
Of course I will. Nanotechnology essentially means the study of the tiny molecule of any matter. Nanotechnology involves several parts such as nanostructures, nanomaterials, and nanoparticles. In nanotechnology, we always say that the next biggest thing is the least smallest thing. With this nanotechnology and its subpart, that is a nanomedicine, we are able to find aid or treatment for many cardiovascular and many cancer-causing diseases.
Well, thank you, sir. But our audience has so many questions in their mind. So would you be please kind enough to answer these queries?
Sure.
Yeah, anyone? Yeah, please, you, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. This is Yash Kumar Singh from People's News. Respected sir, there have been many renowned biotechnologists who have dominantly dedicated their lives to this field of nanotechnology. And yes, they made major breakthroughs as well, which turned out to be highly profitable for human adventures. But you have done something unimaginable. Literally, nanotechnology for medical science. Your research, your discovery, all in all your contribution for mankind is unparalleled. And this makes me reluctant to ask you, every successful person has a success story. So can you please tell us what was your driving force that brought you to this this extraordinary discovery? Please sir.
Yeah, sir, we want to know the backstory. The backstory behind the milestone, sir.
First of all, I would love to thank you for mentioning my research a milestone. But for me and for my wife, it wasn't a milestone. For both of us, it was the biggest loss of our life. The loss that compelled me to find a cure for a harmful disease.
Loss? What kind of loss, sir? Like, if you are okay with it, can you please tell us all about it?
The loss. The loss of my life. I lost my everything. I lost my daughter. My princess. My Navya. My आवाज खत्म चल
आधी कप? हमारे यहाँ तो पूरी कप खरीदते हैं, आधी कप कैसे?
मॉम यार,
एक काम करते हैं, इसको कप तोड़ कर दे देते हैं।
हा हा हा, वेरी फनी।
आई नो।
खुद ही ले लेती हूँ ना।
बेटा एक हमारे लिए भी।
श्योर।
आंटी वैसे कप तोड़ के कैसे दे सकती हो चाय में, है ना?
पापा, टी।
थैंक यू बेटा। प्रोफेसर, hey प्रोफेसर।
What?
ओके, टेल मी वन थिंग। अगर 3 चींटियां और एक हाथी कैरम खेल रहे हो और अगर चींटी हाथ पे पाउडर लगाती है, so which song do they sing?
अबे, not again.
Professor, try. It's a simple question.
I'm done with this, यार.
Come on, Professor. It is funny.
I don't know.
अरे चिट्टियां कलाइयां वे, ओ बेबी तेरी चिट्टियां कलाइयां वे।
I'm done with you.
अरे Professor, it is funny.
हाँ, very much.
Navya,
So irritating, Dad.
you guys don't have any sense of humor.
By the way, Papa, what do you think? Bitcoin में invest कर लूँ? My friend was saying 3 years में 5 lakhs हो जाएंगे.
Great. हाँ, why don't you do one thing? 3 पत्ती में इन्वेस्ट कर लो।
पापा यार.
हाँ, you will earn 3 lakhs in just 5 hours. और वैसे भी मैंने ये घर गेमली के पैसे से तो बनाया है, तुम्हारी और तुम्हारी मम्मी के लिए, जुआ खेल के, राइट? PPF, FD, म्यूचुअल फंड्स, नो, दे आर नॉट योर कप ऑफ टी। लोगों से अपनी करेंसी संभाली नहीं जाती है, एंड दे आर गोइंग टू इन्वेस्ट इन क्रिप्टो।
Guys, I'm done. पापा यार, संभालो अपने हस्बैंड को.
कम ऑन यार।
बच्चा, are you all right?
Yeah, Mom.
Sure?
प्रोफेसर श्योर?
नव्या!
प्रोफेसर?
नव्या!
प्रोफेसर?
नव्या!
Hey, Navya!
Get up!
Navya!
What are you doing? Call the ambulance! Navya, wake up!
लाइट क्यों नहीं बंद हो रही?
क्या हो रहा है? बैटरी साइड में रखी। साइड ये करने कुछ रखा हुआ है। ये तो ये
Doctor, can you come in?
Please come in.
Doctor,
Please have a seat, Mr. Chandra.
Doctor, what is it?
Doctor, why she fainted like that?
Actually, Mr. Chandra, the lab reports just came in. And the tests have shown that it is a cancer.
Doctor, what?
What? What are you talking about?
I know, I know how hard this must be to accept. But this disease, it's incredibly rare in someone of our age.
Doctor, she's a small child, doctor. She even didn't have any medical history or something.
Sorry, sir.
How can she have
It's just a terrible luck.
Doctor, please do something. Please.
So she's my daughter, doctor.
Look, Mr. Abe, मैं आपको कोई झूठी दिलासा या तसल्ली नहीं देना चाहता. Chances are extremely low, and it is an inoperable form of cancer with 97% of mortality rate. 3% who survived did not survive past 3 months.
Doctor,
please.
What are you saying?
Doctor, please try to.
Please, doctor.
She is stable for now, but she doesn't have more than 3 months. I'm sorry, ma'am.
आरती, आरती, डोंट वरी आरती, सब ठीक हो जाएगा आरती. एवरीथिंग विल बी नॉर्मल. हमारी जो नव्या है ना, देखना वो बहुत जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगी. सब सही हो जाएगा आरती, चिंता मत करो तुम.
जी हाँ मिसेस चंद्रा जी हाँ. आप क्यों परेशान होती हैं? शिवानी बिल्कुल ठीक कह रही है. एवरीथिंग विल बी फाइन.
आई नो मेरी बच्ची बिल्कुल ठीक हो जाएगी. शी विल बी नॉर्मल. शी knows her mama and papa cannot live without her. She knows we cannot live without her. तुम्हें पता है शिवानी, हमने ना ट्रिप प्लान की है. हम सब नेक्स्ट वीक ट्रिप पे जा रहे हैं. मैं, नव्या, अभय, सारी प्लानिंग हो गई है. सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा. मेरी बेटी बिल्कुल ठीक हो जाएगी. सब कुछ नहीं होगा.
मिसेस चंद्रा हाँ संभालिए अपने आप को. नव्या फिर से ठीक हो जाएगी. आप फिर से ट्रिप पे, ट्रैकिंग पे, हम सब खुद जाएंगे उसके साथ. भगवान पे भरोसा रखिए.
आरती, 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 see, I have found the cure for her.
Huh?
I have found the cure.
Really?
Navya will be all right. She will be fine. She will be with us.
हमारी बेटी ठीक हो जाएगी. नव्या ठीक हो जाएगी. तुम यहाँ क्या कर रहे हो? Let's go to the hospital now. Let's go to the hospital. Let's go.
थोड़ा इधर लेकर आओ लो, इधर
डॉक्टर
डॉक्टर नव्या, डॉक्टर हमारी बेटी शी विल बी ऑलराइट डॉक्टर। कहाँ है वो?
डॉक्टर आई हैव द क्योर फॉर हर।
यस डॉक्टर।
डॉक्टर
No more. I'm sorry, sir.
तो क्या कह रहे हैं?
I'm really sorry.
जिंद्रा, संभालिए खुद को।
डॉक्टर नव्या
ये मेरी बेटी नहीं है, नहीं है ये मेरी बेटी। मेरी नव्या कभी चुप ही नहीं रहती है, वो इतना बात करती है कि ये मेरी बेटी है ही नहीं, कुछ बोल ही नहीं रही है। अबे तुम यहाँ क्या कर रहे हो? सबको बताओ ना कि वो हमारी बेटी नहीं है। अबे उठो, सबको बताओ, सब कैसी बातें कर रहे हैं। तुम बताओ ना। अबे हमारी नव्या वो रही, वो नव्या बच्चा, तुम यहाँ क्या कर रही हो? तुम मेरे साथ चलो, मेरे साथ चलो। आरती मेरी बात सुनो, आरती वो नहीं है हमारी नव्या।
बेटा तो क्या था बेटा?
मर चुकी है वो,
बेटा उठ जा।
नहीं है वो ना।
ये पापा इज हियर बेटा, प्लीज कहना बेटा। आरती she will get up. Hey आरती, नबे प्लीज बेटा उठ जाओ यार।
Ma'am, would you like to share something about your daughter? Ma'am, would you like to share something about your daughter?
My daughter, I love her. You see, people want a million admirer, but she only wanted one, and she got it. Her parents. मेरी बच्ची, she knew she was dying, but didn't say a word. She kept smiling and kept fighting alone. She was strong. She was very strong. One day in the ICU, I sat with her for 10 minutes. Her eyes were closed. Her body, it was still, but her hands, they were still her hands, soft and warm. She was very sweet, very intelligent, and had her own ways of getting into people's heart. It feels so empty. It feels so empty and worthless without her. So worthless without her.
You know, Navya, she was a brave child. We both always thought that how pointless and how hopeless our lives will be without her. But she gave me a motive to live, a motive to find the cure for those diseases which are incurable till now. But what happened to her must not happen to anyone else. She was a brave girl. In the form of her last memory, I have a single recording of her. A last video that she recorded for us. She was a brave child.
Hello, Dad. Hope you guys are well. You know, I have so many things to say. पर समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है कहाँ से स्टार्ट करूँ. You know, Papa, people are always saying that if you love someone, you need to learn to let them go. पर मुझे ये सब बकवास बातें लगती थी until it was time to say goodbye to you guys. Papa, I know you're working hard day and night to find a cure for me. And I'm sure that you will find it someday. It's just ये वीडियो बना रही हूँ just in case I don't make it till then. And mom को मत दिखाइएगा please. You know ना, she won't be able to handle it. In this moment, Papa, nothing matters to me except you guys. Nothing. All I want is to stay with you guys. I just don't want to go. I don't want to go. और एक हाथी कैरम खेल रहे हैं और चींटियां हाथ में पाउडर डालती हैं. So which song will they sing? Goodbye, Papa.
Well, that was an outstanding performance. Now, I would like to call upon respected Dr. Vinita Singh ma'am, coordinator of cultural events Chemcon 22, to kindly come upon the stage and give the vote of thanks for today's event. Respected ma'am, these events wouldn't have been possible without your support and coordination.
Thank you, Srijan. Good evening, everyone present in this auditorium. I, Dr. Vinita Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering, HBTU, express my gratitude to be able to entertain you all in this Chemcon 2022. I would like to thank Dr. S.V.R. Shastri sir to appoint me as a coordinator of cultural events, and also my special thanks to B. Chattopadhyay sir, Chairman, NOC, IICHE, and Professor R.K. Trivedi sir, LOC, IICHE. As we all are performers of our own art, in this Chemcon 2022, so many distinguished professors, scientists, entrepreneurs present their piece of art. As a dance performer since my childhood, I can surely say culture performances directly connect with your heart within a blink of an eye. It will unite you with the different cultures throughout the world. Through dance, we can feel the expression of artists of Poland to the Jaravas of Andaman and Nicobar Island. Through singing, we connect our hearts to our mind. Through drama, we can feel the pain and the love of the other person. I hope in these last 3 days performances, you all are able to collect and felt the same. I sincerely thank all the performers and artists who performed for this great event, Chemcon 2022. Thank you everyone once again for attending the Chemical Engineering Congress 2022. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, audience, for being so lively and engaging. With this, we come to an end for today's event. Kindly proceed everyone to the food court area for dinner. Good night, everyone. Thank you.